Up here, the music was iced, a throbbing under the feet, a distant pulse. Down below, down through the roof, through and the offices, down in the amphitheater shaped like a soup bowl, the crowd was roaring and pounding and yelling down at the four musicians in the TX, tom of the bowl. The musicians scooped up the roars coming in at them, pushed them through electric guitars and amplifiers, and sent back howls of sound that dwarfed the noise of the crowd, till the roaring was like a blast of heat on the face. But up here it was no more than a continuing throb in the gravelly surface of the roof. Parker raised the axe over his head and swung it hard down into the tarred surface of the T-bop went the axe. Parker and the two men beside him heard clearly the sound of the axe. But even as close by as the man on lookout at the fire escape, the sound was lost. "That'll take all night," Keegan said, but Keegan was a naysayer and no one ever listened to him. Parker lifted the axe again, swung it again, twisted it slightly as it struck. And this time a touch of more color showed through the tar and gravel, wood. Parker moved to the left, so his next slice would be across the first two, and lifted the axe again. Al was a big man, blocky and wide, with heavy hands roped across with veins. Il's head was square, ears flat too, HC skull, hair thin and black. Il's face had a rough-cut look, as though the sculptor hadn't come back to do the final detail work. Il was wearing black sneakers, black permanent press slacks, and a black zippered nylon jacket. The I act was reversible, light blue on the other side, and under it he was wearing a white shirt and a blue and gold tie. Cheap brown cotton work gloves were on his hands, and on the hands of the other three. It was spring, a dry but cloudy night. The temperature in the low 50s. It was 10 minutes past midnight. Down below, the Saturday midnight show was building toward crescendo. Final show at the old Civic Ream. Monday the wreckers would arrive. From up here on the roof, the VX-eared concrete flying saucer shape of the new auditorium could seen on urban renewal cleared land half a dozen blocks away. Keegan said, "L don't like it up here?" ASTCXKY man, just under average height. Keegan had thick dry brown hair and the outraged expression of a barroom arguer. I was dressed in dark clothing. He kept forgetting about the gloves on his hands, starting to put his hands in his pockets each time he would suddenly remember, startled, and then shake his head in irritation with himself. Each time Parker swung the axe now, more showed, where was over an inch of tar paper and tar and stones on top of the wood. And THC axe blade was getting streaked black with tar. After half a dozen swings with the axe, Parker had CX1Y, set a chop RD up section of wood about the size and shape of a footprint. After his seventh swing, Brilsey said, "LCTMC have a whack at it," and Parker handed over the axe and stepped back out of the way. Briley was tall, but lean, and spoke with the hill accent of ranks. His face was deeply lined, more than it should have been in a man his age, and the lines were black, as though they'd been drawn on with charcoal. Briley had been two things earlier in his life, fat and a miner, but since the 9 days he'd spent underground after a cave-in, he'd been neither. He swung the axe now hard and mean, as though it were Appalachia he was chopping. Parker stood and watched, his hands dangling loose at his sides. When in motion, he looked tough and determined and fast, but when waiting, when at rest, he looked inert and lifeless. Keegan went over to talk to Morris, the man sitting on the low wall at the edge of the roof, his arm carelessly draped over the curving top rail of the fire escape. Parker could hear THC querulous sound of Keegan's voice, but not the words. Morris, a young, soft-looking man with slumped shoulders, was also their driver. His quiet nondescript voice filled the small spaces left by Keegan's. Morris had the calm and CVC and TCMPCR of a man who doesn't care LHUT anything. He was a VNTHCAD, and he dabbled in the harder drugs, but not while working. Parker had made certain of that ahead of time. Briley made a dozen fast mean slashes at the roof with the axe, extending the area of the chopped-up exposed wood to about the size of a mess hall tin, and then Parker called, "Keegan, come take your turn." "I'm coming." Even that sounded querulous. Morris sat up straighter on the wall and called, "You want me to take a turn? You just keep an eye down below. Sorn and XLY else could watch for me." "It's better to keep one man on watch," Parker said, and turned his back so Morris wouldn't argue any more. He'd learned long ago that in dealing with men, it was always best to curb impatience and give them explanations. But he'd also learned that explanations could go on forever if they weren't cut off. Briley took one more hack at the roof. Then Tantley turned over the axe to Keegan. Stepping back, grinning, wiping his forehead with the back of one hand, Briley said, "That's a good workout." Keegan hesitated a minute, holding the axe across his thigh height with both hands, making sure he had his feet set right. But he swung hard and clean, and he knew to twist the handle as the blade went in. After the first stroke, he said, "We'll at this till morning." The next swing, the axe blade sank on through the and almost knocked him off Ballantyne. "Hold it," Parker said. Keegan pulled the axe out and back watching, and Parker went down on one knee beside the hole. He off his right glove and picked away some splinters, then felt around underneath with the tips of his fingers. Nodding, HC got to his feet again and said, "There's a space under. Chop the hole a little bigger. But don't go straight down. We don't know about wiring." Keegan over the hole, gripping the axe near the blade with his right hand and halfway down the handle with his left. Using short chops, he sliced away at the gouged wattle, opening a hole the size of a coffee container lid, then stopping. "Bigger than that," Parker said. "We've got to be to see in there. I'll think I'm hitting a 2x12 here on the right. I'll go the other way." The other three watched him, and Keegan bent low over his work, chopping 6 inches from his feet. He 01kned a hole as big around as a guard's hat, and then stepped back again. "I'll get the flashlight," Briley said. There were 2 metal toolkits on the out of the way, and Briley went to them and opened the one on the left. Parker went down on one knee again, picked away the splinters from around the edge of the hole. And when Briley brought him the flashlight, he low over the hole to shield the light while HCLC and Ked inside. He tar had LXN laid down on which had been tacked to wooden planks. RHE planks, Parker now saw, had been laid across 2x12 joists 16 inches apart. A ceiling of planks was fastened across the underpart of the joists, closing the space off. There was neither electric wiring nor insulation anywhere to seen. Parker switched off the flashlight and got to his "I'll think we've got an extra level to go through" feet. "There's always some damn thing," Keegan said. "I can use the workout," Briley said. Parker took the axe and full swings, clearing the tar out of a wider area, undid by the joists underneath. Keegan went back over to complain to Morris some more, but Briley impatiently waiting for Parker to be finished with his turn at the axe. Briley ended the IB at this level, swiping the axe down sideways, as though playing golf, stripping wood away even with the joist edge on both sides. He and Parker pulled all the shards and splinters out of the hole. Briley said, "That wood'll be nothing to punch, we don't know what's under it. Hold the light from the TTH. Gets." Parker got a hand drill and a narrow hand saw. HC and Briley knelt across from each other, and while Briley held the flashlight low, Parker drilled a hole in the planking near one of the joists, put the drill to one side, inserted the first few inches of the saw into the hole, and slowly sawed the one plank all the way across. Then Briley got a hammer and chisel, and while Parker held the light, he pried up one edge across the saw mark, his hands around the edge of the plank. Knees braced on the roof, Briley bent the plank upward and back until it cracked with a sound like a pistol shot in a barn. "Got you," you son of a birch." Grinning, Briley twisted the plank back and forth till it ripped entirely free. Keegan had come back over by now, and the three of them looked down in when Parker shone the light through the new hole. Ray saw fluffy pinkness, like clouds, insulation. Also a length of old-fashioned ionied metal-shielded electric cable. Keegan said, "Now where do you suppose thee is?" Electricity was his department. Parker said, "We'll have to assume it's live." Briley said, "At least the saw won't cut through it. I saw a boy do that once with a new wire." "It wouldn't hurt him," Keegan said. "Your saw handles are wood?" Briley demonstrated with hand gestures, saying, he had his left hand on the top of the saw for more pressure. I grinned and said, "There's a burn for his sins. Kill him." Keegan sounded really interested. "No. Rule him 12 foot. Parker began to saw again. After a while he gave the saw to Keegan, and in the silence before Keegan started, the music could heard, very faintly. But an actual presence now, and not merely a vibration. As each plank was sawn through, Briley it, TKNT it up and back. And each on snapped near the site joist. When an area had iron cleared a foot square, Parker a linoleum knife from one of the tool kits and used it to cut through the insulation, slicing across the same line over and over until he got down to the paper backing. ILE slit that across, reached his gloved fingers under, and the insulation upward. It had been STA pled to the joists on both sides, and came up in a series of quick jerks. And underneath was sheetrock, which should the ceiling of the room below. All surfaces, from top to tentum, were the tar and gravel on tar paper on wood laid across joists set on Vunlin planks laid across more joists going in the opposite direction, against the bottom of which was the sheetrock, with the ioists, vertical 12 LXAMS, going one way in the top air slones and the other way in the lower insulated airspace. That meant there would no opening they could make larger than 15 inches square. It was 12:30 when Parker took the linoleum knife and ergon to score the sheetrock along the edge of one joist. They'd been at this 20 minutes. El Haydan area larger than they'd able to, and the electric cable was just outside the section they were work MG on. Parker scored the sheetrock 3 times down the same line. And the 4th time the knife broke through over the whole length. Briley was holding the flashlight again now. Parker dropped the knife on the sheet remarque and got to his feet, saying to Keegan, "El did the left side." Keegan got down on his knees T-side the hole. "Getting colder," he commented, though it wasn't, and went to work on the op-site side. When that was cut through, he scored a line bridging the cuts at one end. Drew the knife down along that link again, and when he did it a 3rd time, the whole section of sheetrock sagged downward. Parker had standing across from Keegan, watching. "Now we want to lift it up. If we can." Keegan itched head up, squinting into darkness after looking into the flashlight's illumination. "Why not just kick it through? Noise. Who'd hear anything with that racket? That's the whole idea, isn't it?" Every time they removed a layer of RUF, the music and the crowd noises got louder. Now it was at about the level of a busy country bar on Saturday night, as heard from the driveway. "We don't know if there's a under this one," Parker said, "or if any skays in it. They'd hear something that heavy hit the no problem. Anyway," Briley said, squatting down the hole. "Here. Hold the rash, Keegan." Keegan took the flashlight, and Briley the linoleum knife. He chipped away a little at the stationary part of the end line, so there'd room for his fingers, then put the linoleum knife to one side. Reached down to grasp the end of the sagging section of the sheetrock, and pulled it slowly upward. It curved, but wouldn't split. Parker stalked him and tried one corner in both hands. GCT a TK*TTCR grip. Or honks. Briley, still holding the sheetrock, got to his feet and then shifted his hands to the other corner. "When you are ready." Hay pulled upward, and the sheetrock cracked along the fourth side with a hat sound like two balls hitting. They leaned it back at an angle against the edge of the cleared section, like an oar. Morris called, "Something happening down below." All three went over to. They were about 50 feet from the ground, the equivalent of a 6-story building. There were windows in the top 2 stories, but that the wall was blank. Black metal doors led out to the fire on the top 2 landings. By day, the wall was made of grimy grey-ran bricks. By night, it was simply darkness, with an illuminated blacktop alley at the item. Down THCRC, near the bottom of the fire escape, a pair of large black metal doors, LCD inside somewhere, all equipment for the shows put on her cam through the wrought iron gates at the sidewalk end of the alley, down across the blacktop and through those metal DFKs. At the far end, the alley was stopped by a blank brick wall. The opposite side of the alley was the rear wall of the Strand, a shut-down movie theatre. The Strand and the Civic Auditorium stood back to back at opposite ends of a long BLCXK, all of which would come down, starting Monday. A 68-story office building covering the whole block was due to go up, starting next year. Down IXIOW now. The wrought iron gates over BYTBC sidewalk, WCRC standing 0 FRN, and someone was moving around with flashlights. Row of them, with 2 flashlights. "Now how the hell did they get onto us?" Keegan said. He didn't sound surprised. "They're not onto us," Morris said. He was still sitting on the wall, half twisted around, with his shoulder braced against THC curving top rail of the fire escape as he looked down. "Hay recops, though," Briley said. "Looking for groupies?" Morris said. Keegan turned an exasperated frown on Morris. Things HC didn't understand he liked even less than things he did understand. "Groupies? What the hell's a groupie?" "Rock and roll fan. Mostly girls." Briley laughed and said, "LM, king for autographs, to get laid." A flashlight beam arched upward in their direction, and they all leaned backward. They waited a few seconds, and then Morris took a and said, "THCYRC all done?" "Just so they don't come up the fire escape," Kegan said. Parker looked over the edge, and the flashlights were moving back toward THC wrought iron gates. Morris said, "Just an easy check. Now they'll put a man outside the gates, so no $1 climbs over." Said Keegan irritably, "What if they something on the Strand door?" LHCY wouldn't, cause there was nothing to see, but bothered to answer him. Hay had gotten hurt through THC Strand. At 4:30 this they'd driven up to the entrance of the Strand in a grey and white Union Electric Company truck, all 4 of them wearing grey one-piece coveralls with the company name in white on the back. It had BCCN simple to get through the lobby doors of the Strand, carrying 3 toolkits, the third containing sandwiches and a thermos container of coffee. Briley and Keegan and RIS had played blackjack to pass the time. THCC expected proceeds from this job, but Parker had slept for a while, walked around the dusty-smelling empty theater for a while, and sat for a while in darkness in the manager's office, king out at THC City. He'd watched the crowds form for the early show. All the bright colors after the gray centuries of reason, and then the traffic. He'd left the office to walk some work. HC had a woman named Claire, that he found himself thinking at HUT while waiting. She was somewhere in the Northeast now, buying a house. The thought of having a woman who owned a house was a strange one. He'd married once, to a woman named Lynn, but they'd lived in hotels, his life, and she'd adapted to it. She was dead now. She'd been hard, but pressure had come to her. and she'd Brockton. The new one, Claire, was not hard, but Parker thought SHC wouldn't break. Morris said, "There they go," and the wrought iron gates closed, and there was no longer any light down THCRC except the on-yellow globe suspended from a metal pipe jutting out of the Civic Auditorium wall. "I'll doubt they'll be back," Parker said. "Watch. Just in case." "Oh. One wool." Parker and Briley and Keegan went back to the hole they'd made and squatted down on their haunches, and Briley shone the flashlight down into the room TXIOW. So far, the map they'd bought had TXN absolutely right. Right ALNUT the strand, the alley, the fire SKFR, the roof. And now, right about the room. Al-Hadi Choplardi where the map said to chop, and it had led them to an empty office. Public relations, the map had told them, already moved to temporary offices in another building. Sometimes jobs were done this way, from a map a package. Really? Like a do-it-yourself radio kit bought from a middleman who had you out it from someone on the inside, a non-professional who simply laid out the particulars of the case. Years for, most of John Dillinger's IOBS had been done that way, bought as a packet from a middleman, and it was still sometimes the LXST way to get set up. The office below was just as the map had described, medium size, 2 desks, 4 chairs, a short brown Naugahyde sofa, Skrill filing cabinets. One of the desks, empty except for a green blotter, black telephone, and one wrinkled legal-sized envelope, was directly underneath the hole. "Hold this," Briley said. Parker TCK, the flashlight from him, and Briley put both hands on one of the lower-level joists and dropped down into the room. He swung forward once, TX-ward once, and dropped JR 2 feet to the desktop. He grinned up toward the flashlight and dropped lively down to the gray Carl RT. Behind each of the desks was a swivel chair, IR side each desk was a straight armless wooden chair. Briley now picked up the nearest wooden chair and put it on top of the desk. "Join me." Keegan went next, more awkwardly than Briley, having trouble at first finding his FURONJating on the chair. Briley held the chair steady, but didn't touch Keegan, hogged his T-salance. Released the joist over his head. Held the chair back instead, and stuck down onto the desk. He sat down on the desk, put his feet over the side, and stalked up on the floor, dusting white sheetrock and water from the seat of his pants. Parker called to Morris, "Going down now. Have a time." Parker drop-fired the flashlight to Briley, who lit his way. He dropped to the chair. To the desk. Then to the "This is the worst time?" Keegan said. "Right now. What would we do if that and a lot of cops came in?" Neither of the other two said anything. Keegan had lost over $400 he didn't have yet in the blackjack game, $250 to Briley, the rest to Morris. It had made him more and irritable than usual. This room had a window, but at 0 FNED on a NAR row airs haft that camp up the middle of the building. The top of the airs haft had iron their landmark on the roof. Since the door was solid there was no reason not to turn the light on. Briley went over and flicked the wall switch by the door, and put away the flashlight. He said, "Now we make our stairway to paradise, hua." "Listen to that music," Keegan said frivishly. "What the hell ever happened to jazz?" "It's still there," Briley said, going over to the filing cabinets. "In the same gin mills it always was. When did Ja ever play a joint like this?" "Jazz at the Phil," Keegan said. "Al used to have all those records, before that time I got sent up at Phil," Briley said scornfully. "Fake." ILE opened a file drawer. "Empty. There's a break." "What do you mean, fake?" "All the greats were on jazz at TB Philosophy." "Okay," Briley said. "Give us a hand here will you?" Keegan went over to help him move the fling ebenet. "Al don't know how you can call them a fake." My God! Lester Hawkins. Dizzy Gillespie. Johnny I. Lodges. Al, you're right. Briley said, grinning. Al must have Ixon thinking of something else. Parker had taken the chair down off the desk, and now Stockel at one end of it. Briley and Keegan put the tiling cabinet down, picked up the other end of the desk, and the three of them moved it over till it was no longer directly beneath the hole. Briley and Keegan moved the fling cabinet to a butt against the edge of the desk closest to the hole, while Parker put the chair back up on top of the desk again. They kept moving furniture, and when they were done they had a complicated stairway leading up toward the hole, and facing the A-man coming in the DK, Ray would have 2 or 3 strides into the then a step to an upended metal waste basket. THCN a step a FTM, T and a half high to the desk. Another foot and a half up to the wooden chair, a foot to the top of 3 filing cabinets lined up in a row, and finally a foot and a half to the second W wooden chair. On top of the filing cabinets, Lee's put 1.6 feet Ali, VE the where the top of the RUF came to at UT waist level, an easy climb. This kind of stairway was IYTTCR in 2 ways than any kind of or anything of that they might have brought with them. First, because it meant one less thing they had to carry to the job. And second, cause it could be gone up faster than any kind of ladder. Briley now went up their staircase and out onto the roof, and Parker went partway up after him. Briley handed down the toolkits one at a time to Parker, who handed them down to Keegan. Briley said something to Morris, waved, and came back down into the Keegan had already overturned the other toolkit. 3 masks he removed from it were made of black cotton and covered the entire head, with 0 openings for eyes and mouth. Che 3 handguns were all Smith & Wesson Model .39. A 9mm Luger automatic with an 8-shot clip. There were also 3 small blue packets, blue plastic laundry bags, costing a nickel each from a laundromat vending machine. They put on the masks and checked their guns and stowed the little laundry bag packages in there. Then Parker nodded to Briley, who flicked off the light switch, and in darkness 01 RNED the L here was some light in the hall outside. Not much, but much more noise. Whenever the music ended, the crowd noise increased to a kind of ecstatic scream. Fading, the music started up again, but gradually building through the next number till music and crowd seemed about equally matched by the end of the tune, when there would be another concerted scream. It was 1:05. They'd been working 55 minutes since Parker first swung the axe into the roof. Parker was the first into the hall, LC King to the right and left. Doors on sides of the hall in both directions, mostly closed, a few standing open. No lights burning up at this level at all. Far down to the right a stairwell, with light shining up, reflecting off the pale green corridor walls, giving light to see by down here. Parker turned right, and the other 2 followed, Briley turning the doorknob to be sure the lock wasn't on, then shutting the door behind them. Keegan carried the one toolkit they still needed. RHE flex ring was some sort of similar to linoleum. The sneakers they wore made no sounds against it. They walked slowly, leaning slightly forward, their right hands holding the automatics ahead of them and out away from their bodies. If Morris saw trouble coming now, they were past the where they could their steps. Morris's job would to come in after them and ICT them know their primary exit was blocked. They had a second exit route planned for, and a third. RHE noise was coming up the stairwell almost undiluted by distance. Standing at the top, looking over the rail and down at 6 flights of brightly lit empty silent metal stairs, hearing the rush of sound coming up there and yet not seeing any living person. You could try to stop hearing the music as music, but simply as noise. And it became the workings of some gigantic machine in a pit in the earth, and men who went down into it were chewed and ground and mangled. Jesus, Keegan said, looking out the eye holes of the mask. His eyes Lex Ked frightened, not by the eye they were here to do, but by the noise that was to cover them while they did it. Parker started down the stairs. Briley came second, and Keegan third. IHE walls were plaster, and painted pale green. Stairs had a landing and a U-turn halfway down every flight. At the top the stairs had iron, but at the next level down there was a whale. With a green metal fire door. A darker green than the walls. The was closed. Parker put his hand on the knob and waited for the other two to COMC down to him. Then, quickly, he 0FNED the door and stepped through. NE of the notes with the map had said, "One private guard in the hall armed always watches show." He was there, HC was watching the show, he never saw Parker and the other two come in at all. On this floor, there were offices along one side of the corridor only, opposite the stairwell entrance. The other side of the corridor had sections of plate glass at intervals, through which could seen the main soup of the auditorium. The ceiling of the auditorium, barnacled with lighting equipment, was just above these plate glass windows, giving the impression that one was viewing from the auditorium rather than from within it for the Caesar effect. It was at one of these windows that the guard was standing. A thin and pot-bellied man in his 50s, wearing a grey uniform with a gold circular patch on the sleeve, a WHD-handled revolver in a holster high up toward the waist on his right side. He was standing there with his hands clasped behind him, head forward and down, face in a relaxed expression of blank attention, as though he were daydreaming under cover of the noise. With only space and the one sheet of glass in the way. The sound volume here was very loud, much louder even than in the stairwell. Parker walked down the corridor toward the guard. Keegan to his left and Briley to his right, forming a triangle shape that filled the width of the hall. They were halfway from the stairwell entrance before their movement attracted the guard's attention, then he made a star TLCD automatic move toward his revolver. But it was high on his waist, he'd put it there for the comfort of his MTL really, no doubt, and a leather strap was snap-fared in place over the top of the holster to keep the revolver from falling out, and the three faceless men walking toward him all had guns already in their hands. And there was no furniture. No handy OFRNDCN, no place to run. No cover to hide, nothing but the empty hallway. He guard, looking hitter and angry and disgusted, straightened from the half-crouch he'd naturally moved into, and slowly lifted his hands over his head. "Put them down," Parker said. He guard didn't make out the words through the noise, so Parker went closer and said again, "Put your hands down. Leave them at your sides. Now walk toward us." When the guard was no longer in front of the glass, Parker said, "Now stop. Run left. Put your hands on the wall in front of you at head height. Lean forward. Touch your forehead to the wall." The guard managed as far as touching his hat brim to the wall. Briley came forward and took the revolver out of the holster, having to use two hands to unsnap the leather strap. He put the revolver away in his hip pocket, and took his own automatic out again, then STCPPCD back a pace. Parker said, "All right. Straighten up. Turn around. Good." Briley took the two-way radio from the guard's left shirt and backed up next to Parker again. He guard was looking more disgusted by the second. Parker said, "What's your name?" He guard frowned at him, not understanding the reason for the question, but he answered it, "DCX Carey." "First name?" "Patrick." "Do they call you Patrick or Pat?" "When it's Burns like you," the guard said bitterly, "they call me Mr. Lutkery." Briley, grinning, said, "Patty Dockery, you talk mighty big when it's 3 against 1. You know you re-safe from I'd like to see you in a fair fight." Lutkery gave him a brooding look. "You'll laugh out of the other side of your face," he said. "All right, Erie." Parker said. 6 Turn around. Walk slowly to the men's room. LHC 4 of them made a small silent percussion, out of fist with the irate of the music surrounding them. Lutkery passed 4 doors on his left side, and turned toward the 5th. reaching his hand out to the knob. Parker said, "If you open that door, I'll kill you and everybody see the other side of it." I said. The man's hand hesitated, an inch from the knob. His shoulders were tense to reject the bullet. But in the end he leaned back from the door and his hand dropped to his side. Not turning to Ed Parker, he said, "It's not my own life I was thinking of." "I'll know that," Parker said. His was one of his, as electricity was one of Keegan's specialties and driving was one of Morris's. Rare is the high-number robbery that isn't cluttered up with Froppelbang custom ERS or armored car guards or store clerks or whatever. One of Parker's arcade specialties was handling the JK Opel, which meant keeping them quiet. Making sure none of them got killed. Making sure none of them loused up the routine. The last was the most irritant. And the others would sacrifice to it, if necessary, though a neat job was always better. Parker was now handling the person called Patrick was a proud and prickly man. And what he would be feeling now was mostly humiliation. Al was the kind who would take almost any sort of darned fool risk. Would even throw his life away. To erase humiliation. Al would open the wrong, he might even turn and attack 3 armed men. He had to be handled until he'd been successfully maneuvered into the privacy of the men's WHCRC he could physically restrained. Here in the hall, it meant giving him his respect back. Easing his sense of humiliation. By letting him wise off. And by acknowledging that it really had trend other lives he'd LX and thinking of when he'd moved his hand back from that Dixer knob. Parker was treating his as though it WCRC worthy of respect, if he had judged his man right. Carey would rest by tring and doing what he was told. As he did. ILE led them now to the right and all 4 inside. Around the green metal wall divider just inside the DEUROXR and into the main of asterisk and green tiled square of the REURN itself. Where Parker said, "Take off the uniform." There was no way around this. The humiliation was harsh and blatant. But it was necessary. Dockery turned around. And there were pale circles of strain around his eyes. "You go to hell," he said. "You aren't going to stop us," Parker told him. "Don't make things tougher for yourself." Thickly glared a second longer. And then suddenly ran backward away from them. His head back and mouth open, shoving the first 2 fingers of his right hand down his throat. "Damn it!" Briley jumped forward like a steeplechaser, swinging hard and fast with the automatic. The way he'd swung the axe earlier up on the barrel clipped on the forearm, near the wrist, and Dockery instinctively moved the arm. His hand no longer near his mouth. His hat had fallen off, and Briley kicked it to the side. Then lunged forward, punching his shoulder into Dockery's chest and running him backward the rest of the way into the wall, where he hit the side edge of a urinal. Half turned, and hit his left shoulder and the side of his head against the tile wall. Briley held him pinned there at arm's length, his hand flat with splayed fingers on Dockery's chest. As with the of his right shoe he started angrily kicking Dockery's shins. "Of a bitch," he said, kicking at Dockery's legs. "Stupid ass son of a bitch." Parker came up beside them and said, "Stop that." The music was down to a usable level again in here, he could talk in a normal tone of voice. Briley stopped the kicking, but kept holding Dockery jammed against the wall. Turning his head, he complained, "Le was gonna throw up on his uniform. I got to wear that uniform." "Rat was his idea," Parker said. "He thinks he's smart." Briley was panting and enraged. Glaring at Dockery through the eye holes of his mask, he said, "Gonna screw up our plan, not let me wear the uniform. You know what kind of smart that is? That's stupid smart." Parker leaned close to Dockery, who seemed dazed and winded and in pain. Parker said, "If you cause us any more trouble, I don't answer for what he'll do to you." Dockery blinked at him, still mutinous. "Remember, you people? "I'll had you wool," Briley said. He abruptly pulled his hand away from Dockery's chest and stepped back a pace, and a cry almost fell, but grabbed THC urinal and held himself up till he got his balance back. "Take off your tie," Parker said, and when Ari didn't move at once, Briley yelled, "I'll kick you into hamburger, I swear to God I will." Parker, still looking at Dockery, said to Briley, "That's enough. He'll do it. He wants to be in to identify us at the lineup." It was the right approach, at last. Dockery almost smiled. And there was less mutiny and more strength in his voice when he said, "And you'll there, don't you worry. And I wouldn't miss it for the world." With a sudden angry gesture, as though it were an act of defiance, he reached up and yanked down on the knot of his tie. Pulling the tick loose and flinging it with a contemptuous underhand flip toward Briley, who caught it in midair and said, "Do me a favor. Hang by your thumbs till we show up." Keegan, who had stayed over by the in case anyone else should come in, the toolkit at the floor by his now called, "What's taking so long? We don't have all night. We're ahead of schedule?" Parker called to him. Hay didn't have that specific a schedule, but he didn't want Dockery to get the idea he could tight them some more by moving very slowly. As it was, Dockery was slow enough. Briley took catch piece of clothing as it was tossed at him, and stood there with the parts of uniform over one arm. He wasn't naturally a cruel man, and by the time Dockery got to his trousers Briley had cooled off and was no longer angry. Dockery had fresh-edged cuts on shins. The skin around the cuts ragged like wrinkled onion skin paper. Droplets of blood oozing to the surface of the cuts. The trousers were the list, and when Briley had them heat there a couple of seconds at legs. And then said, in a muted voice, "I'm sorry I did that." "You will be," Dockery said. His face was tight and unforgiving. Got mad. Is all. Briley explained. Apologizing again. Dockery didn't bother to answer that. He turned his head to look at Parker, accepting him as the leader and waiting to be told what to do next. Parker said, "Go over to the first stall." Dockery was in his underwear, SKKS, and shoes. Somehow he had more dignity now, not less. Of the uniform. More of his own individuality was apparent, looked less pot-bellied, and less ineffective. He seemed to sense the change in his APLRans himself. And to behave accordingly, he KLC over to the stall without fuss, without sither defiance or defeat. Briley had gone into another stall to change. KCE gan Camk over to watch Dockery while Parker put his automatic away. The handcuffs from his left hip got Dockery seated in the stall and handcuffed his hands behind him, the cuff chain running under the pipe that camped out of the wall at 30 inches from the ground. Carey would be fairly comfortable there, but wouldn't be able to get away. Parker stepped back out of the stall and was to pull the metal door shut when Dockery called, "HCY." Parker looked at him, and Dockery said, "Don't want any of you killed. I want you captured alive. I want to be able to testify against you. And I want to be able to see your faces. I want you to get sent up. I want to know that you will be getting years of what you gave me tonight." "It may happen," Parker said, and shut the stall door. Briley was coming out. In the uniform and without his mask. RHE pants were a little too short, and too big around the waist, but the shortness just made him look like an old man. And the disguise the excess material at the waist. Briley's taking the guard's part was a last-minute change in the routine. An old man named Barrage had originally been set to do it. Here'd been 3 meetings to set things up, and at the beginning of the 3rd, Barrage had said, "There's no trying to lie to you boys. Or lie to me. Either. I've lost my nerve. Maybe I'm too old. Or I've had much time inside, don't know. But can feel inside my stomach T can't do it. Parker and the others had known better than to try to get a man to do what he felt he was incapable of doing. They too dependent on one another during the IAB, but it was too late by then to get somebody to take Berridge's place. This final Saturday night show before the Civic Auditorium was torn down was their only shot, a full house. Alley cash sales. No advance sales. Every dollar spent for a seat inside that jam-packed soup bowl was still in this building, tonight only. So they'd altered the routine to go with a string of 4 instead of 5, and the result was Briley in the guard's uniform. Grinning, self-conscious to be in the trappings of author ity. "How's it look?" "It'll pass," Parker said. He pants are too short." Briley icked at him. "You want me to send them out?" Only said. Parker said. 6 he hat was too big, Briley said. "I'll put some toilet paper round the brim." "I'll k the hat off," grinned at the inside. "And put it back on." "I'll go on out." Parker and waited half a minute. And then followed Briley out, Keegan carrying the toolkit again. They looked down to the right. And Briley was standing at the window, looking down at the musicians. There was no music right now. And the crowd noise was steadily dropping. Briley was standing in imitation of Doc's original position, stomach idling out. Head forward and down, hands clasped behind his back. Parker looked to his left. Down through one of the windows at the platform in the middle of the auditorium. IHC4 musicians who had BCCN there were gone. Bulky stagehands in our shirts and work pants. King-like city tens of a different planet from everybody else in the auditorium, WCRC spreading a bright red carpet in the middle of the platform. Moving the microphones and amplifiers around, and wheeling out a small KCYT art instrument like a midget piano. In the middle of the red carpet was the white outline of a triangle, with an sigh in it, Keegan. Parker at the window said. "They shouldn't be able to get away with that." Parker frowned at the platform, not knowing what Keegan was talking about. But didn't ask. Keegan said, "Hat thing on the there, that triangle. That's off the dollar bill. That's the kind of thing they do. Dress in the American bag, all that. None of them have any reason." CT Parker walked on to stand beside Briley. And Keegan followed. Briley, nodding at the platform, said, "The headliners are coming." According to Morris, the final group would play a minimum of 25 minutes. If they were feeling gawks *, if they'd established an enjoyable rapport with the audience, Morris had said, if the vibes are might extend that to an hour or more. But 25 minutes was the minimum, so that was the deadline. Parker looked at his watch, 1:25. He said, "We have to be out by 10 to 2? Keegan said, "Vhen we better move. Let's wait for more noise." It was almost quiet out there now, the crowd expectant and waiting. The stagehands finished their adjustments and waddled off, going back to the cigar butts they'd left on table edges. The audience noise tapered off even more, till individual coughs could be heard, and suddenly the auditorium lights went out, and they were looking down into darkness. Keegan was the only one who moved, making an abrupt eye-ump to the left, past the edge of the window. The toolkit bumping his knee and the wall. Parker and Briley continued to stand there. Side by side, looking down, Briley in the guard uniform, Parker in his dark jacket and the hood over his face. The corridor lights above and behind them remained on. Keegan said, "For Christ's sake, they can see you." "A silhouette," Parker said. "With a light behind me. Better they see a silhouette standing still than jumping away and trying to hide." Al got out of the way TX4 they could me. The darkness wasn't total down there. A pattern of dull red exit lights glowed. Tiny red and green dots of light from the platform showed that the amplifiers were working. Those dots seemed to wink all at once, meaning that 1K people were moving around on the platform. The sound, when it came, had been anticipated for so long that it seemed unexpected, a surprise and a shock. An electronic crash, a chord of aggressive whining, insist, and notes blended into one detonation. An announcement of entry like the crash of an iron door back against an iron wall. An instant later one bright white flooded the platform from the ceiling. And there were now 5 musicians out there. 1 at the keyboard instrument, 2 with electric guitars. 1 at a complex array of drums, and 1 standing in the middle of the Cartwright's triangle. Holding a hand microphone, this last one was dressed completely in red. And when the light came on, his mouth wide, held the microphone against his lower teeth, and shrieked loud enough to make distortions in the loudspeakers. The audience shrieked back. The 4 instrumentalists LX began a heavy background beat that was most like the sound of a highballing freight train, a sound out of context. Since it was unlikely anyone in this audience had ever ridden a train of any kind, and the one in red urged to sing, shout into the microphone, "Th messenger of death will bring you down." Parker said, "It's time." He and Keegan turned away from the window. Parker counted and went to the one he wanted. LC turned the knob and walked in. And the man at the desk dropped his pen and cried, "God! You took it easy," Parker said. He took only 1 step into the then moved quickly to his left. Most of the left-hand wall was glass, and he didn't want to be seen by anyone on the other side of it, not yet. For the same reason, Keegan stayed in the DTJ. RHE man at the desk was 40, very stocky in a soft-looking way. He wore horn-rimmed glasses, a dark gray suit, narrow tie, white shirt with button-down collar. He came from the same planet as the stage hands. ILE said, "Don't have any money in here." His voice was high-pitched and frightened. He might do something fatal, simply out of nervousness. Parker said, his voice as low and calm as with the competition of the music, "We know that. We're not after you, we're not going to cause you any trouble." The man at the desk licked his lips, looking nervously at Keegan and then past Keegan toward the hall. What did you do with the man out there?" "Mr. is right. You'll all right, too. Here's nothing to worry ALXUT." Keegan came 1 step into the moved left ward to Parkio's side. "Put the toolkit down, shut the door." The man at the desk began to look more frightened again. Parker said, "You'd be Mr. Stevenson, wouldn't, what?" That's right." "Who are you, Ronald Stevenson? Haven't done anything to any Bureau XLY. Why do you want?" "L told you we're not after you." "What do your friends call you?" "Ron?" "Ronnie." Most people call me RG." "Well, this is a we're not here to hurt anybody or scare any dy. We're just going to take money. LHC management is insured against this kind of thing, so it's nothing for anybody to get killed over. We'd prefer a nice quiet operation. And so would you. So up to a point our interests aren't the same. But I don't have any money," Keegan said. ** Next door they have money." Stevenson looked at the glass wall facing his desk. The glass started at waist height and continued up to within a foot of the ceiling. A 3-foot width of ordinary wall was at this end, and a door with a glass panel in it was at the far end. Parker said, "Annie's looking at you." "What?" Stevenson suddenly looked frightened again. And then guilty. "No, not at all." "Look down at the paper on your desk, RG. Pick up your pen. Start to write." Looking down at his desktop, Stevenson said, "Write what?" "Anything you want, RG. Just so the people next door see you looking normal." I see." Stevenson began to write. He didn't really look normal. His shoulders were too hunched, the position of his head too tense. But a casual glance from the next room wouldn't pick up that sort of detail. Parker gave him half a minute to calm himself, and then said, "K, RG, keep writing while I talk to you. There's 3 guards next to H, R. What's the name of the one in charge?" Still writing, looking down, Stevenson said, "Hat would be Lieutenant Garrison. First name? Leave it's Daniel, I believe. Is he called Dan?" Stevenson nodded at what he was writing. "I've heard him called Dan, yes." He was a precise man by nature, and now he was using that precision as a means of self-defense. As though to say, "If I am very accurate and very proper, nothing bad will happen to me." It was an idea Parker wanted to encourage. "Good," he said. "And the other 2? What names?" Stevenson glanced up, looking through the glass into the other again, as though to refresh his memory. Then quickly ked back down at the paper, went on writing, and said, "Younger one is Lavenstein, Edward Lavenstein. He's called, and the other one is Hal Pressberry, Dan Garrison. Bo Lavenstein. Hal Pressberry. Yes. That's right. GM key. Keep writing, RG, this'll take a minute." Stevenson kept writing, though his shoulders hunched again. Parker touched Keegan's elbow, and Keegan nodded and went down on one knee the toolkit. Putting his automatic on the FLMJR, he opened the toolkit and took out an automobile rearview mirror, the rectangular piece of silvered glass, without the metal housing or the mounting arm. Carrying the mirror, he traveled on all 4s diagonally past Parker to the glass wall, staying under the bottom edge of the GLMSS. When he got to the wall, he switched to a sitting position, legs crossed tailor fashion, and head somewhat, and slowly raised the mirror up in front of him. He was sitting sideways to the and had the mirror turned at an angle. When it was a little at his head, he said, "Got What's it LTN, K like? Double length. I mean." The mirror moved slightly. "IO doors to the hall, one near, one far. Sofa in TX tween, on guard sitting at it. Able against the wall the far door. One guard sitting in a chair at the table. Facing the wall, playing solitaire." The mirror moved. 4 desks down the middle of the room, with adding machines. 3 men, 1 woman. Cash on all 4 desks. LHCYRC counting it. Banding it, dropping the stacks into metal trays on the floor. Back wall all tiling cabinets, no door. RHE mirror moved. Right 1, 4 windows. Rabble between windows 2 and 3, with canvas sacks on it. Most of them empty. Here comes the woman. Silence for 10 seconds, the mirror moved. The dough must have come upstairs in the sacks. She just took one of the full ones. Carried it to the desk. Emptied the bills out, put the empty sack back on the table. Now she's gone back to work. Where's the 3rd guard? On the right. The mirror moved. Leaning against the wall beside the money table, kind of looking around at everything. That'll Garrison. RG, don't look up. Keep writing. Is Garrison the one LX side the money? He was. Yes. The last I looked, young one. Bo Lavenstein. Is HC the one playing solitaire? Eeks, HC was. Parker nodded. Made Hal Pressberry the one on the sofa. Parker said to Keegan. How many phones? Mirror moved. 1, on the first desk. RG, if you WCRC going to call that number, what would you dial? 6 hats extension 23. Is that all you dial? 23? No. For an inside call, you dial 9 first. 923. And that phone will ring. That's right. Yes. Good. Now, RG. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to get up and go to the fling cabinet, the top drawer, and act as though you're looking for something. Just like that. Stay there. Parker got down on hands and knees and crawled across the carpet and around TK behind the desk. Keegan kept watching the other room in the mirror, and Stevenson stood at the filing cabinet. His to everything that was happening. Parker raised himself cautiously behind the desk till he could see KYK over the top. His first sight of the beyond showed him everything as Keegan had described it. No one was in this direction. The four clerks were working. Dan Garrison was looking at the money, Bo Levenstein was looking at his card game, and Lal Pressberry was LCX keying off into space and seemed to be mostly asleep. Parker lifted his right arm and slid it across the desktop to the phone, then pulled the phone toward him. RHE cord ran off and down the side of the desk, so there was no problem at length. Parker took the phone off TBC desktop, put it on the floor, sat in front of it, and dialed 92 faintly. Through the glass and the distant sound of crowd and music in the auditorium, he heard the phone ring in the next room. "It's a clerk," Keegan said, and the receiver in Parker's hand clicked. A voice said, "El Leno. A message for Edward Levenstein?" Parker said, "Any moment, please." Parker waited. Keegan said, "El Lear, he comes. Garrison's watching. But he isn't moving. Hello. Bo. Who's this? Hold on a second. Will you? Her SA message." Parker lowered the phone and put his hand over the mouthpiece. Now, if THCRC was trouble, no one from the next room would using the phone. The line was tied up till Parker broke the connection at this end. He said, "RG, don't turn around. I've got more instructions for you. When I say to, you go over to the open it. And tell Garrison you want to see him. Get him to come in here. Stand to the left of the DTX relay when he comes in, so he doesn't see my partner. Talk to him as he's coming in. Keep him distracted. Say anything you want. When he's in, shut the DCXR and say, here are men pointing guns at you. I don't want anybody killed. As cert them we'd queen rate, you got that? I'll think so." Nervousness trembled in Stevenson's voice like a wind riffling curtains. "Tell me what you're going to say after you shut the her are men here with guns. I don't want anybody killed. I said we'd fine. Go ahead." "How?" Stevenson turned and walked toward the door. ILC moved unsteadily, as though he were very tired or a little drunk. Parker, keeping one hand folded over the mouthpiece of the phone, stretched out on his stomach behind the desk, so that his head and shoulders emerged past the desk's right side and he could see the door Stevenson was walking toward. Ilis left hand, holding the phone receiver, WXS down at his side. His right hand was out in front of his face, resting the butt of the automatic on the carve.RT. Stevenson reached the door, and grabbed for the knob as though he needed it to go on standing. He rested his other palm, shoulder height, against the door frame, then opened the door and called, "Lieutenant Garrison? Could you come here for a moment?" Down by Parker's left hand, a tinny voice said, "Hello? Hello?" A deeper echo sounded through the door. Keegan, his voice low, said, "Here he comes. Easy as pie." Parker saw the feet first. Saw Stevenson moving awkwardly to his left, the door opened to the right, making the move slightly. Stevenson say, "Well, there certainly is a lot of money tonight. A full house, eh? A fitting close for the old building. The new one just won't seem like home, will it? Here, let me." Garrison had seen neither Keegan nor Parker yet, and was standing in the doorway, waiting for Stevenson to tell him what he wanted. He was Stevenson's age, 40-something, but was leaner and harder, with a deeply lined face. Stevenson was trying to reach behind him to shut the door. Garrison moved reluctantly, saying, "What is it, Mr. Stevenson?" The voice was carefully neutral, but in its very neutrality, betrayed the contempt Garrison felt. So he was going to be another Dockery, and potentially more trouble. Stevenson, in shutting the door, started to lose his balance because of his nervousness, and had to cling to Garrison's right arm. "That was perfect," and an unexpected Stevenson said, gasping suddenly, "There are men with guns, don't do anything, for the love of God." "What?" Garrison backed into the closed door, trying to push Stevenson away. "Lieutenant Garrison." "Don't." Parker called. "It's okay. Dan." Garrison, confused for a second by the sound of his own first name, stopped struggling with Stevenson and icy, headed around. Still seeing no one. "What the hell is this?" Parker had the automatic pointed at Garrison's chest. "I'll called. RG, back up. Back up to your left." Stevenson hurriedly backed away, babbling as he went, "L don't want any /Exley killed. I promise they're full coofration. We're insured, it's all right, they're only after the money." Garrison came a quick step in from the DKJR. His hand was near his holstered revolver, but not quite touching it. I saw Keegan suddenly, and tensed. Frowning, Parker said, "Ver here. Dan, here's where the gun is." Garrison ked quickly toward the voice, and now he saw Parker and the gun. IDE no move. But his expression got more grim. Keegan, still watching through the mirror, said, getting interested. Meaning one or more of the people in the other room had seen Stevenson's odd moves and were beginning to wonder. Parker said, "Dan, lie down on your face. Don't make me shoot your kneecap. I could set off a TXMB in here tonight, no dyd hear it anywhere outside. Get down. You are not going, we don't have time. Dan. Down or I mean now." Stevenson, backed up against the front of the desk and leaning backward against it for support, cried, "For God's sake. Do it. It isn't worth getting killed over. You'll pay." Garrison said grimly, and got slowly down onto the floor. Parker lifted the phone up to his ear again. "Bo. Who is this? Damn it." Keegan said. "The woman's talking to him. About the scene in here." Parker said. "Bo. I want to tell you Dan Garrison is lying on his face in RG Stevenson's office. And 2 men have guns at him. If you do anything hasty or stupid, they'll kill Dan and then rise up and kill you through the glass. You look at RG now. And he'll to tell you what I'm saying is true." RG. Parker up, and saw Stevenson's head lower and raise, a mechanical move, as though he were a newly completed robot trying the motion for the first time. Keegan said, "Hand over. Get your hand off the mouthpiece, Bo. Don't wake Hal up. You'll just make trouble. Now turn your back to RG's office. Keep the phone up to your face. And put your other hand on top of your head. Leave it there." Keegan said, "He's done it." Keeping an eye on Garrison, who was prone with his head arched up so he could see what was going on, Parker got his feet under him and moved to the left. "RG," he said, and when Stevenson moved leftward, Parker had an unobstructed view of the room. Everybody in there knew by now that something was wrong. Pressbury, a man about his age, but more gone to seed, was on his feet now and walking toward Levinston, a worried frown on his face. The 3 male clerks were all still at their desks, but none of them were working. All were at Levenstein, who was facing them and not saying anything. The woman clerk, hers was the front desk. The one with the phone was standing side Levenstein, this way. Parker saw her see him and clutch at Ivanstein's side. In the earpiece of the phone he could faintly hear her saying something to Levenstein and then Levenstein's irritable voice. Loud and clear, saying, no, I know. To Keegan Parker said, take Dan. Into the phone he said, Bo. Tell Hal to stand where he is. Go on, tell him. Stop there, I'll got guns on us. Stop THCRC, him to put his hands on his head, say to put your hands on your head. Better do it, I guess, him to turn left, say turn left. Tell him to back up until he's against the which would be the nearer door. They say you should back up against the clerks to go over and sit on the sofa. The woman, they want you fopple to go sit on the sofa? The woman's voice yammered, her expression through the glass was outraged. You. Too. Mrs. Kimberly. Yeah. But you better do it. They've got the upper hand now. Keegan said, he's defused. He got to his feet with his own gun in his right hand and Garrison's revolver in his left. Only the one gun on him? RHE male clerks were all moving toward the sofa. The woman last and with the most reluctance. At the sofa, one of the male clerks suddenly bolted for the other door. The around him all looked startled. He yanked the door open and dashed outside. Keegan calmly opened the extras in the rooms and headed down the window side of the room to cover Verilk's DY from the other end. The clerk who'd made a dash for it backed into the room, hands over his head. In response to an order, HC lowered one hand and shut the DCR. Keegan said some thing to him, and he sat down on the sofa. RHE others all IO'd him. Parker said, RG go next and stand against the wall between Hal and the others. He waited till STC Venson was in then said, K. Dan, you can get up now. Garrison got to his feet. He grim and angry. He stared at Parker and seemed to consider saying some thing, but just shook his head. Parker said, go next door, Dan, and stand to the side of Hal. Parker followed Garrison through and went over L. Avenstein to take the revolver out of his holster and put it in his own hip. Then he said, hang up the phone. Bo. Go over and stand with your back to the door your friend ran out of. Keegan was down at THC other end. Back to the filing cabinets, automatic FH in the general direction of the people along the side wall. Parker walked over to Hal Pressberry, who was looking cranky and crotchety, and who said, you people can't get away with this sort of thing. You think this is the Wild West? Turn around. Hal. So you can shoot me in the IXICK? You'll have to look MC in the eye, you son of a bitch. Hal. You either turn around so I can disarm you, or I'll have to knock you out. I'll meet you face to face. Parker put the automatic in his left hand, raised his right fist in front of his shoulder, and punched Pressberry between the eyes. Pressberry's head snapped back, bounding off the door, and his face went slack. With a hand to his chest, Parker kept him from falling forward and let him slide down the door to a sitting position. He took Pressberry's revolver, patted him briefly to be sure he had no other weapons, and backed away from him. Garrison said tightly, 01 had something else you'll pay for. We may pay later, Parker said, turning his head back and forth so they'd know he was talking to all of them, but any one of you people who disobeys us will pay now. He walked over to the sofa, keeping THC automatic in his left hand, and in front of the clerk who tried ducking out the DRXR. Stand up, he said. The clerk was afraid now. What do you want from me? You've died Solwide once. Don't make it twice. Stand up. A woman, sitting beside him, said. You do what HC says, George. George, blinking, trying to fit an expression of bravado onto his face. leaned forward to get up and Parker hit him on the nose. George M. unced back into the sofa, and Parker waited to see if his nose would start bleeding. He woman said something and angry. Every stirred, and George put his hand to his face. When he tm'd it away to look at it, his fingertips were red, a drop of blood hit his shirt. Rhe woman said, "Oh, you're," and started busily to reach into her sleeve. Parker said, "Knob slight touches him. JLE doesn't use a handkerchief or a tissue or any cloth. George, you can put your head back. But keep your hands away from your face." Woman said, "You Afropple are inhuman. Hen, you should be very cautious with us," Parker said. He turned his back on them all and went over to the nearest desk, where he put down the automatic and the two guards' guns from his hip waistcoats. Behind him, he knew they were all watching George, who was in a position none of them would want to be seen in for himself, not dangerous, but uncomfortable and humiliating. I leaned back, blood dribbling from his nose, having to gulp and gasp when he breathed. Noxk*, why else would want to wind up like that, so the others would be less likely now to try something stupid. Keegan kept them all covered. Regionally, of course, Barrage would have been the man outside, and Briley would both have watched the prison ERS, one at either end of the room. Her was more menace implicit in 1K*, unable to 1M*, at all the guns facing you at the same time. But Parker had been making up for that in other ways. Now he took the blue laundry bag from his pocket, ripped 01K and the outer plastic. It was the toughest thing to do so far, with the work gloves on, and then shook open the bag. I'll swept all the loose unbanded bills from the desk into the bag. And next emptied the banded stacks of bills from the trays beside the desk. RHE's second desk filled the bag. And he took a rubber band from his side trouser and closed the neck of the bag. Hen he carried the bag, which was pretty heavy now, into Stevenson's office and left it beside the hall door. I'll picked up the toolkit, carried it into the RCRN, and put it on the first desk, beside the phone. His one was hung up, but the one on STE. Venson's desk was still off the hook, so a call to either of these numbers would pair me use a busy signal. Keegan had the second blue bag. He tossed it to Parker, who had and filled it with the bills at the third and fourth desks. Now there was a minor error in the routine, the result of the last-minute change from Barrage. Briley had the third laundry bag, and was in the hall, when they'd made the switch of assignments. Noted Ed thought to change that one detail. Which was why normally Parker preferred to let Iab go rather than make late changes in the pattern. His time the problems hadn't seemed very large. And the job itself was tempting. So he'd relaxed a rule for himself. With any luck, this business with the laundry bag was the only place a seam would show. Parker closed the top of the second bag with an other band and carried it in to put it the first. Hen he opened the hall and Briley spun at once and showed him Dockery's revolver, then he grinned and put the revolver away again. The music noise was louder out here. Parker called, "Laundry bag." "By God, you're right. It's in my jacket. In the John. Get it. There's RCM for your clothes in it," Briley said, and hurried off toward the men's room. Parker stayed in the doorway, watching both ways. Fies was where a small seam could become a big tear that would rip the whole job if someone came up here while Briley was around. Briley could act officious and send him on his way. If someone came up now, it would be a complication. Ray were dependent on luck. For GCK, Doril, and that was no way to set things up. Should he have let it go with just the 2 bags worth? They had the money from all the desks, but not the unsorted money in the canvas bags still on the table. To leave that behind would a failure in a different direction. The Iab had a seam in it, that was all. Briley came back with a third bag, and already with contents. It had been planned all along to include the substitute guard's clothing in one of the bags with the money. If not, the guard would either have made a quick change on the RCVF, having car ride his own clothing that far. Or waited till they were back in the theater. Briley handed over the bag and said, "You should have seen that boy when he came out the and I throw down on him. Wish I'd had a camera." "We'll be out in 5 minutes," Parker said. "Take your time. I'm getting so I like this music." Parker shut the door and went to finish stacking the money. The third bag wasn't quite as full as the other two, even with Briley's clothes in the bottom. Parker put it with the others, went back to the main room, and said, "You people on the sofa, get up." Pressberry was standing again now, and looking mulish but not dangerous. Parker said to the 4 clerks, "Earn around and face the sofa. Bo, comc over and stand at the end of the line. Hal, come up to the other end. RG, stand beside Hal. Dan, you stand beside KG. RHE 8 people in a row, facing the wall. Parker TCH, K the sets of handcuffs from the started with Garrison, and handcuffed them all together. Finished with Bo Lavenson at the other end. And had 1 off cuffs left. HC said, "Everybody turn right. We're going into the corner over there." It was the far corner of the exterior wall. LX between the windows and the filing cabinets. Any of the marks of this building's age was the heat pivness that ran up beside the walls in the corners of all the rooms. Parker now arranged the site people so that Lavenson was east to the left of this pipe. Facing the filing cabinet, the others made a circle, all facing outward, and Garrison, the other end of the line, was INST to the right of the pivs, facing toward the windows. Parker cuffed Garrison's and Lavenstein's free hands together, with the cuff chain running behind the pipe. Now they were all limited to the corner of the room, where they couldn't reach the phone or a door or a window, and were in a circle facing outward so that even communication with one another would be difficult. Parker and Keegan put all the guns in the toolkit, and Keegan carried it when they went into Stevenson's office. Parker left Stevenson's phone off. That was still better for a caller to get a busy signal than no answer, and the DMR to put all 3 laundry bags outside. Keegan went out, carrying the toolkit, and Parker followed him and shut the now. Parker carried 2 of the laundry bags, and Keegan on laundry bag and they followed Briley down the hall and up the stairwell, Briley checking things out at every stage of the trip. It went without trouble. The music still pounded away down there. The audience was even louder than TX4, and it was likely the show would run over the minimum length. Still, it was not quite 10 minutes to 2, their deadline, and they were well on their way. The upstairs office was as they'd left it. Briley ran up the furniture staircase, and Keegan and Parker handed up the 3 laundry bags and 2 toolkits. They'd turned the light on when entering the room, and Parker turned it out again after Keegan and Briley were both out and up on the roof. Then he followed them. Morris had come over from the fire escape. "Not a bit of trouble," he said. "Nor us," Briley said. "Here's something," Keegan said. He was still finding things to be disgusted about. "That lousy barrage has us loused up. We've got 5 things to carry and now there's only 4 of us." Morris said. "I'll carry 2. I've had a nice long rest. I'll carry the money." Morris went first, carrying 2 of the laundry bags. Briley followed, with a bag containing his own clothes, followed by Keegan and Parker, each with a Parker carrying the kit that had been left upstairs, the on with the snaps on the outside for carrying the axe. It was strange not to hear the music. Going down the fire escalier, they heard the sounds of the city instead. Few sounds at this hour, mostly traffic. He Strand Reader's fire door looked the same as usual, but was different in that it had been unlocked from the inside. Grasping the lip overhang at the bottom, it was possible to pull the door open. Keegan had the flashlight, and didn't turn it on until they were all in the theater and Parker had closed and relocked the door. When the light shone out across the cluttered empty stage. This had been a vaudeville theater long ago, when it was first built and movies weren't her 11hr yet, and they picked their way slowly through the rubble, the screen, sound system, and some other things had already been stripped out of this building. LH third toolkit and the Union Electrico coveralls were where they'd effed them, in seats near the back of the theater. Briley scaled the guard's hat through the dark nest toward the stage, and they all took off their masks and put on the coveralls. Keegan had put the flashlight on an armrest at the end of an aisle, pointing its light toward the stage. And their movements in front of it as they put on the coveralls made bat shadows fly all over the high empty interior of the building. Morris went first, carrying a toolkit out to the truck, waiting for them in front of the marquee. LH heard him start the truck engine, and then the rest of them came out, carrying things, Parker and Keegan making 2 trips. RHE Street was almost deserted, only 2 cars going by in the time it took them to load the truck. Parker sat up front beside Morris, Keegan and Briley sat in back on the bags of money, and Morris drove them away from there. LH first time they were stopped at a traffic light. Morris said, "Any trouble in there?" "No. It went the way it was supposed to. I thought about the laundry bag in the wrong place, and being short one man to carry things away from there, but they were points too minor to mention." Sounded like nice music. Parker had nothing to say to that. The light turned green, and they drove on. RHE house they were heading for, Keegan had rented 2 weeks ago, though none of them had been there since, until they'd left their cars in the neighborhood and suitcases in the house earlier today. It had taken Keegan 4 full days to find a house that suited their needs. And this one had checked out right down the list. In the first place, it was owned by a realty corporation rather than an individual, which meant that so long as the rent was paid, no one would be seen dropping by to chat with the tenant. Second, its neighbors on RN.th sides were commercial concerns that closed in the evening on one side, a hobby shop on the other. It had a garage and a GCXX-sized backyard, all enclosed by a high TXR fence. It had come furnished, including a phone, so no one would be wondering why the house was standing empty. Particularly since Keegan, the day he took the place, had set time switches that turned lamps on at 6 p.m. every day in the living room and one of the upstairs bedrooms, and switched them off again a little past midnight. It was called Dornwell Street, and the house number was 426. When Morris drove the Union Electrico truck down Dornwell Street now, it was silent and dark and empty, the buildings black on LVTH sides, the only illumination coming from wide-spaced street lights. Morris turned into the driveway at 426, cut the headlights, and came to a stop. Keegan climbed out of the back of the truck and trotted up to open the garage's segmented aluminum-numbered door that slid upward. Morris drove the truck into the garage, and then all 4 of them carried everything into the house, turning on a small work light over the stove in the kitchen, until they had themselves and everything else inside. Then they switched on the round fluorescent light in the middle of the ceiling. Keegan had stocked the place with food this morning, and now he and Morris stayed in the kitchen to broil some steaks while Briley and Parker carried the blue plastic laundry bags into the dining room. The dining room had no windows, and the wide entryway to the living could be closed by sliding DCXJRS Rex set into the walls. Eiley closed these doors now, and then switched on the overhead light fixture and emptied the first of the laundry bags onto the dining RTX table. LHD chosen the bag with Briley's clothes in it first, and Briley went away to change while Parker sat at the table and began the split. LH would stay here 2 or 3 days, depending on what the radio told them about the local law. Activity RHE cars they had parked around the were all clean, and shouldn't attract any attention. Briley came to the side doorway, which they'd left TK cause it didn't expose them to any windows. Said, "Parker, what is it? You Hector, come take a look." Parker got up from the table and went with him. The hall led to the front at one end and the kitchen at the other. with the living and dining are Euro KMS01 RNING off it along the way. IHE staircase was across the hall from the living room, with a bathroom between it and the kitchen. Briley, still in his clothes still over his arm, led the way to the bathroom Euro H, RN and stockless side for Parker to go in. He'd already turned the light on. Barrage was lying on his back on the floor. Side of his head had been punched in, and a plumber's wrench with the end blunky and hair matted was lying on the door between the and the toilet. Al Hay searched the house and it was empty. One Parker turned in at the new mailbox, with the name Willis on it. Was the name Claire was using here, because at one time Parker had lived under the name Charles Willis, and Claire was trying to make her presence in his life retroactive to the time before they'd met. So she was going to be Claire Willis for a while. At the hotel in New York, where she was either to have waiting for him or to have left a message. There'd been a message. He'd known when he'd taken the sealed envelope from the desk clerk that it meant she'd found a house somewhere in the Northeast. It turned out to here, 70 miles from New York, tucked away in a rural corner where the state lines of New York and New Jersey and Pennsylvania all meet. It was a small house, part gray stone and part brown shingling, built in the middle of a deep rectangular tree-covered lot between this blacktop road and the edge of a lake called Colliver's Pond. The driveway was crushed stone. There were trees and underbrush all around the house instead of lawn, and the two-car attached garage looked almost as big as the rest of the place. The end garage doors were open, old-fashioned doors that swung out to sides, showing an empty space inside. Next to it, in the half-light, stood Claire's blue Buick, a legal car under her own name. IPPON Tyak Parker was driving was a Mace, TH height outside the law but with papers go XL enough to pass a normal inspection, a car on Notixley's wanted list. Parker drove the Pontiac into the garage, took the two suitcases out of the trunk, put them out on the crushed stone driveway, and was closing the garage DCYRs when Claire came out of the main entrance of the house, wearing slacks and a white sweater, with a cloth tied around HCR head. She smiled but didn't say anything, and came walking toward him as he finished closing the doors. She was tall and slender and self-possessed, with the face and figure of a fashion nuptial. And she reached him. She put a very remote expression on her face, through which the smile still shone, and said, "Mr. Lynch." Elhat was the name he'd had the first time they'd met. She needed to keep touching things, to TX, sure they were still there, and when what she touched was the past, Parker had nothing to say back to her. His past didn't exist. Al said, "Hello." At the same time he didn't want to rebuff her. So he reached his arms mat and drew her in see loose. She nuzzled his throat and said, "You smell like money." He laughed, a barking sound. "That's the suitcase. I'll show it to you. And I'll show you the house." She stepped away from him, but kept one of his hands. "What do you think of it, so far?" He didn't think about houses, they had as much to do with his life as apple trees. But she needed an answer, so he said, "It fine. RHE outside. There's all sorts of advantages for us," SHC said. "Come on in, I'll tell you about it." Parker had to take his hand back to carry one of the suitcases. She went on ahead to open the door, and he carried the two bags. At the entrance, HC nodded to the right and said, "Our clothes." Spring foliage was skimpy on the trees, and a white clapped HR house could be seen less than 50 feet away on that side. "That's one of the nice things," she said. "Come on in, I'll tell you everything." Holding the door, she said, "You hungry?" "Later. After I shower." It was a large country kitchen he'd entered, with old electrical appliances around the walls, an old porcelain double sink under the windows facing the neighbor's house, and a red and yellow dot pattern linoleum on the floor so old the lines of the floorboards underneath could be seen clearly through it. The Formica and chrome kitchen set in the middle of the was 20 years newer than everything else, but still 30 years old. Claire shut the door. We don't have any neighbors. Both sides, empty almost all year. Come HCRC, ICTMC show you. Parker had put TBC suitcases down against the wall. Now he followed Claire through a wide doorway at the far left corner of the kitchen and into a large living room, where the two garages took the front left quarter of the house and the kitchen most of the front right quarter. This living room filled the left rear quarter, behind the garages. In the middle of the wall it shared with the garage space was a stone fir plaque. Directly the fireplace was with several small paned windows stretching away on both sides. Through these windows, and the glass in the door, the lake could be seen, and a small structure of some kind down by the water's edge. Claire led the way diagonally across the living room. It was furnished in maple tables and mohair chairs, all old and battered and lodge-looking, and through the door to a screened porch overlooking the lake. RHE air was cooler on this side of the house, she said. It's a Jake. Most of the houses are just for the summer. The real estate woman told me there's only 15% around the lake year-round. And most of that is across there on the other side, because this side gets the wind in the winter time. So we can live here all year without any neighbors. And then go somewhere else in the summer. That's normal. 2. A lot of people rent their houses in the summer. We can do the same. She was proud of herself, and it sounded in her voice. Parker knew she'd done her house searching with his specific needs at the top of her list. And she'd found a place that was perfect, and she was pleased with herself. He said, "It must have hard to find a place like this." She smiled. "It took a while. But you can relax here, you don't have to on guard." There was no answer to that. He was on guard everywhere. It was natural to him. He said, "What's that building down by the water?" "A boathouse, El craze no though." "Want to see it?" El here was a slate walk from the porch steps across to the boathouse. Stumps showed where trees had been sawed away to give a clearer view of the lake from the house. But there were still several trees standing, and underbrush between. Boulders lined the water's edge, with ropey shrubs growing out over some of them. And Aki and Clerk ran out over the water along the side of the boat. There were spider webs across the closed boathouse door. Claire brushed them away, saying, "They build these new every day. I wish they'd get discouraged." She 01x-ned the door, pushing it inward, and stepped inside, saying, "He door's very narrow here." The was about 12 feet wide and 25 feet long, with a concrete floor about 18 inches wide along 3 sides. A vertical garage door closed the wide in the fourth wall. Through its grimy windows the far shore of the lake could be seen. Water lapped at the concrete inside the boathouse at 2 feet below floor level. Claire said, "We can get a boat, if you want." Parker never liked to be in a place with only one exit, boat or boathouse included. He said, "Maybe later on. Me get used to a house first." Her smile was a bit crooked. "That will be differ. And won't it?" IVHCY went back to the house. Parker had met Claire 3 years in Indianapolis. She was an airline pilot's widow, and an in-law of her dead husband. A coin dealer named Billy Lebitard had involved her in a coin convention robbery. Spatard was an amateur with a rich fantasy life. And at the end the IAB went very sour. Spatard was killed, there was bloodshed everywhere, and Parker had dragged Claire out of the way at the last minute. They'd been together since then. But her on XRI ins of his profession had enough. Particularly after the husband she'd lost in an airplane. Now she wanted to know none of the details of the ventures he went on, not even where he was going or how long he expected to be gone. When he was around they lived together in resort hotels. Mostly. Up till now, and when he was gone she waited for him. In the living room again. She said, "I've been NXRXing you to show up at night. So I've been making a fire after dinner. I wanted to have a fire going when you came, we'll mock one a little later. It doesn't matter what time of day you get here," SHC said. They went back to the kitchen and he put one of the suitcases up on the kitchen table. SHC sat in one of the chrome tube chairs and watched. The suitcase was closed with 2 and 3 snaps. Parker, the XLTS, used a key to unlock and the snaps, and then lifted the lid. Veal took out the 2 sweaters on top, dropped them on a chair, and the suitcase was full of bills. Lair grinned at the money. "L must say it good, 12,000. I took away SEVCNTCCN. But I stashed 5. He had several caches around the country. For emergencies. Back when the Charles Willis name had been blown. Back from before he'd met Claire. All his original caches had been lost to him. HC was still, 4 years later, rebuilding them. I spent some of it on the house. You can it any way you want. I want to get some teeter furniture. And a decent kitchen. Do WC have a basement? Just under part of the house. You get into it through the garage. We'll want to have a place to stow some of this. L started a checking account in town. It's OQT 6 miles back toward New York. We can't go there with 12 grand in a suit." She laughed, shaking her head. "No, I thought I'd sit 200 or 300 a week, whatever we need. There's something solid and dependable at a checking account. I want this house to have such a perfectly legal and normal to it that NOLNDY will ever even think twice about it. For me." SHC looked sharply at him, then smiled and said, "All right. For both of us. But partly for you. I appreciate it. And if I have nesting instinct, that's E.NRT of what makes MC a woman, didn't argue?" She looked around and looked at him again, her head. "You make me feel like I'm trying to domesticate a gorilla." He closed the lid down over the money. "Gorillas have mates. You aren't a gorilla," she said. "And I'm not trying to domesticate you. It's just strange to have you here, that's all." Parker at her. Most of the time he didn't think about it, but every once in a while he really 7.ed she wasim fh redant to him. He made his voice and his face softer, and said, "We'll both get used to it." "L no WC will. I'll take the shower now." The final quarter of the house. Behind the kitchen and TXI the living RCRN. Contained the TKDRCXM and adjoining bath. Both rooms had windows overlooking the lake, and a door ted from the out onto the same broad B, RCH he'd ixen to before from the living room. Both rooms were connected to the kitchen, and had a connecting door between them as well. The bathroom, eking in the corner, had windows in 2 walls, both glazed. These were old-fashioned, with a brass double bed and tall wooden chifforotter in the bedroom and a Lion FCK tub with a plastic shower curtain hanging from a rod over it in the bathroom. Parker put both suitcases away in the bedroom closet, stripped, and took a hot shower, standing on a rubber mat in the white tub. While he was still there, the shower curtain opened and Claire stuck her head in. "Is there room for 2? "Plenty." He put his hand out to help her, and she stepped over the side of the tub and in. "Steamy." She turned in a circle, getting completely wet. Then he kissed her, sliding his hand down the long slick line of her back. The hot water streaming down their faces, and she raised her dripping arms lazily to close them around his neck. Parker sat king into the fire. A night wind had come up. and wood made small creaking noises in the top of the house. There was a low attic up there, he'd kept it over earlier today, and it was as full of noises now as a ship at anchor. Claire had turned off all the lights in the living, so their only sources of illumination were the fire and light spill from the kitchen. It made Parker nervous, the semi-darkness and the anonymous sounds, but he understood there was nothing to swear of here. And he knew the atmosphere would make Claire happy, so he said nothing. She was sitting beside him on the sofa, leaning her shoulder against his, and after a long silence she said, "What are you thinking about?" "I have to call Handy McKay." Handy, who used to be in the same profession and was retired to his own dinner now in Presque Isle, Maine, was Parker's contact with the rest of the Bent world. Any HXLY who wanted to get in touch with Parker at UTIAB or anything along those lines had to call Handy, who would on the message, "Don't call him tonight. L don't intend to." In the morning, he didn't say anything. She said, "Is this going to too dull for you? L like it? You re sure?" Doubt and fear were evident in her voice. "If we want a vacation somewhere else," he said, "we can go, and then come back." L that's right. She sounded happier. "For now I like it." He tried to find a way to let her know he was telling the truth, and finally said, "I can feel my shoulders getting loose." "That's good," she said, and leaned closer to him. He could smell her perfume and the fire, intermixed. A little later she said, "Would you tell me about where you were?" "You mean the job?" "Yes. You said you never to hear it." "I'll feel different now. I still don't think I want to know anything ahead of time. But when it's over, and you're TNCK, I think I'd like to hear. Unless you don't want to tell me." "L don't mind." She abruptly sat up and leaned forward to pick up her cigarettes from the coffee table, keeping her face deadly turned away, so that she was a silhouette him and the fire. SHC said, "Sometimes I wish was attracted to normal average Friday MCN who live quiet safe lives, and NCVCR make anybody nervous." L his had been between them since the SHC was only ingert in men most lives are dangerous, but when SHC had on SHC wished he'd be more Carkfu. Parker said, "I know. Your husband. And the stock car racer. And you. I'm the worst of all. I moved into this house over a week ago. Every night I sat here like this, and I couldn't even anticipate. Picked the house with you in mind, and didn't know if you'd ever see it. No. You are the worst of all, damn it. With the ERS, at least I knew where they were, I knew what they were facing, and if something happened I knew about it right away. But you. Someday you'll go off and you never will come back, and how will I know when to stop?" Reese came over her from time to time, and there was never anything Parker could say to her. Al wouldn't lie to her, and he had no reassuring truths to say. HC intended to go on being careful, within his own definition of THC word. But it was struck that something could always happen, that it might be one time that HC wouldn't get back. Once he tried to point out to her that it was no good spoiling the times he did come back by worrying about his not returning sometime in the future, but she thought that kind of attitude was unfeeling, so he hadn't mentioned it anymore. Now all he did was wait it out. She sat hunched forward a minute longer, smocking angrily at THC's surface of the coffee table. RHC and SHC shook her head and threw the cigarette into the fire and turned her head to say, "I'm sorry. I have to open the valve CVCRY once in a while, I guess, and ICT some of the steam out. Will you tell me about this last time? What kind of place was it? Not another coin convention. No a rock and roll concert?" She grinned uncertainly. "You're kidding." "No." He went on to tell her the whole story, from beginning to end. He left out only two things: the names of the people he was with, because they wouldn't mean anything to her, and the discovery of Berej's dead body in the house afterward. None of them had L.X.N able to figure out what Berej was doing there. He'd known 80 UT the place, of course, from THC Karlakra meetings, but there'd been no reason for him to go there the night of the job, nor had they turned up THC guy who'd killed him. They'd stayed in the house 3 days, having removed Berej to the basement that first night, and the killer hadn't COMC back. Keegan had BCCN full of explanations, but none of them had sounded probable, and in the end none of them had mattered, because they'd split the take and waited out the manhunt and left the house to go their ways, and the death of Berej had affected them not at all. Parker left the death out for 2 reasons, because he knew it would disturb her, and because it raised unanimous swearable questions that didn't matter but that he knew would plague her mind. At the end, when he was finished describing THC routine to her, SHC said, "So it went just right, didn't it?" "Mostly. If only they could all like that. Simple, safe, and finished with. And back you come." "That's right," he said. 3/4 day he was at the house, he was working on a stash hole in the basement when Claire called down the stairs, "Handy McKay on the phone?" Ile went upstairs, and she was waiting for him. "We don't need money yet," she said. "L.etc. what he's got?" Parker went into the living room and picked up the phone. Ile identified himself, and Landy's voice said, "Did your friend Keegan get in touch with you?" He sounded vaguely worried. "No. Should he? He called last night, said he had to talk to you about that time you were together last week. Said it was important. But he couldn't say much. Nor could Landy. Not on the phone." Parker said, "Why should he call me? Why not you?" He said he was moving around. Didn't have a place he could reach. It was definitely Keegan. From things he said. And moving around. Not having a place he could reach, I figured maybe that meant he really should get in touch with you. Meaning that to Handy it had sounded as though Keegan might having trouble with the law. Which naturally Parker would have to told about. Parker said, "You told him where I was." That wasn't the way it WMS Soupy said to work. Handy passed messages on to Parker. Didn't he give Parker's whereabouts to other people? Particularly not now. Not Claire's house. 9 ironing more worried. Handy said, "Your phone nerds are. It really sounded strong. I had to make a GL suppose." "All right. But Kia, I thought it over. And I figured I'd better call you and make sure." "Okay. I'll handle it, didn't louse you up." "Me, TFK, dot." Parker hung up and went to the kitchen, where Claire was sitting reading a magazine with her lunch. Ilk said, "Handy gave out this number?" She looked at him. "What does that mean?" "Don't know yet. He gave it to one of our Opal I on that last job with." "When did he give it to him?" "Last night." She closed the magazine. "And he hasn't called, so that means something's wrong?" "Yes." "What?" "Don't know yet." "What do we do about it?" "You go to New York. Move into a hotel for a few days. Move. Just until go talk to Keegan. Nat's his name. Don't want to leave my house." She said. "We don't know what Keegan wanted it for. Or who he wanted it for. I can't leave you alone here." She got to her feet. Frowning. Angry and irritable. "I'm not going to go away from my house. I just got this house. I'm not going away from it." She went over to the sink with her plate and cup. Turned the water on, left it on and stuck slow THCRC with her back to him. Parker walked around the table and stalked beside her. Can't wait here for it, not knowing what it is. I have to go see Keegan. I know where he was headed from the job, I'll go there and see him and find out what's going on." But what if there's trouble from Sornet Scalyls, and they come here while I'm gone? Leave me a gun? That isn't sensible. Hands gripping tight to the lip of the sink. As though she was prepared to resist, Tring dragged physically out of the house. She turned her head and stared coldly at him and said, "I am not going to leave my house." He hesitated, then shrugged and turned away. Back as I can, for Keegan was nailed to the wall. His naked iron cigarette burned and scratched with a knife tip, but it was probably the bleeding around the nails in his forearms that had killed him. He shriveled and small, hanging there. His feet crumpled against the ix neath him. Keegan was a drinker who liked isolation, so there'd no need to gag him. This Minnesota farmhouse surrounded by dairy grazing land half a mile from the nearest nadir. He could be left to either scream or tell the VX Opal torturing him what they wanted to know. Parker touched the corpse's chest. And it was cold. They must have started on him very soon after he'd made his call to Handy. Had they ironed with him, then was it for them he'd phoned Handy? It was now shortly after midnight. Parker had driven from Claire's house to Newark Airport, had taken the first plank to Minneapolis, and had stolen a white Dodge station wagon in the airport parking lot for the 45-mile drive to this house. Seen the house for the last quarter mile or more. All lit up as though for a night wedding, but when he'd gotten here the light had shone on empty RNS and silence. He'd entered the house cautiously, searched it RCKM by room, and at last he'd found Keegan nailed to an upstairs wall. Long since, and the house torn apart. Besides what they'd done to Keegan, they'd ripped the house open from top to bottom, looking for something. The fact that no rooms at all were left unstripped suggested they hadn't found what they were looking for. In the kitchen, there'd been dishes in the sink and on the table to show where two men had eaten 2 meals, a dinner and a breakfast. So they'd been out of here already by the time Handy had called Parker today. Parker made a fast surface scan of the house. And then left. I'd worn rubber gloves inside, except when he'd stripped one off so he could feel the coldness of Keegan's chest. And now he stood beside the Dodge and peeled the gloves off. Put them in his pocket, and held his hands out in the air a minute, flexing the fingers. Letting the skin get dry and cool. He frowned toward the house, thinking, Burrage dead, Keegan tortured and dead. His house searched. Keegan trying to locate Parker, just before the torturing started. Somebody wanted something. And the connecting link was Burrage. WHV kill Burrage back in the hideout. After killing him. Why not stick around? Because 4 men would be showing up. And these were only 2, better to wait till the 4 split up, and go after them one at a time. Follow one home, start with him. The others through him. 3 others? Are just Parker? How were they traveling? Could they be on the East Coast already? Parker got into the Dodge and headed back toward Minneapolis. After 15 miles he saw the light of a phone booth outside a closed gas station in a silent, empty, dark town. RHE phone booth, 3 street lights, a yellow blinker at the only intersection. That was the extent of the illumination in the town. Parker rolled to a stop beside the phone booth, cut the Dodge's lights, left the motor run. Ning. And got out. Al had a pocket full of change, which he took out while walking to the phone booth and put on the metal tray in there. Left the door open, so the interior light stayed off, only the light on top continuing to shine. When the blinker signal at the intersection was on, there was enough light to dial by. When it was off, he paused for a second with his finger waiting in front of the dial. An operator came on to tell him how much. And he put the coins in during the phases of yellow light. There was a long silence punctuated by clicks, one ring sound. And Claire's voice, "Hello. It's me. How are things?" "Fine. How are you?" "No visitors. Nobody at all." "Will you be back soon?" "My friend died of a lingering illness. Very painful illness." A little silence. And then a small voice, only so much could be said on a telephone, "You're out to take a day or two off. Go to New York. Do some shopping." "Elle don't want to leave my house," she said. "Ellie's is serious. So am El Romoro. I'll buy a dog. I'm talking about tonight. I'll all right." I went out and got a rifle. Parker frowned at the phone. He wanted to tell her a house with all those windows, all those exterior doors, couldn't be defended, not with a rifle, not with a dog, not against two men who nail a man to a wall and burn him with cigarettes. But you couldn't say things to a telephone that you wouldn't willing to say to a district attorney. So he tried to get his meaning into his voice instead of his words. "Elle think you ought to go away." "Elle know what you think," she said. And then tried to soften it, saying, "Elle know you're worried about MC. But you just don't know what this house means to me. I can't go away from it. Not after I just got into it. I won't driven away from it." There was a little silence then while he thought, until she said, "El Lelto? Are you there?" He was thinking about going back, waiting for them to show up. His instinct was against it. When the opposition is coming at you, the place to is on their back trail, coming up behind them. But how could he leave Claire in the house alone? RHE decision was hers. He had to handle it the way he knew was right, no matter what. Lai said, "What you do right now? You pack everything there that's mine and get it out. Stow it all in one of the empty houses around there, but do it now, don't wait till morning. You don't have that much here? So it won't take long. If anybody comes looking for me, you don't fight them. Understand me? You don't fight them. What do instead? You just run a message service. You only see me 2 or 3 times a year. When I give you some money for taking care of my messages, what you tell them? Any time a message comes for me, you call the Wilmington Hotel in New York and leave it for me in the name of Edward Latham. You got that?" "Yes." "But what? Give MC the names back. Is it important?" "Yes, those aren't the names to use. Wilmington Hotel. Edward, I'm sorry. Latham. Edward Latham." She repeated the name. "Is that don't antagonize them? LHC wiry very mean PEO. I'll know how to be a little mouse," she said. "That's good. I'll get back there as soon as I can." "No you will. Clean my stuff out of there right away." "El will. I'll," broke the connection. Put in a dime, dialed 212-555-1212. Got the Wilmington Hotel's phone number from New York City information. Dialed it, pumped more chank in the box. And got the desk clerk, "Want to make a reservation for 3 days start. Ingers Day. Name? Sir Latham. Edward Latham. El Lomé address. Newcastle Business Machines, Minneapolis, Minnesota. El Hatsa single. Sir. Yes. For 3 nights. Yes. We will hold the reservation until 3 p.m. on El Thursday. Yes. I know. Thank you for calling the Wilmington. Sir. Parker broke the connection again and dialed a number in Chicago. It rang 6 times, and then a heavy mouth voice came on, saying, "I hope to hell this isn't a wrong number. You know what time it is. I'm looking for a fellow named Briley. He and I just did some musical work together. You the guy called the day before yesterday?" "No. Rat was Keegan. I'll called at a better time of day, my friend. But I'll tell you just what I told him. Your friend is retiring in Detroit. No fixed abode. No contact. You're supposed to be his contact. As handy was Parker's. I'll know what I'm supposed said to be. You know a girl in Detroit named Evelyn Kane. You'll find her. There was a click. Parker hung up. And a tractor trailer roared by, downshifting as it went through the little town. It was the only traffic that had passed here since Parker had stopped at the car, stood in the phone BLH now, and watched the truck tail lights recede, the red lights outlining the trailer body. He frowned at the departing lights. Ing. He had no way to get to Morris. No matter what means of transportation Keegan's killers were using. It made sense for them to work in a straight line, which would mean Detroit before the East Coast, starting from Minnesota. So there should be safe time for Claire in that. Maybe. Parker went over and got into the Dodge and drove it back to the slot he'd stolen it from in the Minneapolis airport parking lot. 5. There were no girls in the booths at this time of day. And no customers at the bar. When Parker walked in, the only present was the bartender, writing on a sheet of paper beside the OVRN cash register. Parker went over and sat down on A, and the bartender looked sideways at him and said, "I can't serve you a drink this early. Against the law. Jay don't want a drink. I want a girl named Evelyn, Mrs. Keene. She isn't one of the girls here. Don't want her for that. I want her because she knows how I can get in touch with a friend of mine." The bartender tapped the eraser of his VX pencil against his front TCCTH. Don't know her personally, HC said thoughtfully. Think I may have heard the name. I could ask around. Thanks. I'll just make a couple phone calls. I can sell you a soda. Don't need one? Up to you. It just makes me nervous to have a John at the bar with no glass in front of him. I'll be right back. Parker read the bottle labels on the back bar for 3 minutes, and then the bartender came back with a folded piece of paper. I was told this was the place you ought to go. Hanks. Parker reached for his wallet. On the house, the bartender said. Come back when you can buy me a drink. Right. Parker went out and got a cab and took it to the address he'd been given, a brick apartment building construct the wars in a neighborhood that hadn't gotten teeter. There was no name in the slot next to the button for Parker pushed it, waited to identify himself, and didn't have to, the buzzer sounded right away. Unlocking the door. There was no elevator, and 5F was on the top floor. He went up, hearing nothing from the top of the stairwell, and walked along the carpeted corridor to the apartment door. Light bulbs imitating candle flames were in wall sconces imitating candles, but only 3 of them were lit, leaving the hall in semi-darkness. Parker rang and the man who opened the door had a gun in his hand. Come in, he said. Parker held his hands out from his body, and went. There were 4 of them in the living room, but only one counted, the middle-aged fat man sitting on the sofa, rolling a cigar in his fingers. The other 3, including the one who'd opened were just extensions of the fat man's wool. The fat man said, "Search him." Parker said, "I have an automatic under my left arm and a knife under my collar in back." The fat man frowned at him, and said nothing, while one of the hoods frisked him. He came up with the automatic and the knife, and put them on the console television set. Then he his head at the fat man, and stammered back out of the way. Fat man said, "What you got a knife down your back for?" "In case some key tells me to put my hands up. You can draw and throw from back there." "Sometimes." "That's nice. What you want with Mrs. Keene?" I had a very slight accent, which made him thick-tongued. "I'm looking for a friend of mine. I was told she knew where he WXS. Who's the friend?" "His name is Briley." Fat man looked at his then back at Parker. "Briley? Who the hell is Briley?" "I know that I'm for. Another friend of his said I should ask Mrs. Keene." "Another friend? What other friend?" man named in Armwell. The fat man was to get angry, because he didn't understand what was going on, and HC felt frustrated. What the hell are all these names? Briley. Armuxi. Who are you? CLOM Lynch. That was the name on the Dex merits in his wallet, LOM Lynch. K. Rom Lynch, she's right in there. ILE nodded his head toward a closed door. Parker went over and opened the door, and she was lying on the bed in there. Here were no lights on and the shade was drawn, but the window faced east and morning sunlight radiated through the shade, making an amber light. There was no question she was dead. Parker shut the door again and turned to 100K at the fat man. See, last night somebody did that. This morning you come looking. Did they nail her to the wall? The fat man frowned. How do you mean, nail her to the wall? With nails. You mean for reap like crucify? Why would anybody do a thing like that? Hay got to another friend of mine 2 days ago. They nailed him to the wall. RHE fat man looked thoughtful, and then said, Yon connected with one of the families back east. No. I'm on my own. But you got friends? Some. And enemies. And they're killing your friends. Yes, are they? Don't know. I'm behind them, and I'm trying to catch up. RHE fat man chewed the end of his cigar. It wasn't lit, but the end he was chewing gave off an odor. He took it from his mouth at last. Gestured toward the closed door with it. And said. Mrs. Keene was a very important lady. You know what she did? Thinks she ran girls. She ran a lot of girls. SHC was very damn good. A woman is always better than a man at that, but it's tough to find a woman with business brains. Ray'd rather marry a man and steer him like a car. He made steering motions over his stomach. He had a fat man's way of sitting, feet widespread and flat on the floor. Parker waited. RHE fat man hadn't said anything yet that he should reply to. So he just stood there and waited. The fat man brooded at the closed door, thinking about his organizational problems. Then he said, They're after you too, hub? Thinks so. I can't sure till I find them. But you don't know who they are, or how come they're after you. You know how many, think. You can handle them yourself. Thinks so. He fat man nodded his head at the three. You want MC to loan you a boy? I'm better off on my own. This thing ought to punished. Ray left me one hell of a headache. I figured to start my own FX Opal out. Hay wouldn't know where to go or what to look. Hat's where you could help them, the fat man said. I'm better off by myself. The fat man pursed his lips. Look, he said. If Mrs. Keene knew this friend of yours, Briley, it means she supplied him girls. So what I can do now, I can put some people to work on the phone. Check out all her girls. Find out who got sent to a guy named Briley. Then I can tell you where he is. On the other hand, I can send people of my own and the hell with you. Briley doesn't know he knows me. I'll believe me and work with me. If we aren't wasting much time here. Time. Aldo, call the office for me. Lynch. Go sit down over THCRC. Parker went over to the chair in THC corner and sat down. The way the RRRM was arranged, all four of them were now him and his armaments on top of the television set. Aldo dialed the phone, talked into it BRIC6Y, handed the receiver to the fat man. The fat man rumbled into it for a while. Then hung up. Lynch, come over here. Parker walked over. Ynch, we decided to save our own. You want to take care of them. You take care of them. You wait here now, Summitem, DY will call you, tell you where Briley is. Aldo, give him a card. Lynch, you need help, you lose the trail. Anything wrong, Can Aldo, the card said, Family Bowling Center, with a Dearborn address and phone number. Parker put it in his HSkit. The fat man heaved himself to his feet. Don't go over till you're gone till after we leave. He walked toward the DCX, the three around him like tugboats around an liner. At the door, he backed and said, Have a good hunt. Thank you. Che left. Parker glanced at the closed dressroom door. Then went over and got the automatic and knife and put them away. Elherk was the possibility he was simply being set up to eat this rap, though it seemed pointless. Still the chance existed that the fat man would have Aldo dial P. Lice I led quarters from some other telephone. And in 5 or 10 minutes the law would walk in and start asking questions Parker couldn't answer. None of the NRTMCNT windows overlooked the street. Parker propped the hall door open with a straight chair from the kitchen and walked down the corridor past the stairwell to the window at the end. Down below was the sidewalk and the street. Across the way, 2 of the hoods were heaping the fat man into the back of a black Cadillac. Parker watched the 3 of them drive away. It didn't surprise him that the 4th had been left behind. He'd expected the fat man would take shadow to him until he got to the people who'd killed Mrs. Keene. It was a problem that could handled later. Ellie waited half an hour. Ibis was a workingman's apartment house, and though there was occasional movement on the floors below, no one appeared up on the top nor at all. And then, after half an hour by the window overlooking the street, Parker heard the phone ring in Mrs. Keene's apartment. I'll strode down the corridor, shoved the chair out of the way so the door would swing closed, and crossed the room to pick up the receiver. A colorless female voice said, Robin Motel. Pontiac 6. The 3rd time Parker pounded on the door. A sleep-heavy man in t-shirt and jockey shorts opened it and blinked blearily out at him, weaving slightly as HC said, What day is it? I'm looking for Briley. Briley? Christ, is that the son? Parker pushed the rest of the way open and went in. RHE sleepy man tottered backward, not quite losing his balance, saying, Jesus. Fella, don't next fella over. Briley's group had a 4-unit separate section of the motel completely to themselves. This section was off behind the parking lot where they wouldn't disturb any body. All the connecting drawers were open. The drapes were closed over all the windows, and they had their own private dim-lit world in which to party. A naked girl was curled up asleep on the in front of the television set, which was showing a soap opera with the sound turned off. Fretful women sat at a kitchen table on the grainy screen and mouthed worried remarks at one another. A couple was asleep in one of the room's double beds, the other was empty, but rumpled. Empty full ashtrays and stray playing cards were all over the room. RHE girl sleeping in front of the television set was clutching a thick white candle in one hand. Parker went over to look at the man asleep in the bed. But it wasn't Briley. I'll turn back to the one who was semi-awake and said, Briley's the one I want to see. It's got to be C2 Carly in the day. What did I do with my watch? Parker went over and took him by the upper arm and applied pressure. Briley, he said. Where's Briley? Jesus. Down at the end. I told you twice already, down in the end room. Parker released him. CL Hank's thing, the man said, and waved in the general direction of the girl on the floor. I'll have one's mine. Ren HC weaved over and got into bed with the other couple, and began rummaging with the girl's key under the sheet. Eyes closed. She rolled over to face him and put her arms around him, and when Parker left the room they were moving together, neither of them entirely awake. Briley wasn't in the last room, the ones in B. Tween had continued the same general style as the first one, and Unit 4 was no exception. Except that in here there was an odd number of people, a man and woman asleep in one bed, and a woman asleep alone in the other. It took a while to wake the solitary woman. Parker finally took a worm of club soda and emptied it on her. She sat up, then, sputtering, shaking, and Parker said, "Where's Briley?" "What?" She used the sheet to her face. "Ugh. I hate soda." "Briley," Parker said. "HC got a phone call," she said. "I went away." "Where, lo do know?" "I wrote something down over there." "What time did he get the call?" SHC peered up at him, squinting although the was very dim. "Are you kidding?" Parker left her and went over to the stand between the LXDS. The phone was there. And a pencil, and a small memo end of blank white paper. RHE woman patted the wet pillow. "What a hell of a mess you made in here. That wasn't nice." Parker picked up the pad and pencil and walked around and went into the John. He turned on the light and shut the door. And tried to angle the pad so he could read the indentations in the top sheet that had been left when Briley had written on the sheet above it. He could see the lines. But he couldn't make them out. There was a Formica counter beside the sink. Parker put the pad down on that and very lightly brushed the pencil back and forth over the paper. RHE indented lines grew less dark. The scrawled note read, 53 2 miles and Romeo left Church Galt on right. Parker put the pad and pencil in his, opened the door, switched off the bathroom light, and went outside to find a man dressed in nothing but pants blocking his way with a Eltel in his hand, the bottle held as a club. The man said, "What's your story, Mac?" "I'm a friend of Briley's." "ILC ain't here?" "I'll know that." The woman he'd awakened was asleep again. Her head on the wet pillow. Both women were asleep. You ought to get out of here." Parker said nothing. HC started for the pass. To the man's left. He went one pace farther. Then dropped to one knee and the tie, till curved over his head, the man grunting as the swing went past the spot where he'd exverted it to stop. Parker came up behind the swing and hit the man twice in the stomach. A man who's partying has a weak stomach. The man made a sound, dropped the bottle, backed up 2 steps, ran into his bed, and fell down on it, both arms over his stomach. He landed on his woman's legs, and she to thrash around in her sleep. The man rolled over onto his side on THC bed and stayed there, his arms still pressed to his stomach, his mouth open like a fish. Parker went outside, where the sun SECMED twice as bright as before, glaring off the concrete drive. Over on Route 59. Trucks were going by, smudging the air. The car he'd picked up in Detroit, a green Mustang, was down at the other end of this 4-unit section. Parker walked down to it, got in, and drove a quarter-mile to a gas station. Al looked at a Michigan map while the tank was being tilled. Here was a Route 53. North of Detroit on was a town called Romeo. When HC pulled out of the gas station, the TXIGE Buick that had been following him since Mrs. Keene's place was still behind him. 7 Parker slowed for the turn. He was nowhere near Romeo or Route. Al was turning from a blacktop SEC Andre road onto a dirt road that led directly into woods. LHC beige Buick, because of the lack of other traffic out here, was keeping well back. Parker drove half a mile before he found a place where he could pull IIIC Mustang off the dirt track. Rees hemmed the car in on all sides. It was green, which in here was a lucky color. Parker left THC car, crossed the dirt road, and made his way through the trees back the way he'd come, paralleling the path. After a minute or two he heard the Buick coming, and stopped alongside a tree. His automatic was in his right hand. RHE Buick went slowly by, crumpling twigs beneath the tires. RHE driver was one of the hoods who'd been with the fat man. One beside him. Parker had never seen before. But HC was in the same mold. Parker shot the left front tire, and waited. and for a long time nothing happened at all. The driver had stopped the car the instant the shot sounded. HC man beside him was holding a revolver up with its butt resting on the dashboard, and both were turning their heads, looking at the woods all around them. Neither tried to hide, neither made any move to get out of the car. It was a very, very contained reaction. Parker called. "Drive forward." Very slowly. RHCY1M, TH looked toward the sound of his voice, but HC knew they couldn't see him. ILC waited while they looked for him. Then on another. And finally the driver put the car in gear and it slid forward, the bumping up and down because of the flat tire. RHE car went just a few feet, and then the brake lights went on and it stonks D again. The driver called. "We got a flat. Drive anyway." Slowly driver looked irritable. But he took his foot off the brake and the Buick limped forward again. Parker kept to the trees. Far enough away so he difficult to see as HC moved from cover to cover, yet close enough to keep the Buick in sight. I didn't want the passenger to slip out and come king for him on his blind side. RHE brake lights went on again briefly when they came to the Mustang. But the car didn't entirely stop. Parker angled in closer. And when the Buick had gone about 30 feet past the Mustang, he called. "Stop there." And the Buick stopped. "Turn off the engine. Climb out. Both on the left side. Leave your guns on the front seat. Walk around in front of the car. Face away from the car. Put your hands on your heads." Parker moved cautiously to the Buick. Watching them. Neither of them said anything. To him or to one another. I opened the driver's door, took the keys out of the ignition, put them in his pocket. There were 2 revolvers on the scat. ILC put away his own automatic. Picked up the 2 revolvers. Stepped D back from the car. And said. "You'll hear shots now. I'm SHM, Ting Tires. Not you. And you're making a big mistake," the driver said. "Before you shoot the tires," the other one said, and Parker put a bullet in the left rear. As he walked around the back of the car. The second man started again, "We're along to back you up. You're putting heat on your SELF for no reason. You aren't what WCRC after. L told your boss I work alone." Parker shot the right rear tire. Moved up the side of the car, LHC driver said. "Don't you know WCRC National? Don't you know you can't go anywhere we won't find you?" Parker shot the 4th tire. "Take 5 pack S4. Ward." L. Hay moved forward. Driver said, "You're going out of your way to make a lot of mad at you." He paced to the right. "Now lie down." FACC% down, L. Hay were now where he could keep an eye on them while he backed up to the Mustang. He had to lose sight of them for a few seconds while he got into the car and started the engine, and when he backed onto the RCHLD, one of them was out of sight and the other was on his feet. Parker ignored that, and ran the Mustang in reverse all the way to the Blacktop Road, where he turned north. 8 glass shattered in front of his face. A pistol shot sounded in the tall reeds beside the house. Parker leaped over the porch railing, landed on his shoulder, and rolled for cover over the brown courtyard. In scraggly brush, he out his automatic, got to hands and knees, and crawled for the back of the house. HC was going down the right side of the building, and the shot had come from the swampy ground off to the left. If the sniper didn't move EK4, Parker got there. He'd flanked when Parker came around the rear of the house and moved into the area of the swamp. There was no other sound. No other movement. This farmhouse, several miles northwest of Romeo on an unknown electric gravel road, had a old rural delivery mail X out front with the name Galt on it, but gave the impression of having LXN deserted for at least a few years. Most of the windows had been broken. And Sornetzley had removed clapboard siding from one section of the side wall. There were no other houses in sight. It was now mid-afternoon, and as hot as it was going to get today. 60 degrees. Mayflies made a background blur of sound that only intensified the silence. It was as though the leaves could be heard rustling on the fat oak trees beyond the farmer's field. Parker came around the rear of the house and stomped when he was still in cover but could see the Mustang where he'd parked it in front of the porch. He waited, sitting on his heels, ready to jump in any direction, and nothing happened. Nobly moved. A slight breeze semaphore tree leaves all around. Behind the broken windows of the house were no curtains or lights. Only darkness and vaguely seen blank walls with rectangular door spaces. Parker moved. The ground underfoot was very water squeezed to the surface around his shoes when he shifted his weight. He moved in a crouch, with one hand touching the ground for balance, and the sensation against those fingers was cold and damp. Movement. A rustling. Reeds bent, sluggishly, and didn't come upright again. Parker watched the movement to his right, away from the house, and waited for it to become something meaningful, but after a few minutes it stomped again. He headed toward where the agitation had LXN, and through the reeds he saw a form stretched out on the ground. And when he came closer, it was a man lying face down, arms laxly around his head. Alone? Parker circled him, listening, watching, and when the silence continued to stretch without snap. Ping! He moved in closer and saw the automatic enclosed in the slack fingers of the man's right hand. And also the familiar contour of his head. A reminiscent slope to the shoulder and back. Parker stood upright and looked around, and nothing happened. He stepped quickly forward and kicked the barrel of the gun. And it slid away through the reeds with a faint squishing sound. Parker bent and turned Briley over, and the front of his shirt and trousers was smeared with mud and blood, drying unevenly together. Put his hand to Briley's throat and felt pulse, felt breath shuddering in and out. I got to his feet, looked around, listened. Then stepped to the left, bent, picked up Briley's gun, held it in his hand and looked at it. It wasn't the same automatic he'd carried in the robbery. This one was a Colt Super Auto, chambered for a fairly old, well-used gun. It had the scratches and scars of a weapon that had been through many hands. Parker ejected the clip, and it was half empty. He put the clip back, felt the front of the barrel, and it was warm. Leaving Briley where he was, Parker went back to the house and up on the porch. Briley's shot had further broken the broken glass in the storm and had then gouged a new streak in the graying wood of the main door, before digging a hole for itself in the frame. Parker pulled open the storm door and saw the jimmy marks on the frame near the inner door's knob. He pushed, and the door eased open. Holding his own gun in his right hand and Briley's Colt in his left, he kicked the door farther, and stepped in. Place had TKN stripped. Wiring straggled from the walls where light switches and outlets had been removed. Molding around windows and had XN stripped away, and even part of the living room floor had been ripped up and taken away, leaving a gravesin hole through which a dirt-floored basement could be seen. Here was no bureau KLY around. Half a dozen cigar butts near the living room's front window showed WHCRC they'd stood while they'd waited for Briley to get here. And a piece of paper near them on the floor seemed nooker than the general layer of skag around the place. Parker picked it up and it had printing on it in two places. In one place, Billirth, Los Angeles, California Libre Beef is King, and in the other place, American Sugar Refining Company, New York, NY PAL had been wrapped around a cube of sugar and carried to Detroit from Los Angeles. Parker frowned at the paper, turning it in his hands. Sugar cubes made him think of horses, gave cubes of sugar to horses. But why have sugar here? Ren. Still thinking, horse made him think of the other way the word was used. Horse means heroin. But sugar has nothing to do with heroin, except sometimes wholesalers use sugar to cut horse. And then the thought of heroin led him to THC next step. And he knew what the sugar was here for. He held the piece of paper up toward the light, overfacing the broken-out windows. And there was the small hole. The pinprick in the paper. HC threw the paper away and went outside again and back over to Briley, who hadn't moved. HC put his hand to Briley's throat. And the pulse was still working, though very FCCBLY. Having turned Briley over before, Parker had made the bleeding from his stomach increase again. It was clear what had happened. Ned Briley had come here, the two waiting for him had tipped their hands too soon. Briley had run for cover. They'd managed to hit him with one or more shots before he got clear of them, but he'd kept going and either held them off or lost them in those over there. They'd given up after a while, and they'd gone away, taking Briley's car with them. Briley had come back to the house and passed out. And the sound of Parker's car arriving had brought him back to consciousness 1 LMST time. He'd come partly awake, afraid they were back again, and fired at the figure he'd seen on the porch. But that had been it for him, and he'd faded out again, and now he was finished. There was no trying to get Briley conscious again, and even if there'd been a reason for it, Parker doubted it would. Briley was dead everywhere but his lungs. They still kept moving the air in and out. But not for any good reason, and not for long. Parker got to his feet again, smeared Briley's colt with his palms to obscure his prints, dropped the gun on the ground beside the curved-fingered hand, and went away to the Mustang. 7 miles from the farmhouse, he stopped at a diner, ordered lunch, and got $2 in change from the cashier, which he took to the phone booth back by the restrooms. He dialed Claire's number in New Jersey, paid the operator what she asked for when she came on, and listened to 3 rings. Claire's voice said, "Hello." "Hello, it's me." "Oh," she said. "Mr. Parker." "Yes, I've been meaning you to call." She didn't sound frightened at all. Point 1 Claire stood in front of the house. She was wearing a pale green man-style shirt, and it wasn't enough, she was cold, and STCHD with her arms folded around herself, shoulders hunched. It was Saturday, shortly after noon, 20 minutes after the Cali from Landy McKay. Claire STH key there and watched Parker open the farther garage and go inside to his car. How could he travel that way? Without any luggage at all, nothing, not even an overnight bag? She thought, are we as mysterious to as they are to us? She stroked her cupped palms up and down over her upper arms, to warm herself, and thought briefly of her dead husband, who had been named Edward and called Ed. He'd always traveled with a black attaché case. She'd hated it. It had destroyed the glamour of the commercial pilot's uniform he'd worn, it made everything mundane. The Pontiac backed out of the garage and made a tight backward U-turn. When it stonks the left side of the car was toward her. Parker had his window rolled down, and he called, "I'll phone you tonight sometime." "Good." She raised a hand to wave, the way she used to do with Ed, and realized a second too late that with this one the gesture was inappropriate. She let her hand fall again, awkwardly, the flow of the movement interrupted, and finding no words to seem the awkwardness, nodded instead. The Pontiac rolled down the driveway and turned right on the blacktop road. Claire stood in front of the house, rubbing her folded arms, watching the car, and when it disappeared she flashed a sudden broad smile. Unintended, and into her mind came the thought, now it's she pushed the smile and the thought away, and turned to go into the house and distract herself with the busy work of making of tea to take off the chill, but she knew what the smile meant, and what the thought meant. And she knew they were both true. They meant the house was different now, and it was different. She went in and stood in the kitchen a minute before starting the water for tea, and the house had a different kind of silence about it now. Different from last week, before Parker had come here for the first time. In the days between her moving into the house and his arrival, it had simply been a house that a solitary woman had bought and was living in alone. During the 4 days of his stay, it had been their house, which meant Noth, DY's house, it was simply where they were staying. Like a hotel room. But now, with his mark on the place but with him not here, it was the house in which she waited for her man. That made Ali the difference in the world. She drank a cup of tea in the living room. Chairs faced the fireplace. But she turned one of them around to face the windows instead. With their view of the lake. She sat and looked at the empty lake and the tiny dots that were empty houses on the site shore. And the green mountains in the background. And she thought she would probably not want to stay here in the summer, when the lake and those houses would tx full. Haywood the summer somewhere exciting, New York or San Francisco. Milks they could go to $1,000. Not very much, really, he usually made more than that in one of his jobs. But he'd do more. There came into her mind. All at once. The RemMTKRCD picture of Lemka, his face all bltxdy, through the hole in the burst wall and saying French. As though it WCRC a surprising word he'd just invented, and not the name of the man who had just shot and killed him. She hated that memory. It was brief. And vivid. And incomplete, and always terrifying. In her memory Lemka came through the wall and said French and his face was bloody. And he was in the process of dying. But in her memory he never fell. Lemka and Parker and some others had taken doing AI of that strangely inappropriate word Parker used for his robberies. It was a coin convention. And they were stealing the cased coins from the guarded room where they were being held overnight. A coin dealer named Billy I. Abadard, distantly related by marriage to Claire's dead husband D, had conceived the robbery, hoping the money from it would win him Claire. It wouldn't. But she'd let him believe it might. This was shortly after Ed had been killed in the plane crash, and shortly after she'd learned just how little he had left her to go on with. It had still been a game. Then. Everything in her life up to that int had TXN a game, on way, or another. He teasing TX, why girl game that had seemed glamorous and fun in her teens, the exciting life game in Tring THC woman of an exciting man Andy. The stock car racer, Ed, the others in Ectween and after the death of Ed, a new game, charming con. Woman. With Billy L. Spatard as her first fun victim. And in the middle of it all. In the middle of the robbery that she had instigated, suddenly the game had stopped and humorless deadly people who weren't playing at anything had taken over, and Lemka had COMC through the hole in the wall with all over his face. Parker could have left her there. Then. She had screamed. And then she had become helpless. Unable to think or to move or to do anything to save herself. HC had gotten her out, she still didn't know how. And when she had gotten control of her mind again, she'd felt nothing but terror and guilt. Lemka was dead. Billy L. Abadard was dead. RHE game had crashed. And SHC no idea what to do next. Where to go. How to breathe. She'd said to Parker, "Will you take me with you?" And he'd said, "For how long?" And she'd known enough to say, "Until one of us gets I." Later she'd said to him, "L knows sometimes you'll have to go away and do these things. But those times you can't talk about. Not tell me anything, not 9-4. Not after." He'd said, "CL had s how I'd whether you wanted it or not. 4 years now. Living in hotels. Mostly, Parker awake occasionally. With her most of the time. But even when he was with her, he was in some manner away from her, he was the most locked-in man she'd ever met. And even when he was away, he was in some manner with her, because his existence was letting her go on playing the exciting life game after all. With added safety rules. It was exciting to eat in a restaurant with him and know SHC was the only one aware of who and what he was, and by some strange extension it TX came exciting to eat in a restaurant alone, and no none of the GN Opal around her could guess what kind of man she was waiting for. But even with the added safety rules, there had EK and an undercurrent of nervousness in her life that had refused to go away. She'd expected it to go with time. The dreams about I.Mka's face. The hollow feeling of darkness in the middle of sunny days. But it had neither lessened nor increased in the 4 years, remaining an ever-present knot of tension in the back of her mind. She hadn't told Parker it. Partly TX cause she wasn't sure what his reaction would be, and partly because in putting the nervousness and fear into words she was afraid she would make them stronger. But she tried to find something to cast the perk circ. And when THC thought of a house had come to her. A base of operations. A solid, real, dependable home which would hers, she had known at once it was the answer. There had been a secret pleasure in the conversations with real estate agents. Listening to their talk of taxes and schools, knowing they would never guess the real priorities inside her head. Living her true life below the placid surface of an assumed life, that was her IOE. And now she had it. The house. The nest. Forming the frame of her existence, and outside it the man who gave that existence its texture. Every task, no matter how ordinary, became charged with another level of meaning when she was doing it while waiting for Parker. Waiting for Parker. The thought of that made her the other thing he told her she was waiting for, had wanted to know where Parker could found would probably be coming here. If Parker didn't get to them first. He would. Wouldn't he? She frowned. Looking out at the lake. Considering the possibilities for the first time. There was a wind across the lake, the water was choppy, it looked cold. Would some stranger coming here? She hadn't wanted to think that. Not with Parker telling her to leave her house and go back to a hotel, but now that he was gone and the pressure on her to leave had gone with him. It was exable to think. To consider that someone from Parker's unknowable and menacing world might be coming here for reasons she knew nothing. ATX, utility afternoon was edging by. The quality of the light was changing on the lake. She felt she should make some movement, preparation. Do something to guard herself and her house from intruders. The last mouthful of tea in the cup was cold. She made a FME, got to her feet, carried the empty cup to the kitchen. Was still more in the but it was only lukewarm. SHC didn't he want it? Anyway. She put on a jacket. Walked around the house looking windows and then went out to the garage and opened the DCXRs and backed the blue Buick out. And then discovered there was no way to LCXK the garage doors. Luckily was a hasp lock but no padlock to secure it. Irritated, blaming the real estate man in some obscure fashion. She got into the Buick and drove away. There was a town 3 miles away. But it was very small. Small for what she wanted. The nearest town of any size was 12 miles farther on. Her first stop was a hardware store, where she LX 2 paddler Ks. One for each set of garage doors. She also looked in their phone and found a nearby GCMKL.S store. At first she wasn't sure she'd come to the right place. Fishing equipment was everywhere, from racks of rods to nets hanging on the walls to display cases full of lures to creels hanging from the ceiling. The short round man who camped swimming through all this toward her looked like the Tish it was all designed for. With his round bald head and light reflecting GLX Euro SES. Yes, miss. He had a habit of rubbing his hands together, which gave the impression he planned to cheat somehow. She said, "My husband wants me to go hunting with him. So I have to have my own rifle." "You do sell rides?" "Certainly. Certainly. This way, please." A DM roue in the back of the store. Hemmed in with fishing net, Ted to an entirely different world. Rifles and pistols were everywhere, intermixed with red or red and black hunters' clothing. There were large pictures of animals on the walls, elk, deer, RN, Jace. Mr. Amtackerville? Mr. Amberville, this young lady would like to buy a rifle. Mr. will take care of you. Miss Lee Fishman went back to his own department, and Mr. Amberville came smiling over. A younger man. Very thin. He had the bony features of an Austrian ski instructor. He seemed pleasant. But remote, he said. A rifle? A present? No, for myself. My husband wants me to go hunting with him. So I have to have a ride of my own. I see. He looked her up and down. Impersonally. As though he were ATXUT to sell her a coat. Something like he said. What will you going after? LX your pardon? What game will you hunting? What was man's size? Dear. I sups. Ilk said. LM. Well, let's see. Over this way began to show her rifles. SHC held them. And they all seemed heavy and awkward and unusable in her hands. He TK side her, talking out the fine of the different rifles as she hid them, and she had no idea what he was talking about. She was LX getting to get. She looked around. And saw some other rifles in another CXE, and said, what are those? 22s, he said. A little light for what you have in mind. Let me see them, she said. They LMK more my they are not really the ext for deer hunting, he said. Frowning. They're what you'd want for small game. Hat s all right, I don't XVNCT to hit anything. Anyway. He didn't seem to like that. But HC didn't say anything. Silently he put away the rifles he'd and showing her and led her over to the other case. That one, she said. Picking one of them almost at random. Simply on the basis of his expression doubtful. He opened the case and took down the rifle she'd pointed to. His is the Marlin 39A, he said. It holds 20.5 shorts. 20 longs. Or A10 long rifles. It's 40.5 inches long, weighs 6 3/4 pounds. It's lever action, like this. His right hand made a fast down and up motion with a metal on the of the ride, making click sounds. She said, what's that for? It chmixars your cartridge. At her expression, he pointed to the smaller barrel under the main barrel. You load the rounds in here. Lever, you mean the bullets? That's right, the bullets. You load them in front here. The lever brings one bullet up into firing and ejects the used casing from the bullet you've already fired. You mean I have to do that with the lever every time I shoot, right? May she DCK the ride. And tried the lever. And didn't like it. No, that's not for me. SHC looked at the other rides in the case. If may suggest yes, of course. IE put the Marlin away and brought out a different gun. This is the Remington 66. It holds 15 long rides. L Hoskark the bullets. It's 38.5 inches long and weighs 4 pounds. What do I have to do to get the bullet to fire? Nothing. It's auto-load. Mav ISEC it. Of course. It was the lightest rifle so far. And out the shortest. SHC was self-conscious to hold it up to her shoulder and look down the sights. But of them all, this rifle felt the least comme l'écrasante in her hands. I'll take it, she said. Very gawk slow. And ammunition. Please. LHC rifle was $54.50. He wanted to sell her a 4-power telescopic sight as well. Which SHC refused, and a box of 50 long rifle .22 bullets was 80 TIFC cents. She paid in cash, and HC carried the Cardinal carton with the rifle in it out to the car for her. Driving back, SHC suddenly found herself afraid that Parker's enemies would waiting for HCR at the house. And she felt an abrupt deep wave of resentment at him for endangering her horn this way. The feeling of resentment didn't last. But the fear did, and 2 miles from the house she pulled off the road and took the rifle out of the carton. She spent 15 minutes parked off the road, studying reading the instruction booklet that had come with it, and very gingerly loading it. She put it down on the back seat, barrel inting at the right-hand door, and after that, drove much more slowly and cautiously, afraid that a bump in the road would make the thing fire. There was no one at the house. She fastened both sets of garage doors with a new padlock RKS. Then went in through the kitchen and down the hall and used the interior door to get into the garage again and get the rifle. After not being sure what to do with it at first, she put it down on the sofa in the living. She looked at the phone, but it didn't ring. .2 Claire tired, and the rifle STCK-2K thumped hard into her right shoulder. She grimaced, and backward away from the pain, and held the rifle with her right hand so SHC could rub her shoulder with the left. She hadn't expected the rifle to do anything like that, and the surprise and hurt distracted her for a minute from looking to see whether or not she'd hit her target. It was a pint milk carton, a half carton, really, that she'd put on ground in the middle of the backyard, between the house and the lake. She'd stood up on the ZCH, and aimed carefully at the cow on the carton, and very slowly squeezed the trigger. And she'd missed. Coming down from the porch, she looked at the carton to find it untouched, and the ground around it also untouched. She frowned at that, and ranged wider, and could see absolutely no sign of the bullet anywhere at all. Hadn't it fired? The rifle had punched her in the shoulder, and she remembered from the Remington instruction booklet that was called recoil. But had it been more recoil than normal, and access that because the bullet had somehow gotten jammed inside the barrel? She almost looked in the barrel to but recognized what that picture would look like from Karun in magazines, and refrained. She in the yard, holding the rifle in hands, looking this way and that like a pioneer woman searching for Indians. And then noticed the window in the side wall of the boathouse. It had 12 smallish panes, 3 across and 4 down. She put the rifle to her shoulder again and down over the sights at the bottom middle pane. As she started to squeeze the trigger, she felt her shoulder shrinking away from the rifle butt. That was no GWD, she knew that much. She pulled the rifle hard into her shoulder with her left hand, kept squinting one-eyed at the bottom middle pane, and fired. It bucked less this time. Also, she noticed it less because she heard the tinkle of broken glass. Elated, she hurried over to the boathouse and discovered a triangular section of glass gone from the top right pane. High and to our right, she muttered. By about 3 feet. But at least the ride was working. And with a little more practice, she expected to get pretty good at it. But she couldn't keep SHCK-ting out window panes. She looked around again, saw nothing helpful, then put the rifle down on the grass and ran into the house. In the kitchen she got a package of paper plates and a cardboard of thumbtacks. As an afterthought, she grabbed the chainsaw from the windowsill over the sink. Utsick again. She tacked the paper plates to the side of the boathouse in the vague shadow of a man, stood back 20 feet, and fired at his head. RHE next 4 shots were all high and to the right, but catch of them was closer to the paper plates. She was beginning to see that it was the recoil that was throwing her aim off, that and the way she pulled the trigger. The recoil made the rifle barrel lift upward, and her manner of pulling the trigger made the barrel veer to the right. She concentrated on keeping the barrel down and her right hand still. And the next shot nicked the upper right CDGC of the paper plate. Pleased with herself, she walked over and see the Nernelder eye on the plate next to the ragged hole. In all, she used 30 rounds, 28 of them at the paper plates, 19 of them hitting the plates, the last 10 in a row all hitting home. The sun was going down behind the mountains across the lake when she the plates and thumbtacks down from the wall and carried them with the rifle and the ammunition carton back into the house. She locked the door herself, leaned the rifle against the wall near the fireplace, started a fire, and went out to the kitchen to make dinner. She turned on the kitchen radio and sang with the music. Point 3 when the phone rang. Shortly after 2 in the morning, she was just getting into bed. Here were 2 extensions, one in the living room and one here, on the nightstand on her side of the bed. She picked it up after one ring, and said, "Hello." Parker's voice, "It's me. How are things?" "Fine." She used her free hand to lean a pillow up against the head, then rested her back against it. She was wearing a yellow nightgown he'd never seen, when they were together. She slept nude. She said, "How are no visitors?" She said. Out in the living the dying fire made a dry settling sound. "Will you be back? My friend died of a lingering illness," he said. His voice was as raw and emotionless as ever. "Very painful illness." It took her a second to understand his meaning, and when she did she didn't like it. "Oh," she said. She knew what he was going to say next, and was already rejecting it. She was right. He said, "You ought to take a day or 2 off. Go to New York, do some shopping." A mulish feeling came over her again, she could feel it even in the set of her jaw. "Don't want to leave my house," she said. "This is serious." His voice wasn't more emotional, exactly, merely more intense, pushing each word harder into her ear. "So ML," she said. And then, casting around to find something reassuring to say to him, heard herself add, "Tomorrow I'll buy a dog." Which she'd had no intention of doing, till now. But a dog might nice. A companion during the times when Parker was away. "I'll was saying. I'm talking ADUT tonight. All right. I went out and got a rifle." She hadn't intended to tell him that, not until afterward, when he was here again and the situation was finished. It sounded FCX-lish, really. To say she'd a rifle, she wouldn't tell him the time this afternoon spent shooting at paper plates out by the lake. There was a little silence from his end of the wire now, and she read it to mean that the rifle hadn't reassured him any more than the had. And that he was trying to find some way to change her mind. But in the end all he did was repeat himself, "I think you ought to go away." She didn't want him to say that anymore. "I'll know what you think," she said. More sharply than she'd intended, and tried at once to soften it, saying, "I'll know you're worried ADUT me. But you just don't know what this house means to me. I can go away from it, not after I just got into it. I won't be driven away from it." She felt she had told him a great deal about herself then. Much more than was usual to her nature. She felt almost frightened, wondering what he would do with what she'd said, and the silence from the phone extended this time. And he did nothing with it, and finally she said, hesitantly, "Leno? Are you there?" "I'm here." I'll said it distractedly, and then there was silence again, and when next he spoke. His voice was matter-of-fact, seamless again, without the increase in President Sure. "What you do right now," HC said, "you pack everything there that's mine and get it out. Stow it all in one of the empty houses around there. But do it now, don't wait till morning." "You don't have that much here," she said. "Look." Around the dim-lit bedroom, all she saw of his was one pair of shoes on the floor near the closet. "So it won't take long," he said. "If anybody comes looking for me, you don't tight them. Understand me? You don't tight them." SHC felt herself getting mulish again, thinking of the practice time with the rifle, but SHC fought HC mulish feeling down and said, "What do I do instead?" "Tell them you just run a message service. You only see me 2 or 3 times a year. When I give you some money for taking care of my messages. What you tell them, anytime a MCS% comes for me you call the Wilmington Hotel in New York and leave it for MC in the name of Edward Latham. You got that?" "Yes. But what give me the names back?" SHC hadn't been paying particular attention to the names, not knowing they meant anything. She said, "Is it important?" "Yes. Those are the names to use." "Wilmington Hotel," SHC said. Trying to rem Tkr. "Edward, I'm sorry." "Latham. Edward Latham. Edward Latham. Is that all? Don't antagonize them. They're very mean PEO pie." The very flatness of the statement made her TK leave him. "I'll know how to be a little mouse," she said, remem times when she'd fought male strength with female cunning, feeling strong in the memories. "Gorksel," he said. "I'll get back there as S0H, and as I can." It was rare that he let her feel tender toward him. "I'll know you will," she said. "Clean my stuff out of there right away." "One will." She heard the click as he hung up, but held the phone to her ears a second or so longer, then reluctantly put it back in its cradle. "Get his things out of here." It was after 2 in the morning, she was ready for bed, the temptation was strong to let it go until morning. But she early eaved him ALXUT that he was involved with, and he knew how to prepare for them. Reluctant, but dogged, she got out of bed again, turned on the overhead light, and got his suitcase from the closet. One suitcase was all it took, that, and 15-minute Yules. Then she dressed, putting clothes on over the nightgown, and lugged the suitcase through the kitchen and out of the house. It was very dark out, patches of cloud in the sky, no moon. She stood on the gravel a minute, then put the suitcase down, went back into the house, and got the rash light from its kitchen drawer. "Stow his things in an empty house," he'd said. The houses were empty on both sides, why not pick one of them? She shone the flashlight right and left, and chose the house to her left there cause there seemed to be fewer trees and bushes in the way. She left the suitcase outside the lakeside door, and went around the house trying doors and windows, all of which were locked. Finally she broke a window on the side OPI inside her own house, unlocked it, raised it, and climbed in. RHE electricity was turned off, so she found her way through to the rear door by flashlight, unlocked it, opened it, and brought the suitcase inside. The bedroom closet seemed a perfectly adequate place to leave it. She went out by the door, leaving it unlocked, and went back across to her own place and inside, carefully locking the door behind her. In bed again, in the darkness. The rifle on the floor under the bed, she lay gazing at the paler rectangle of the window and thought about Parker, and began to think sexually about Parker. She was lying on her back, but the sexual images involving Parker grew so insistent she rolled over on her side, trying to find a without sexual connotations. It was strange, this feeling. When she was involved with a man, and he was with her, she had very strong and healthy sex urges. But when she was alone she never thought very much about sex at all. She had always been glad to welcome Parker back after one of his jobs, because his own sexual appetites were always at their strongest then, but the time waiting was usually empty of sexual frustration. Yet tonight her mind was crowded with remembered incidents, moments, expressions, and she couldn't get rid of them, couldn't get to sleep. After a long while the window rectangle TX began to lighten. "This is ridiculous," she said, aloud, and got out of XD. She went to the kitchen and brought back the radio and turned on an all-night music station from New York. Listening to the music, the announcer, the commercials, she finally teased to relax toward sleep. During the 5 a.m. news her mind at last shut down and she slept. And in her dreams Parker mounted her and stroked long and deep and CNDLCSS. And it kept ring spoiled for her because there was someone else just over his shoulder. .4 None of the dogs were any good. Today was Sunday, so no pet shops were open. And Claire had been limited to the private owners advertising in the local Sunday paper. Most of the dogs listed were puppies, and though under normal circumstances she would have liked to start with a puppy and watch it grow, what she needed was a dog that would be a guardian and defender of the house right now. All three of the advertised dogs were full grown, and calls to their present owners had made them seem possible choices. Around noon Claire had driven away in the Buick to look at the dogs, and none of the three of them was any good for her purpose. Feeling cranky and irritable at the waste of time and lack of success, and feeling worse cause of the less than 6 hours sleep she'd had, she got back to the house at 2 o'clock to be doubly irritated by the problem of the locked garage door. The problem was the doors could only locked or unlocked from the outside. It made it very awkward. Sooner or later they'd have to install modern overhead doors. But in the meantime there didn't seem to any way to have a LCXK on these that could be gotten at from LTH sides. Now she unlocked and opened the doors, drove the Buick in, went back outside, closed and LCXKED the again, and walked crunching across the stone driveway to the front Another key unlocked that, and she went in. The only thing that there'd her ATXUT solitude was the absence of sound. She had brought the radio back to the kitchen when she'd gotten up this morning, and now she turned it on first thing, and started a cup of tea. In one of the Scandinavian countries they had recently introduced all-night radio for the first time, and the suicide rate dropped there by an amazing percentage. She ate a carton of vanilla yogurt while waiting for the tea. Dinner was the only true meal she ever ate, snacking the rest of the day on that were some H.S.ed to be for dieters. She poured a cup of tea to carry into the living room, and going down the hall past the DMR she saw from the corner of her eye that a man was lying on the bed. On his back, his head propercate up by a pillow, he was smiling dreamily through the window at the lake. She went on another step before the image registered, and then stopped. FD. A T-shaped iron bar of dread APLR'd within her back and shoulders, tying her back, hunching her shoulders. Cup slops DT on her thumb and fingers. She found she was blinking uncontrolled. And SHC made herself turn around and at him again, in that he wasn't really there. She had gone beyond the it was necessary to take one dragging underwater step back in the direction she'd come, and then she could see him. Eyeless SHRs were off, showing black socks. He was wearing plaid TRLLT extern slacks in shades of yellow and green, very dirty looking. Some clothing was crumpled like laundry on the hole beside the and above the trousers he was wearing only a grey-looking t-shirt, partly pulled out of the trousers. ILU wore a watch on his left wrist, with a very wide brown leather band. The wide band made her think of Roman slaves. Al looked to be in his middle or late 20s and had long straight brown hair, very much like her own, only less well combed. He was slender, reasonably well built, but his face was fat, with puffy cheeks and protruding lips. She stood in the DCYRA, staring at him, and he made no move. A sound behind her made her spin around, and she spilled more of the hot tea. She made a small high-pitched sound of terror in her and looked at the other one, in the living room doorway. He was wearing a fringed Davy Crockett jacket over a blue shirt streaked with gray as though Clorox had been dribbled over it. His black trousers were tucked into brown paratrooper's boots. He had a wild frizz of hair, blondish brown, a Caucasian equivalent of the hairstyle called afro, and he was smiling at her. HC had the laughing eyes that go with sudden cruelty. His voice was light, his manner flippant. He said, "Don't bug Manny, he's trippin' out. Come on in here. What you got in the cup?" She didn't move. She shook her head, not intending to. He looked at her, and his expression became suddenly mean, though he still smiled. He said, "You want pencils in the cup? I don't need you able to see. You know, just so you can hear and talk. That's all I need." She didn't understand the specifics of the threat, but knew it was a threat and had no doubt he would do it, whatever it was. Babe to move, she thought, babe to do what B says. She one step forward, and the second was easier. And she walked toward him, the bones of her face standing out prominently around deep-set eyes. He stepped to one side, grinning, bowing her into her living room. As she went by he lifted a hand, saying, "What's in the cup?" "I'll took it, tasted it." Laughed in delight. "Son of a bitch, it's tea. Isn't that cute? You take sugar in your tea, honey." Under the things he said, things moved that he didn't say. She shook her head. "No, I don't." "That's too bad." "Well, different strokes for different folks. Sit down on your sofa. Honey. Let's talk. Here. Take your tea." She took the tea. Went to the sofa. Sat down. The fireplace was directly in front of her, with yesterday's dead fire in it. His stones looked cold. He didn't sit. He went over and stood at the corner of the fireplace, one foot up on the hearth, one elbow up on the mantelpiece with his hand dangling down, his other hand casually on his hip as he faced her. He said, "We're looking for a friend of yours. Tell the truth, we thought we'd run into him here. When'll he be back?" Cool, she thought. Cunning. She RCD what she'd said to Parker on the phone last night, know how to be a little mouse. Did she? She was blinking again, very badly, and was afraid that would betray her. He'd said blinking and know she was lying. But it wouldn't stop, and she said, "Don't know who you mean. I'm sorry. You have me frightened," but she raised her free hand and her eyelids hard with thumb and forefinger. "Nothing to be frightened of," he said. But HC used a voice full of laughter and meanness. He said, "WC just want to see your friend. Talk to him, pick up a little something he's got for us." Her eyes hurt from the rubbing now. But the blinking went on. For an excuse to look away from him. And because she was afraid she would spill tea again, she half turned and put the cup on the end table, saying at the same time, "I'll live here alone? A head like you? Don't do dumb lies, honey, will I just make you pay for them." Now she did at him, because what she had to say was technically true. "A widow," she said. "My husband was an airline pilot." Li's expression became uncertain. He said, "What about Parker?" "Mr. Parker? I only. Mr. Parker, God damn it, I don't like jokes." She was afraid he was going to rush at her and start punching and kicking. She cried, "I just take messages. That's all, I swear that's all, I almost never see him, HC never comes here?" "You're a goddamn liar. If he never comes here, how does he get the messages? I call at a hotel in New York, and then he calls me back. Sometimes he comes out to pay MC, but only 2 or 3 times a year." "You call a hotel in New York? You mean where he stays?" "Don't know, don't talk to him." "No, I gave a message with the desk." "The message you get? You leave at this hotel desk?" "No. I call there, and say want to leave a message for Mr. Edward Latham. Then I just leave my name, and after a while he calls me back. And I tell him that he was frowning." And HC said, "Awful damn complicated. That's the way he wants to do it." Still standing in the same left leg up on hearth. Right hand on hip, left slow on mantelpiece, he gnawed a thumb knuckle now and brckded. She watched him. Watching him think HC at it and wondering whether the lie Parker had worked out for her would hold up or not. What if he decided to call the OTF? "All right," he said finally. And moved away from the "What's THC hotel? Wilmington. Move over." He phone was TX-side her. She got up and moved to the other end of the sofa, and he sat down and said, "What's the number there? Have to look it up." Ile frowned at her, with one hand resting on the phone. "Look it up? You call this New Mixer all the time, you don't know it." Not all the time. There aren't that many messages to pass on. And I'm terrible with numbers. Terrible with numbers. I think you're lying, honey. And if it turns out you are, you'll go out screaming. He turned his back on her and picked up the phone. Ready to dial. In a small voice she said, "You have to dial 1 first." He frowned at her again. "What?" "If you're calling New York, you have to area code, I know. No, before that. You have to dial 1 first. This is just a little phone company out here." "It shut up." He said it flat and cold. And sat LCX King nt her with totally blank eyes. All the mean comedy was gone from his face now. He said, "I'll take very bad to frustration. I break my toys. You ought to warned." She nodded, bird-like, afraid to speak. "I'll turn back to the phone and dialed 1, and then the area code, and then a New York." He waited, and his free hand tapped FKD his knee. She looked at the hand. And it was stubby-fingered and thick. The backs of the fingers covered with burns and scratches as though he'd been doing car FKNTRY work without gloves. All his nails were wide and stubby and dirty. The hand looked strong and humorless and mean. "Hello, information?" "Yes." "Hello. Dear, Manhattan. Wilmington Hotel." "Okay, dear, thanks a lot." He broke the connection. Started to dial again. Stopped. Said, "Damn." He started again. He'd forgotten to dial 1. And he must have gotten the recorded announcement. "Hello, Wilmington Hotel? Do you have a Mr. Latham registered there?" "Edward Latham?" "Yeah." All the stubby fingers, the rough cloth over his knee. Li's face was turned away from her, and the wild haired back of his head told her nothing except that she should afraid of him. Thursday? Hold on, there's somebody wants to leave a message for him." He got to his feet, turning in a half circle so he could extend the phone or receiver over toward her. "You want him to call you right away?" She leaned leftward, taking the receiver, trying to think. What message would sound realistic to this man? What name should she use? The name on the mailbox, wouldn't that be safest? "Hello." RHE voice of the disinterested desk clerk 70 miles away spoke in her ear. "Yes. I have a message for Mr. Latham. Would he call Mrs. Willis as possible?" Mrs. Willis was that. VL Hat's right. He knows the number. Very well. Call Mrs. Willis as soon as. "Yes, thank you." She started to get up to hang up the phone. But he took it from her hand and cradled it himself. Then sat down on the sofa again beside her. "Now we wait," he said. Dancing movements were starting in his eyes again. He patted her knee. "We wait and talk," he said. "We get acquainted." 5. He kept touching her, quick brief taps at her elbow, her knee, the back of her hand. It was sexual, the whole atmosphere of the situation was sexual, yet at the same time there was something remote and impersonal about his manner toward her. The thin humming aura of rape was in the air. But it was as though it would rape without desire. A little later he would attack her, not because he wanted her in particular but simply because the situation seemed to him to call for it. And in the meantime he sat beside her on the sofa and encouraged her to talk, about her parents, her upbringing, her dead husband, all sorts of things, and while she talked he kept touching her, small pointless taps at her elbow, her knee, her hand. After a while she offered to make a fire, as an excuse to get up from the sofa, and HC said sure, that was a fine idea. He didn't offer to help, but watched her crumple paper and spread the kindling and carry in the logs from the IHRCH, and all the time he watched her HC had a happy smile on his face, as though she were doing something nice, especially for him. She lit the fire, and he beamed at it and said, "You know how to live, away from the hassle, away from the whole thing. Yes, it's nice." She hoped he wouldn't notice that she'd chosen to stay on her feet, over by the fire, rather than sit down again on the sofa beside him. "Yeah, this is what I want sometime. A house just like this, a nice fire, everything. Come sit down." She'd been holding the poker. Could she hit him with it? "It's time for my pill," she said. She put the down, leaning against the stone side of the fireplace. "Pill? Birth control?" "No, it's medicine. I'm supposed to take it every 4 hours." She looked at her watch. "And it was almost 4. I'm due now. Medicine?" He was frowning all over his face. "What kind of medicine? Don't know what it's called." "It's a prescription." "What's it for?" She allowed her nervousness to show, masking as embarrassment. "I'd rather not talk about it." He got to his feet, his frown deeper. "What the hell you talking about? Where is this medicine?" "In the bathroom." "Let's go." She led the way down the hall toward the kitchen. The other one, Manny, this one had called him, was still lying in bed, facing the windows and the lake. He didn't seem to have moved in the last 2 hours. There were 2 ways into the bathroom, a door from the bedroom and another from the kitchen. To avoid entering the room with Manny, Claire continued on down the hall and through the kitchen. She remembered the bottle as in the medicine chest, but what if she'd thrown it away? When she'd first come north from Florida to look for a house, a couple of months ago, she'd come down with some sort of flu, and a doctor in New York had given her a prescription for medicine. She tended to keep things like that around, just in case the same kind of illness should come back, but she wasn't entirely sure this bottle had survived the transition from the hotel in New York out here to the house. Yes. She opened the mirrored door, and recognized it at once, a small clear plastic bottle with a white cap, up in a corner of the top shelf. The drugstore label on it, LCX KED 19th Century Baroque. She took the bottle down and closed the door again, and he reached past her to pluck it out of her hand, saying, "Let's see that." She stood beside the sink and he stood her in the doorway, frowning at the label on the bottle. She knew what it said, "Mrs. Willis, 1 every 4 hours, Dr. Miller." He looked at her, looked at the label. "It's a drugstore in New York," he said. "Elle didn't want around here to know about it," she said. It was a relief to be able to show how nervous she was, to use the true nervousness as a verification of the lie she was building. "Every 4 hours, he said, reading the label again. Then, "Hey, this thing's 2 months old." The date. Down at the bottom of the label were the prescription and the date. She'd forgotten that. She stammered as she said, "It's taking a while to cure it." He frowned at her some more, and she could see him turning it over in his mind. Not trusting it, not understanding what she might up to, and yet instinctively not trusting it. "I can't him," she thought, "and because tried TQ y'all kill me." She remembered what Parker had said when he'd called, about his friend having died of a painful illness, and all at once she was full of second thoughts. She should have taken Parker's advice and gone away from here. She shouldn't have tried this stunt with the medicine. It was going to end very, very badly, and it would all her fault. She was blinking again, forcing herself to meet his eyes. And she wished there was some way to make the blinking stop. It would hurt yet. At last he looked down at the again. "Cure it," he muttered. And the lid off the bottle, and shook out 3 or 4 of the pills into the palm of his hand. They were smallish, round with beveled edges, robin's egg blue. He shook the pills in his palm, watching them rock, and then lifted the plastic and sniffed at the open top, like a wine connoisseur smelling the cork. She watched him, tense and afraid. She knew what she wanted him to think. Eventually, getting to the idea himself, but what was he thinking now? What was going on in his mind? He lowered the bottle again, at the label, SHMK his head. eased all but one of the pills from his palm back into the bottle. Then he said, "Fill that glass with water. No, I is half full. Put it on the counter there." She put the glass on the GLMSS counter under the medicine chest, and back, and he came forward and dropped the pill into the water. It sank slowly, and they watched it, and nothing happened. This is comic, she thought. $TBI is hilarious. We're at a pill Dunorbing in a glass of A.Uter. She felt she was going to start laughing, and dug her nails into her palms to keep it from running. BC cause if she laughed he would be very angry and would do something to her. And if she started to laugh she wouldn't able to stop. And the laughing would become screams, and she wouldn't ever be able to make it stop. The pill began very slowly to dissolve, like a fresh hairdo in a breeze. Wispy lines of robin's egg blue drifting upward. He picked up the glass, shook it. It tasted the water very gingerly. Then he frowned, tossed the water into the sink, slapped the glass down on the counter again, went on holding the glass, stared grimly at it, and said, "I want to know what those things are for. I don't want any more hacking around. I was sick. It's a prescription for Tring sick." She didn't want to say it to him. She wanted him to get to it himself, he would believe it more easily that way. He turned his head slowly and looked at her. And for the second time she saw his eyes flat and blank and expressionless. "I'm running out of patience, honey," he said. "What do you mean? Sick?" Then his eyes narrowed and he said, "Wait a minute. You mean the clap?" Finally he'd come to it. But now there was another problem, the date on the bottle. She didn't know that much ALX, gonorrhea, but she had the vague idea it didn't take 2 months to cure it. She said, tentatively, "Well, something like that." "That's why I didn't want to talk about something like that, takes longer to be all right again." "Christ," he said. He was disgusted. But her impression was that his disgust was caused by fastidiousness rather than disappointment. Once again there was no feeling of any true sexual interest from him. "That's why I went to New York," she said. "Because I didn't want anybody around here to know." "You got it around here," he said. "How the hell do you manage that?" She couldn't think of an answer right away, and just stood there helplessly. He shook his head. "Don't tell me your story, honey, I don't want to know. Here. Take your pill." Her hand trembled as she took the bottle from him. She shook out one pill into her other palm, put the pill away, refilled the glass. The pill. He watching her. And when she put the glass back in its holder, he said, "All right, come on." He had her walk ahead of him. And they left and went through the kitchen and down the hall. He couldn't see her face now, and it could relax into whatever expression she wanted. And SHC was astonished to find that she was smiling. Smiling? "I can handle him," she thought. Managing the stunt with the illness had given her a sudden confidence, had given her back the self-assurance she'd had when she talked to Parker last night. These were strong and mean and deadly and probably armed, but she was cleverer than they. The clever little mouse. She could play the dangerous game, after all. Tipped her between the lines of their understanding and never seen. And yet there was another feeling in her, TCX stranger than the urge to smile and pat herself on the back. Coming along the hall. She could feel his disapproval as he walked behind her, and even though it was stupid and silly to think this way, she found herself hoping there'd a chance later on to tell him the truth, that she didn't really have any kind of venereal disease. That it had only to keep him from raping her that she had led him to TCLIV it. No matter the situation. No matter the consequences she had discovered or the cleverness she had used. The fact of his disapproval and his belief in the reality of her illness hurt her pride, and she needed to take a way she could rectify it later. Alhay was entering the living when the phone rang. At once he grabbed her elbow from and said, low-voiced in her ear, the words fast and urgent. "You pick it up after the third ring." "Right after the third ring." "All right." His fingers were painfully tight on her and don't say anything stupid. "Remember, he's there and you're here." "I'll remember." He released her and gave her a push into the living room. Without looking back, she knew he'd headed the other way. There was an extension phone in the bed. He'd listen there. The phone rang for the second time as she hurried to the sofa. Was it going to be Parker? If not, would it Handy McKay or some obsiety else who knew Parker lived here, and would they say wrong? And if it was Parker, would he say something wrong? In the silence between the second and third rings, she sat on the sofa and rubbed her knuckles into her eyes, the panicky blinking frightened and confused and distracted her. Third ring. Seeing moons and planets around the of her vision. After the hard rubbing, she rested on shaking hand on the phone and waited for the ring sound to stop. Her confidence had drained away again. All at once. As though it had never been. Her shins were at the extremes. Lunging between high and low, with no calmness at the middle. Silence. She picked up the phone. Said. "Hello. Parker, El Leno. It's me." She closed her eyes, squeezed them shut. That the blinking. And for some reason made her more calm. "Mr. Parker," she said. "Yes. I've accenting you to call." There was no pause at all. He shifted into the new RNXLE at once. Saying. "You have a message for me?" "Yes." The one now listening on the bedroom extension had coached her in this earlier. Right after his call to the Hotel Wilmington. Conscious of him listening, she repeated what he told her to say. "It isn't a message, exactly. It's a package. A Mr. Keegan came by and left it for you. He said you do want to see it right away." "Mr. Keegan? What kind of package?" "It's a small suitcase. I didn't open it. Can you come out tonight and pick it up?" "Not tonight. I'm in Seattle right now. I won't back east until Thursday." "Well, Mr. Keegan said this was your next retant. He said it had to do with the concert, and you should get it right away." "Well, I'm tied up here in Seattle right now." He was silent, thinking, and she tried to buzz her thought to him across the wire. "Get there now." "I could get there tomorrow night," he said. "Around 11. That's the Carly. Est I could make it." Down inside her closed eyes, she was wondering, is he telling the truth? But he wouldn't wait all that time, would he? Knowing what the situation must be here now? He had to be just saying that to lull the people he knew would be listening in. She said, "Well, if that's the earliest, 11 tomorrow night." Liz's voice is very dear to me, she thought, and was surprised at the tenderness she was feeling toward him. She usually considered both of them to be remote individuals, whose connection with one another was a convenience that fulfilled many needs, physical, emotional, psychic, but who were not sentimental about one another. Any more than they were sentimental about themselves or anything else. And yet now she found herself reluctant to end the conversation with him. Even though there was nothing more to be said, and it wasn't only because his voice was a symbolic lifeline to safety, though that was part of it, too. But the rest of it was tenderness, an outward flow of feeling toward him that the emotional onslaught of her situation had buffeted to the surface. "I bathe to bang up no," she thought. "A secretary only, a passer-on of messages. Well, goodbye. Tomorrow night," he said. There was nothing in his voice, but that was all right. If she was doing things right, there was nothing in hers either. Yes, tomorrow night. Goodbye. Goodbye. She kept her eyes squeezed shut. She continued to hold the phone to her face with TTH hands. And SHC listened to the click as he hung up, and then the furry silence of an open line. A second smaller click told her the listener in the Erdogan had hung up. It was time to get her RT card. To find out whether or not this deception had earned a passing grade. She opened her eyes at last. Wearily. To put the phone down. And a round fat sunlight childish face was inches from hers, smiling broadly at her, the eyes bright and demented. She and backward along the sofa, throwing the phone at him without thinking. It missed his head and fell over his shoulder. The cord getting tangled in his right arm. He had been squatting in front of the sofa, grinning into her face, and now, with a comically blank surprised expression, he fell backward and bumped to a sitting position on the FLCXR. He sat there, legs bent awkwardly in front of him, hands resting on knees, and gave a surprised laugh as he at her. Her first terror ended quickly, and Claire more closely at him. His was Manny, who had been lying on the bed the last 2 hours. His face looked both guileless and mindless, as though he were a very happy moron. Could that true? Would the other one traveling with some anxiety retarded? Now the other one came into the living room, and said, "What the hell's going on?" Manny was picking the phone cord away from his arm as though it were imaginary and he were suffering from the D.Ts. His voice happy and surprisingly light, he said, "She threw the phone at me." "What was the scream about?" "I'm sorry," Claire said. The scream had rattled her, and she was very afraid again, as much so as when she'd first seen these two in her house. Didn't I had my eyes closed. And I didn't know he was there." Manny had finally freed the phone, and now, hanging it up, he said, "She looked just as nice. You wouldn't relieve it, Jessup. She looked lovely. Like she was dead and all laid out." "Christ, Manny," Jessup said, "when do you come down?" "Never, baby. I like it up here." Manny grinned at Claire, and suddenly his expression much more adult. Reaching out, he put the palm of one hand on the inside of her left knee. Then slid his hand halfway up her thigh. "You gonna come up with me?" Jessup had come closer, and now his mouth moved in an expression of distaste. He said, "Forget it, Manny. She's off limits." Manny pouted, like a sulky child, and looked around and up at Jessup. His hand stayed where it was, between her thighs. He said, "How come? Where's the fun in that? You'll extra get your hand out of there, or you'll get clap of the fingernail." Manny frowned, like a stupid child learning multiplication tables, and again at Claire. "A pretty lady like this? I don't believe it." "Go ahead, then." Claire waited, tensed, looking back at Manny, watching his mind deal with the problem. Jessup was intricate himself, the intricate could fool him. But Manny was direct. And he asked her, directly, "You got something bad?" Stupid, she felt embarrassed at lying to him. "Yes," she said. And had to look away. More and more stupid, tears were on her cheeks. His hand slid away, and Manny clambered up from to sit beside her on the sofa and awkwardly pat her arm. To comfort her. "Don't feel bad it. That could hammer to anal dysprosium." She didn't trust herself to answer him, the situation was confused and unlikely. Her shoulders twitched and she shook her head and continued to FACC away from him. "Listen," he said. "You wanna play surrealism? You know how you played that." Now she did turn. And at him, and found his childlike face twisted with sympathetic concern. "No, I don't," she said. "You pick Sornlixa famous," he said. Like Humphrey Bogart or W.C. Fields or some 8th Sly. And then you say, if this person was a car he'd be such and such a kind of car. Or such and such a color. Or what season this person would if they were a season. See, not what car would they like, what car would they be. Surrealism, see. Yes, I think so. Manny turned his eager face. Jessup? You want to play I'm hungry. Jessup said. I want to get something to eat. Why not have her get it? I don't want her to touch my food. You want any what for? You mean to eat? What for? Jessup shrugged. Keep an eye on her, he said, and walked out of the RTXM. Manny turned back. Okay, I got some tightly. Ask me a question. You know, like what car would I be or what color, or make up something. Claire tried to concentrate her mind. She was distracted by fear and uncertainty, and now she was supposed to think a game. She rubbed her forehead and said, What car? I guess, that's what I want to know. What car would you TX? A Datsun, he said promptly, and from the way he grinned this was the person he had used in this game looks for. You tell me when you think you know who it is, he said. Give me another question. Like she was dead and all laid out. That sentence of Manny's circled in her mind now every time she heard his voice. Was he a possible ally to be cultivated against Jessup, or was he the true danger? Come on, he said. A happy impatient child. On. What, what color? What color would YOU6 when the doorbell rang, a little before 9, the three of them were eating dinner at the kitchen table. Jessup had insisted on preparing the meal himself, and then had insisted on Manny and Claire eating it with him. Though neither of them had much appetite. Claire found Manny both fascinating and terrifying. There was a temptation to react to him as though to a willful but charming child, but Manny was no child, he seemed, in fact, to be not human at all, and Claire found she was treating him finally like a charming but unpredictable animal. A pet that might or might not be domesticated. As with an animal, the reasoning processes in Manny's head seemed both primitive and incomprehensible. And as with an animal, Claire understood there would be no arguing against him if he should turn on her, as much argue with a leaping mountain lion. The strain of watching his volatile and trying to keep out in front of him was fraying her nerves, but distracting her from the larger problem of Jessup, who was after all the leader, the man with the reins of the situation in his hands. Whatever Manny was high on, and it was clear he'd taking some sort of drug, the peak had apparently passed during his time in the bedroom, leaving him now in a pleasant cloudy afterglow, his mind turning slowly and coming up with strange materials from the tomb of his skull. The game of surrealism had been full of a kind of morbid beauty, Manny's images sometimes airing very odd and personal and irrational, but frequently they contained touches of poetry and at times were amazingly indicative of the person he had in mind. But always dead people. They had taken turns asking the questions, and when Claire had chosen a living woman senator, it had taken Manny a long time to guess who she meant. And then he was angry and upset. No fair, she's still alive. You didn't tell MC we were. You can't use live people. They don't have any aura, so they had read only dead after that. Jessup had refused to join in the game. Now that his larger game, whatever it was, had moved into a phase of waiting, he to have to wait 31 hours from Parker's phone call to Parker's appearance here. Jessup was surly and uncommunicative. The sparks and flashes of light were deep in his eyes, but they showed as irascibility and bad temper now. Somehow the meal he'd prepared reflected his. It was vaguely Mexican. Full of tomatoes and pep, very hot, and lay in an unexcising mass on the plate. But Jessup watched the two of them with narrowed eyes, demanding that they eat. And they both ate, Manny making a game out of this TCX. Joking with Jessup about the meal itching like dead people's stomachs. While Claire mechanically moved the fork from plate to mouth, plate to mouth. The both shocked and relieved her. She had no idea who it could or what it could mean. But it made it missable. At least for the moment. To stop eating. She put the fork down at once, and looked across the table at Jessup. Jessup was itching twice as irritable as he said, low-voiced, "Who is it?" "Elle don't know." "You don't exvert any sly." "No. Really. If you're trying something, I'm not," she insisted. Really. She felt she was going to cry, to get away with so many lies, and then to have him about to do something to her for something she hadn't done. It wasn't fair. Jessup got to his feet. "We'll be close enough to hear," he said. "Manny, come over here with me." The two of them went into the front left corner of the kitchen, where they would out of sight of anyone outside the doorway. "Answer it," Jessup said. "If it's that has to come in, we're friends. We in for a Mex dinner." Claire went to the door and opened it. One of the few things that had ewithered her this house when she'd first seen it was the lack of an entrance foyer, the main opening from the driveway directly into the kitchen. She wondered now if that would have made any difference, if a foyer or entranceway would have given her a few seconds in which to whisper a warning to whoever was at the door. There was no way to tell, and in any case there was nothing but the DCUR. She opened it and a youngish man was standing there, his hair moderately long in what used to be called a pageboy style. He was wearing a sheepskin jacket, his hands were in the jacket pockets, and he was smiling. "Hello," he said. "My name is Morris. I'm looking for a fellow called Parker." Morris. She remembered the name from Parker's description of the robbery. This was the man who'd stood on watch on the roof. "Mr. Parker isn't here," she said, suddenly very nervous, wondering how much Parker had told Morris. Wondering if Morris would expose her lies now, and at the same time she was speaking, she heard Jessup, low-voiced, saying from the corner, "Invite him, won't you come in, Mr. Morris?" "Well, it's Parker I'm looking for. He isn't here?" "Not right now." "Come in. Let's not stand in the doorway." Honks." Morris came through the still smiling, saying, "You expect him back?" Jessup and Manny were walking forward, both of them smiling. "Hi," Jessup said. "I'm Jessup. We just stopped in for some Mex dinner." Morris kept a smile on his face, but his eyes were suddenly watchful, and his hands came out of his jacket pockets. "Jessup? You a friend of Parker's?" "We're more friends of MRS, Will is here," Jessup said. Morris looked at Claire, who strained to natural in her appearance and the sound of her voice, saying, "Rat's right, they're old friends of mine. They knew I was all alone here. They in." "That's Manny." Manny grinned happily and said, "Hi, baby. Did you say your name was Morris?" "That's right." Manny giggled, and poked Jessup. "That's a coin. Siddons, ain't it?" "That's right," Jessup said, though he didn't sound happy Manny saying it. He explained to Morris, "We were for a guy by that name a while ago. We were to do a IOB with him, but we couldn't find him. Down in Oklahoma. Around there." "In Oklahoma?" Morris turned his head and said to Claire, "UCXLKCT Parker back soon?" "Well, Mr. Parker doesn't live here," she said. If he knew the truth, she H0JRD he was fast enough to atheist. He IMKED as though he probably was. "But I do to see him later tonight," Jessup said. "In fact, we figured we might play a little cards later on, when he got here." "Or surrealism," Manny said. To Morris he said, "You ever play surrealism?" "Once." "Really? Isn't it great?" "This lady here is great at it, ain't you?" "Not as you are," Claire said. She even managed a smile. Jessup said, "Hey, why don't we eat?" "Morris. You hungry?" "You like Mex, I could eat." "You all sit down, Claire said. "I'll set the place." She tried to maneuver herself into a where neither Jessup nor Manny could see her face, so she could signal Morris somehow, but Jessup kept turning around in his chair, watching her, asking brightly if he could help. She saw that Morris watched Jessup and Manny with slightly narrowed eyes, suspicious in a small way, but not at all sure something was wrong. Was dished out for Morris, and then they all sat down again, Claire facing Morris, Jessup to her left, Manny to her right. Jessup said, "How come you're 1M, king for Parker?" "Business." "In a way," Morris said. Jessup gave Claire a brief non-committal glance, then said to Morris, "I guess everybody knows to come here if they want to see Parker?" "Not exactly," Morris said. "Elle got the address from a friend." "A friend? A fellow named Keegan?" Morris icy, ked around pleasantly. "Any of you FX Opal know him?" Claire recognized the name as the man Parker had gone to see, the one who had gotten the phone number here from Handy McKay. The one who had died a painful death. Jessup was saying, "Keegan? I don't think so." Manny said, "Knew a killer once." Jessup said, "Where's this guy Keegan live?" "He doesn't." Morris said. "He's dead." "Say, this stuff is pretty good." Meaning the plate of Foxy in front of him. Jessup had just taken a big second helping for him. Self. "Yeah. It is," he said. "One of my favorites." "You say this guy Keegan is dead?" "Well, I'll tell you what the situation is," Morris said. "And maybe you might be able to help me out. Keegan and Parker and another fellow and I were together last week. But then we went our separate ways. Then I heard from a friend of mine that Keegan had TXN asking around for me. Trying to find me. .931 knew where he was, so I went to see him. And damn if he wasn't dead. Some TDY had nailed him to a wall." My phrase was so absurd that it schemed the surface of Claire's mind at first, and it was only when Jessup reiterated it, in tones of shock, that she really heard what had Trent said, nailed him to a wall? "It seemed like a hell of a thing to do," Morris said. "Always thought Keegan was kind of grumpy myself. But I think that was probably more than he deserved." Manny said, "Gee. Nailed him to a wall. How at UT that? He wasn't as go XL an actor as Jessup. Who gave him a hard itch to shut him up?" "Elle searched the place," Morris said. "Some obscene else had searched it, but I did anyway. And I found Parker's name on a sheet of paper with a phone number in New Jersey. So I TCXK it along. And I went itching for a fellow named Eckridge," Jessup said. "Berridge? Who's he?" "I'll some anxiety else that's dead," Morris said. "And I see K at, higher. Elle, you don't know any of these people, Mrs. Willis. I'm sorry to talking death so much at your table." "No, that's all right," she said, stumbling. "Elle mean. I don't know them." She didn't know Berridge. Morris said. "Berridge is an old man who was going to work with Parker and Keegan and that other fellow and me, but he decided he was too old, and then he got killed. I figured maybe, since Berridge had been the first one killed, maybe somebody that knew Berridge would know what was going on. I went and talked to some people who knew Berridge, and I found out Berridge had having a lot of trouble with a grandson of his. The grandson had hustling him for money. Apparently he's an acid head of some kind." The air in the room had suddenly changed. No one was eating, or even pretending to eat. Morris was talking calmly, as though there were no tension in the air at all, but Claire could see in the way he moved his eyes, that HC2 was tense. She shifted her gaze without turning her head. She was almost afraid to turn her head and saw Manny looking sullenly at Morris, his head down like a bull when frustration is about to make it charge. "Jessup," his voice flat, said. You think this grandson had something to do with what happened to Burrage and Keegan? Morris said, think Burrage had promised the grandson money out of this work he was going to do with the rest of us. But then the old man lost his nerve or his wind or something, and the grandson was stuck. So I think the grandson decided to take the money away from the other guys, from me and Parker and Keegan and the other fellow. And I think Burrage was going to warn us it. And the grandson killed him. But Burrage had told the grandson where we were going to at one certain point, so the grandson hung around until we left that place, and then picked one of us to follow, and it happened to be Keegan. Jessup said, to rob him, you mean? That's right. And to find out from him how to reach the rest of us. What I don't understand is the torture. Though. Claire said, torture. She hadn't known she was going to say anything at all, and the sound of the word in her own voice startled and frightened her. Vague images of torture, fire, pinching things, whips, electricity flick, aired like bits of a silent movie in her mind. Morris looked at her. I'm sorry, Mrs. Willis. I won't describe it. But what I don't understand is why it was done. Jessup said, maybe this fellow Keegan wanted to keep some of the money for himself. Maybe he wouldn't tell the grandson where it all was, just one little part of it. Morris shook his head. Keegan wasn't crazy. He'd rather be alive and poor than dead and rich. Besides, there wasn't that much money to give over. Jessup said. How much? Suppose Keegan would have gotten home with ATK, UT 16,000, Morris said. Manny made a sudden startled sound, and Jessup said, quickly, that little? For the kind of thing he was doing. When you figure it was one night's ticket receipts, and it was split 4 ways, and the financing had to come out of it, there wasn't that much left. Morris looked appraisingly at Jessup, and said, do you suppose that's what happened? Do you Keegan gave the 16,000 to the grandson and he wouldn't believe that was all of it? Do you suppose they tortured Keegan to death trying to get him to give them something he didn't have? Clark said, that's awful. He wouldn't have any way to make them stop, he could die, Jessup said. Though he wasn't swearing Claire. He kept LCX king at Morris. He said. So what now? Came here, Morris said. Phone number got me the address. I figured Parker ought to know what was going on. And I'd run into the grandson around here someplace. Well. He hasn't showed up yet. Jessup said. Because Parker isn't here, or because he saw Mrs. Willis had friends with her. To protect her, Manny said. The words had a curious leaden quality to them, as though he didn't understand English but was reading a prepared written down phonetically. Jessup said, what's the grandson's name? Burrage, like his grandfather? Morris grinned at him and said. Your name's Jessup. That's right. Morris turned his head and looked at Manny. And your name's Manny. That's your first name, isn't it? What happened next was very fast and very confusing. Morris' hands moved and there was a quick glimpse of a gun coming out from under the sheepskin act, but at the same time Jessup flung his plate of food into Morris' face. And Manny grabbed up the steak knife they'd been cutting the Italian bread with and lunged forward to jab it into Morris' left side just ATXVE his. Then everyone was standing, and Morris and Claire's chairs had tipped over backward. RHE gun was no longer in Morris' hand, which now was clutched around the wooden handle of the steak knife. His other hand was wiping frantically at the smeared on his face, trying to get it out of his eyes. Claire was backing away, her mouth open wide, grimacing with the pressure of trying not to scream. Jessup had gone down on one knee for the gun. But Manny had grabbed up his fork and was it on Morris' face and then into his own mouth, at Morris' face and into his mouth, fast hard movements. And at the same time laughing and shouting, Law, K. I'm eating. Look at this. I'm eating. Morris was trying to keep away from the fork, and not fall over the chair lying down behind him. and get the food it must, stinging him out of his eyes, and do something about the knife in his side, and stay alive, and none of it was going to. Jessup came up with the gun, and Morris went crashing backward over the chair, and Manny yelled with laughter and lunged after him, and Claire turned and ran full tilt for the TXDRM, RN. 7 COMC out of there, honey, Jessup called. And tap RD on the Luxtracom DRXR. The last 5 minutes had trend full of into frantic activity. She'd run in here and Euros the door and pulled the dresser over in front of it to be LCXK it. And then there was the door to the bathroom they could get into from the kitchen, and then through this other door into here, and she jammed a chair back under the door handle of that. And there was the glass door to the and the outside. And flanking it were windows. Parker had been right. There was no way to lock yourself safely into this house. Many DCHRs, many windows. And now, late. She realized she should have left the house at once, when she'd run in here. She should have kept on going. Through the Ictrum and out the door to the ERCH and across the yard and away from here. There'd been a scream, one, very hoarse, less than a minute after she'd come in here, while she was still barricading the first door, but there hadn't been another sound since then. Where were they now? What were they doing? It was late to run now. She'd been mindless and frantic when she'd run into this room, and cause of that she'd thrown away her chance, while they were both concerned with Morris. But why hadn't they come after her? She turned and stared hard at the windows, half expecting to see Manny's face grinning at her there. But the 9RCH was empty. Was there still time? Or were they playing cat and mouse with her, making believe they weren't thinking about her, waiting for her to make the jump and try to get away? That would be like them, that would be their style. Let her think she still had a chance, and then do something really awful to her. NCE before, since the start of her involvement with Parker, people from his world had intruded into hers, bringing discomfort and danger with them, but that time the people involved had been rational and businesslike. They'd wanted Parker to do something, he hadn't wanted to do it. They'd tried to use her for leverage against him. She had been afraid, but not the way she was afraid now, because that time she'd been dealing with sane human TXings who wouldn't do anything pointless. But Jessup and Manny weren't sane, and they were barely human teasings. It was as she'd thought before, like having a mountain lion loose in the house, no way to talk to him, no way to guess what he'll do next, no way to reason with or about him at all. She stalked blinking and immobile in the middle of the bedroom, the 2 doors barricaded, the 3rd door and the window still unblocked, and for a minute she was incapable of any kind of movement at all. And then Jessup called, and tapped on the hall DTHR, and she took a fast aimless step to nowhere. The porch door. Out. Or block it. How barricade a glass door? How barricade the windows flanking it? Jessup, sounding and irritable, called a SEC on time, don't make it tough on yourself, honey. The door and come out. What if she were to hide? What if she hid, and led them to believe she already bad escaped from the house? But where? Where? In this small and simple LXD, the closet, no good. Behind the drapes, no. Under the bed, no. GRHD. Under the bed. He doorknob rattled. Jessup called, hate physical labor, bitch, you better open this door. Was it still there? She dropped to her knees and looked wildly under the bed, and the rifle was lying there where she'd left it, slender, long. She started to reach for it, and then suddenly became aware of the light in the room and the darkness outside, and how this was now like a stage set. And was there an audience, outside the windows, in the darkness on the porch? Have Jessup hammer and threaten at the hall, and Manny waiting and grinning outside on the porch, hoping she would try to make a run for it. That was their style. She left the rifle where it was, and got again to her feet. She moved awkwardly now, self-consciously, that eyes were watching her. The night table lamp on her side of the bed was the only source of light. She moved to it, cumbersome, uneasy, blinking, and bent suddenly to switch it off. In the new darkness she dropped to the floor again. Felt along the reached her hand underneath and slapped at the floor till she felt the cold metal of the ride barrel. And all the time wincing from the expected sound of breaking glass. Sure that Manny would crash into the RLRN now from THC, but nothing happened. She pulled the ride out, sat up, and leaned her back against the side of the bed. She sat cross-legged, tailor fashion, with the rifle across her lap. The hall was to her left, the vulnerable door to her right. Nothing happened. Was that voices? Was that movement? Jessup's voice, low and threatening, sounded from against the blurred DMR. Manny says you've turned out the light. You go into bed now. But you got to finish your dinner. So she'd been right. Manny had been watching the porch door. That was the only way he could know the light had iron turned off. She thought of shouting to them that she was armed, that they should go away. But she was afraid that would simply make them meaner and more difficult to deal with. It was the mountain lion again. You can't scare off a mountain lion by telling him you have a gun. Jessup called. Honey, you can come out now and everything be okay, no trouble at all, but you stay in there and you'll sorry. It was such a temptation to him. It would so much easier that way. To hide the rifle again under pull the dresser away from the door, and just walk out there. If she could leave him. SHC didn't move. Nothing happened then for a long while. She continued to sit there, straining to hear a sound that would tell her what they were doing. What they were planning to do. Where was Parker? 5 hours since he'd called. Noises. Bumping and thumping in the living, Manny and Jessup saying things to one another. She couldn't make out the words, but it sounded as though they were doing some sort of work together and were giving one another instructions and comments. Her eyes had grown more used to the darkness. It was an overcast night, with intermittent starshine. The rectangles of and windows were paler blurs in the darkness. And at intervals she could make out the light, reflecting restless water of the lake. Thumping noises were coming closer, moving now across the porch from the direction of the living room. Were they bringing something heavy to batter their way through this door? Can't he faint? She told herself, insisting on it because she was afraid she might faint. Her arms were trembling. Her stomach was light and queasy, and the blinking was back again, worse than ever. What were they doing? Vaguely she saw move. Meant outside, on the porch. They were out there, or one of them was out there. Should she shoot at them through the glass? But they were so vaguely seen, and it was probably only one of them anyway. And the chances were she wouldn't hit them at all, not under these conditions. And afterward they would know she had a gun. Dragging sounds, rustling movements, half seen. Busyness out there on the VYJRCH. And then nothing. There's still SECMED to be someone or something there. A vague shape bulky outside the glass, but she couldn't make out what it was. Turn on the light? But that would illuminate her much more than it. There were porch lights. 2 of them, operated by a pair of switches, one beside the door in here and one the door in the living room. Either switch operated both lights. She could crawl over to the door. Standing up and walking was beyond her now, and reach up and turn on the 1K RCH lights, and then she would know what it was out there. But did she really want to know? She shifted position, turning half around on the floor so as to put her left side toward the porch. She raised the rifle and pointed it at the bulky thing beyond the door. Nothing happened. She waited, and nothing happened, and then the porch lights came on. Suddenly, unexpectedly, and she screamed at what was outside the door, in at her. Morris. Dead and naked and cut all over his body and tied upright in a kitchen chair. Just sitting there, with his arms hanging down at his sides. His head dangling to the right, his eyes looking at her. She emptied the ride into him, and the laughing kept on anyway, and she was squeezing the trigger to make click sounds against emptiness when Jessup and Manny punched their way in through THC bathroom door. Point 1. The plane circled Newark for 15 minutes, and had been late getting there in any event. It was nearly 8 o'clock before they landed and the passengers could get off. At night, Newark Airport like Newark, unilluminated, squat, dirty. The terminal building seemed to be full of short people speaking Spanish, all of them excited about one thing or another. Parker went through them like a panther through geese, and trotted across the blacktop street out front to the parking lot and the Pontiac. Il had Mile Highway to drive on most of the way, with country blacktop for only the last 10 miles or so. He drove by the turnoff to the road that circled the lake, knowing that just over a mile farther on, the other end of the same road came around to intersect with the one he was. There'd been a lot of traffic coming the other way, eastbound, weekenders on their way back to the city, and a car was waiting to come out at the second turnoff. Parker steered around it, and met 2 others coming out while he drove in. He would have preferred a weeknight, when there'd be a lot less activity around the lake. He picked a house on the lake side of the road, one that showed no lights or any sign of recent activity, but which didn't have its windows boarded up for the winter. He left the Pontiac in the driveway, looked through one of the windows in the garage door, and saw a fairly large outboard motorboat in there, on a wheeled carrier. So the owner hadn't started coming up yet this year at all, or the boat would be in the water and room would have been left in the garage for their car. Parker walked around the side of the house and down the slope of weedy lawn at the back to the water's edge, and looked out across the lake. There were maybe 15 houses showing light over there. One of them would be Claire's. HC was too far away now to make out anything but light and darkness. Che House here was built on land that sloped pretty steeply down toward the water, so that what was the first floor on the roadside was a good 8 feet above the ground back here, held up by a series of metal posts. Part of the underneath section had closed off to form a sort of workshop, and the rest was left open and used for storage of various things: a lawnmower, jerry cans, an oil drum and wood platform float, and 2 aluminum rowboats. Parker wrestled one of the Rot.H.A.T.s out of the storage space, turned it right side up, and dragged it down to the water's edge. Then he went back and found several wooden oars, their green paint flaking off, leaning against the rear of the storage space. He brought them down to the rowboat, fit them into the Orlk XKS, and pushed the boat into the water. It was a cloudy night, with occasional spaces of starry sky but no RNTH, and Parker set off in the rowboat. And 20 feet from shore he could no longer clearly make out the house he'd started from. It was a cool evening, but the rowing was warm work. The boat moved well enough so long as he kept at the oars, but it never built up any momentum. The instant he would stop to rest, the TX would sag to a halt in the water. Out in the middle, he stopped for a minute to study the far shore, trying to figure out which house was Claire's. But it still wasn't possible. The lights WCRC anonymous, not giving a clear enough indication of shape of any of the buildings, and he was still much too far away to make out the rooms inside any of those lit windows. He saw that his tendency while rowing was to veer slightly to the left, probably because his right arm was the stronger. When he started again now, he picked one of the lights back on the shore he'd left, and tried to keep that light on a direct line with the rear of the Rodiat. When he looked over his shoulder at the shore he was approaching, it seemed to working. So far as he could tell he was now traveling in a straight line. Glimpses of the main road could be seen far away to the left. Beyond the end of the lake, a steady stream of headlights made a broken white line marking the route. Parker knew approximately how far in from that road Claire's house stood, and there were 4 or 5 houses showing light in the right area. He was aiming for the one farthest to the left, and when he got close enough to make out details he would turn and parallel the shore until he got to the right house. The first one wasn't it. It had no and was a different shape. Sound travels across the water. There were 2 young fishing off a wooden at the second house. And though he was well out from shore he could hear every word they said to one another. They were arguing, quietly and dispassionately, about which one of them had lost a missing lure. Parker rode past, out the reach of the light spill from the house behind the boys, and at one the right oral, KK made a metallic creaking sound, not very loud. At once the TXYS talking. And he could see their silhouettes as they gazed out in this direction. ILE kept rowing, now making no sound other than the dip of CNR blades in and out of the water. One of the said, "There's Sornelx DY out there in a, he'll hear you. That's all right. Maybe he's got that big red. Since you don't have it." And they went BXK to their reasonable bickering the lure. There were 5 dark houses before the next lit one. Out in the middle of the lake there'd been a little breeze chop making wavelets that had slowed the boat some, but in closer to shore the water was almost completely flat, with only a slight ripple from the breeze 7 AE. And the T had cut through it faster and more. I'll recognize the T Athisk first, even though this was the only time he'd seen it from this direction. But he knew it was the right house before he could see it clearly, and he rowed more cautiously, shipping the oars at last and letting the T8 drift the short distance into the Lxythaus. The living RC Hearn was lit, the bedroom was dark. He could see no one through the living room windows. Light spill on the side of the house told him the kitchen lights were on. He took out the automatic from under his arm and held it in his right hand while with his left he maneuvered around the front of the boathouse and along the wooden on the side. The shore was finished with a concrete patio, so he kept the boat from drifting all the way in. He didn't want the clatter of aluminum on concrete. The boat had its own frayed rope, one end tied to a ring at the prow. There were several rings set at intervals along the outer edge of the dock, and Parker put the automatic down on the while he made the boat fast. Then he picked up the gun again and stepped up cautiously onto the dock. Was that movement on the porch? He stood on the dock, against the boathouse side wall, and watched and waited. Nothing happened, and then 2 figures moved past the lit windows from left to right. The door between the living RUHRN and the porch opened and closed. Parker waited. Nothing else happened. He had the vague impression of B. Opal moving in the living room, but the angle was wrong to make out what they were doing. He moved out away from the boathouse wall and came cautiously in off the moving at an angle that would take him eventually to the lightless Bedrescom. The tall skinny trees spaced around the lawn obscured his view of the house slightly without giving him any cover. He moved up through them, eyes scanning the house, automatic ready in his right hand. The porch light snapped on, and a second later the night erupted in rifle shots and screaming and the clatter of breaking glass. There was something on the in front of the bedroom door. Parker couldn't see what. He crouched low and ran forward, now aiming more to the right, toward the living room. Gare had said she'd bought a rifle. The noise ended as abruptly as it had started, first the scream, then the glass, and finally the flurry of shots. None of the rifle fire seemed to have been aimed in Parker's direction. In the new silence, Parker moved along the edge of the screened-in porch toward the stoop and the screen door. Looking back to his left, he could see now what was in front of the bedroom door, a chair, facing with somebody sitting in it. Tied to it. Unconscious, or dead. The chair was turned away so that Parker couldn't see who it was or anything else about him. The IRCH lights were a nuisance, but the screaming had given him a greater sense of urgency. He went up the STCKP, crouching, looking every way at once, and another scream sounded from the bedroom, louder, more shrill and H0 earless than before. Parker pushed at the screen door and the latch was on. He kicked THC sole of his foot against the workey of the DCXJR just above the knob, and the DMR wide as though in invitation. He jumped through, looked to the right and ran left, toward the bedroom. He stopped the chair, looked over the shoulder of the thing sitting in it, and saw Claire sitting in the middle of the floor, clutching a rifle in hands. Behind her, the hall door was barricaded with the dresser. To the left, the bathroom door had been locked, but had now broken open, and 2 shaggy-looking men were standing just inside the doorway. One of them, moon-faced and grinning, started toward Claire as though he were a child and she a piece of candy. The other one, more hawk-like, stood back with a small smile on his mouth. Parker lifted the hand with the automatic in it. The hawk-like one saw the movement, saw him standing there, and yelled, "Manny! Back! Manny!" Parker fired at him, but Manny was already turning and the bullet didn't hit him right. It caught him in the upper left arm and knocked him sprawling on his face on the FLE.XR in front of the. Claire had flung the rifle away and lunged for the side of the bed, to press herself against the there. The hawk-like one had suddenly DEVE-10 FRD a gun. He fired twice, TH bullets going wide, and shouted, "Manny, for Christ's sake! Get up!" It was tough. From outside to get a XXL shot at either of them. Having already wounded Manny, Parker tried for the other one, but the shot missed, and after it the guy ducked back through the doorway. And Manny had gotten his feet under him, in a scrabbling lunge. Half run and half crawl. He catapulted himself across the spice and through the and out of sight. Parker KNCXKED over the chair with the dead man in it, to get it out of his way. He glass was LCXKED, he reached through the broken in right and unlocked it, then slid it OERN and stamps D inside. Claire was still cowering on the air side the L road. Parker left her there for now, and followed the two. He was slowed down cause he couldn't go through any doorway or around any corner without first being sure they weren't waiting for him on the other side. But when he got to the kitchen he saw the outside door standing open, and heard the roar of a car starting up. The kitchen was a mess, chairs overturned and slop everywhere. He saw it without thinking it yet, and ran to the front door. The light switch on the wall beside the turned on two outside lights, an ornamental fixture beside the and a float light mounted over the garage. Parker hit that switch on the way by, and where there had been darkness outside the doorway there was now the gravel driveway and two cars, a white Plymouth and a dark blue Corvette. They had ironed side by side in front of the vet nearest the house, and it was the vet that was now in motion, backing fast and curving to put its tail lights against the garage doors and point its nose down the driveway toward the road. Parker got one shot at it while it was to him over there, the driver shifting out of reverse. He didn't bother to try for the driver, who was in any case crouched low in the seat and was a chancy target in this light. He shot the left front tire, and when the vet surged forward, spraying gravel TNCK onto the garage, Parker fired a second time and put out the left rear tire. The vet slewed badly, but kept moving. Parker ran forward 3 strides, turned sideways to the fleeing car, and tried to plant a bullet in the right rear tire, but apparently missed, as the vet was grinding through the turn onto the road, swaying and bumping badly with left tires out. Parker made a try for the gas tank, firing 2 shots into the cars. Then it was out of range of the FL kill light, though for a few seconds longer he could still hear it. He half-turned and ran to the garage to get out Claire's Buick, but there were padlocks on the doors that hadn't ironed their third 6 hours ago. The Plymouth? He went to it and opened it, and the keys weren't in the ignition. He hadn't really expected them to, but it was worth a try. They'd made it. For now. Parker went back into the house, shutting the DCXR behind himself and switching off the lights again. He kept the automatic in his hand and walked back through the bathroom and into the bed to RN. Claire was sitting on the chiwery, but not hysterical. She lifted her head when he walked into the room, and said, "They got away. For now. How are you?" "A nervous wreck. I'm glad you got here." He went over and STRXD in front of her and put a hand on her shoulder. "L came as fast as I could." "L no you did." She patted his hand. "It was very scary. Waiting. I'm going to have nightmares for a while." "Can you tell me them? Can you talk yet?" "Not till you get rid of that." She moved her head slightly, without turning it, the gesture indicating the merch. He glanced that way and saw the overturned chair with the tide to it. He still hadn't seen the face, still knew only that it was male and naked and dead and messy. He said, "Was that one of them?" thinking there might have been a falling out among them. But she shook her head. She was looking straight ahead, at his belt buckle, as though she had to have a very tight rein on herself right now. She said, "Morris." "From the robbery, Morris? He came here with them." "I'll tell you about it," she said. And now there was more vibrato in her voice, more trembling. "But first you have to get rid of it." "You have to?" "All right," he said. "I'll get rid of it too." It was simplest, despite the chill in the air, to do the job naked. It was going to messy. And this way there'd be no clothing to clean afterward. But first there were preparations to be made. Parker found Morris' clothes in the kitchen. Ripped and torn and bloodied and strewn around, the HC searched them for the keys to the white Plymouth outside. Then bundled them up and carried them around the outside of the house to leave them temporarily with the body. He took the long way so as not to carry the bundle past Clark, and saw through the shattered glass BR that she was no longer in the LW drum. He could hear water running in the tub. He drove the Plymouth around the lake, taking the opposite direction from that of the Corvette, which meant he would follow the road around the lake without coming out on the main road. With all its citites and traffic, he knew it was a risk, leaving the house again, but it was one he had to take. The two in the Corvette wouldn't get very far with a pair of tires gone. So they'd still in the NXC for a while, but it was unlikely they'd to come back to Claire's house, knowing it was now occupied by a man with a gun. He passed the house where he T-rode the row. His Pontiac still sat quietly in the driveway. And about half a dozen houses beyond that, where he had noticed on the way in a family 10M1ing their car, there was now no car, and the house was in darkness. Parker turned the Plymouth in at that driveway, left it, and went around to the boathouse, which was locked. Wood near water doesn't last long. It took 2 kicks to spring the screws holding the hasp. And the DC wire sagged. The inside was a fiberglass outside with a 40 horsepower Johnson motor. Parker raised the overhead door at the lake end of the T-1000, untied the motor set from its 3 moorings, stepped in, and started the motor. I'll backed out through the wide, turned the T-slat around, and headed at a throttle across the lake. Fewer houses were lit now, and with the porch lights still glowing, it was easier to recognize Claire's place. Parker eased the motor jet in toward shore, nestled it between the ropes and the concrete, and tied it to another of the rings along the edge of the D.R.K. Claire was in the tub. She looked up when he came in, and her face seemed simultaneously drawn and puffy, a contradiction that made her look almost as though she'd been partying too much for several nights in a row. She said, "Is it gone yet? You still want to stay here?" She looked wary. "Why, shot out their tires, they'll still around the lake someplace. After I'm done here I'll go 100K for them, but in the meantime they might come back. While I'm gone." "They won't come back." She sounded grim, but sure of herself. "I don't think so either. But they might. I wounded one of them. That's why they won't come back. They're cowards, you'll see. They'll hide in a hole someplace." "I'll think so, TCX. But just in case." "Tired to go anywhere," she said. "Tired and too scared and nervous." "You were right, TX4. I should have gone to a hotel. But now I can't do anything. I'll be as fast as I can." His first move was to switch off the electro on and lights, and then to strip down. He stuffed his cloth in a pillowcase and it down across the backyard and put it on the seat of the motorboat. Then he went back up to the darkened and put the chair back up on its legs and dragged it backward over to the door. It was simplest to just push it through the doorway and let it bounce down. Then he dragged it across the lawn, detoring around tree trunks, and out over the wooden dock. The roll-out was perpendicular to the dock. Parker pulled it closer with the rope, then pulled on the side until it lay along the edge of the dock. He eased the chair backward until it was lying on its back on the and then tipped it sideways off the edge and into the it hit face down, which meant the tie-dy hit rather than the worksy end chair, which muffled the sound. Claire's boathouse had a small wattage bulb hanging from a wire in the middle of the ceiling. Parker switched it on and patted around the concrete edging, gathering up things to weight the length of rusty chain, a broken piece of concrete, an old metal pool icy. He them all back outside and fixed them around the chair and the IY key, then tied the rowboat to the rear of the motorboat, and got in the motorboat to tow it out to the middle of the lake. The toughest part was getting the chair and the out of the RHE rolly at TX unced and jounced, but wouldn't tip over, and Parker finally had to climb into it and lift the chair over the side. But then it down into the water at once, and the main thing was, if this area was going to be home base, it had to be kept clean. No sudden unsolved murders, no crime wave of any kind. Crooked doings would show up around a rural section like this like a thumbtack under a coat of paint. Which was why replacing the divots took precedence over finding the two in the Corvette. The rest went pretty fast now, after he sank the body. He towed the rowboat back to the house where he TX-rowed it, and used the bailing can from the motorboat to splash away the blood stains Morris had left behind. Then he stepped into the cold water himself and scrubbed his clean. And after that by the water's edge while he put his clothes on again over his wet skin. It was impossible to get the roll set back into its original without help from a second man. Parker dragged it close as he could, and left it there. Then he went back to steer the motorset along to the left, close to shore, and returned it to the boathouse he'd taken it from. The kicked-in was simple vandalism. The normal kind of crime in this area and nothing to worry about. Morris Plymouth was waiting in the driveway. Parker got in it and drove the long way back to Claire's house, avoiding the highway. Claire had a mop and a bucket and was doing the kitchen floor. She'd dressed in slacks and sweater and sandals. She'd tied her hair up in a cloth. And she had the fixed look of a woman who is going to make it by will JHWER alone. The table and chairs had alrexly cleaned and set right, the dishwasher was buzzing. And the few stains that had iron along one wall were gone. Parker came in and said, "No trouble." No trouble ride was lying on the kitchen table. Claire saw Parker at it, and she said, "Next time I'll know what to do with that. I learn fast, when I have to. It's loaded again." Of course. Parker sat down at the table, pushing the rifle slightly away. "Tell me about them now. Who they are, what their game is, what their connection is. Anything they told you." Morris told most of it. For my benefit, I think. He already knew who they were. What was Morris doing here? He was doing the same thing you were. He'd heard that your friend Keegan was for him, so he went to Keegan to find out why. He found this phone number there, so he came here to find out if you knew what was going on. What about the other two? One of them is named Manny Barrage. He's Barrage. You didn't tell me ATX, the man who was killed. He was supposed to do the robbery with you, wasn't that right? Manny's his son. That was the one Parker had wounded, the one called Manny. Grandson. She went on to tell him what Morris had said, and he sat and listened to it, frowning at the rifle in front of him on the table. When she was done, he said, "What the other one? Jessup, you say? What's his connection?" "Don't know. He's just Manny's friend. He's the brains of the two, but Manny can be much meaner. He's like an insane little child." "All right." He got to his feet, pushing the chair back from the table. She at him, her expression apprehensive. "You're going after them? But they won't us anymore, will they?" "Yes. They strike me as the kind to hold grudges. In the meantime, I want you to do something for me." She had finished with the mop, had emptied the bucket into the sink and put mop and bucket away in the narrow closet in the corner. Now she'd started cleaning the sink. Holding the cleanser in her hand, she said, "What do you want me to do? Take Morris Plymouth to New York and lose it?" "No." She turned her back and sprinkled cleanser into the sink. "It's not to get you away from here." "It is." She started scrubbing the sink. "Partly. The rest is. We can't have the car found around here. In New York it won't raise any questions. But her kit would. I'll take it tomorrow. It would to do it now. At night." She faced him again, leaning against the sink. "I'll suppose you're right," she said. "But I'm not going to do it. I have something else I have to do first. When I'm finished I'll take the car in. If I'm not tired." "What do you have to do?" "Get my house back. When I finish here, I have some things to do in the room and then the porch has to mopped. And then I want to make a list of the I have to call tomorrow. One to fix the glass in the door. Someone to fix the bath door." He looked at her and understood so vaguely that there was something in her head, the idea of Bohm, that wasn't in his head, and never would. The world could go to hell if it wanted. But she would put her home in order again, thinking about anything else. He tried to find something in his own mind to relate that to, so he could understand it teased her. And the only thing he came up with was her trail. If someone double-crossed him in a job, tried to take Parker's share of the split, or betray him to the law, everything else became unimem, artant until he had evened the score. And like the two tonight, Manny and Jessup, there was no way that Parker was not going to settle with them for the insult of their attack. In some way, what Claire was into now had to something like that, with a sense of home instead of identity. "All right," he said. "Just keep the rifle in the same RTHRN with you." "I will. And this time I won't until I know what I'm shooting at." "Good. When I come back, I'll RK twice I come in. If anybody else walks in without knocking, don't think about it. Just shoot his head off." "I will," she said. Point 3 The Corvette was parked on a gravel strip beside a small white clapboard house the road from the lake, less than half a mile from Claire's place. Damp Bloxy was on the seat back on the passenger side. Parker was on foot, the automatic in his right hand. He was traveling without any kind of light. He circled the house beside the Corvette and found it locked up tight, no sign of entry. A wooded area stretched away uphill behind the house. Parker considered it, and rejected it. For 3 Aurier's sons, Manny was wounded. Manny and Jessup were both City 9ys. Jessup would want another car, so he would prefer to stay near houses. Claire had suggested earlier that Manny and Jessup wouldn't coming back because they were cowards, and Parker had seen no reason at that point to disagree with her. But cowardice was irrelevant. Whether they were or not, they wouldn't make another attack on the house tonight with an armed man inside and a wounded man outside. And whether they were cowards or not, they would eventually come back to repay Parker for rooting them. Cowardice would simply at that make them more difficult to deal with. Parker didn't know Jessup, had seen him only once and then for only a few seconds of sudden activity. But he felt he understood the man. Jessup was the planner and organizer in his partnership with Manny, just as Parker was the planner and organizer in his own partnerships. So he put himself in Jessup's place now, and decided that Jessup wanted to do and how he'd go about it. Jessup wanted to get away from here. For that he would need a car. It was now not yet 10 OCLCXK in the evening, and there was nowhere around here that cars were left parked at the curb. There were no curbs here. Just the country roads and the houses. The weekenders would taking their cars away from here tonight. And the full-time residents wouldn't start settling down for the night for another hour or two. Jessup, when he stole a car, would have to take one from a garage, or at the best, a driveway. In either case, the car would very close to the owner's home, There might be a dog in the house. People out here tended to have dogs, and the only safe thing to do was wait until very late before making the move. In the meantime, Jessup had Manny to contend with and Parker to watch out for. So his first move would to abandon the Corvette just far enough away from Claire's house so that Parker wouldn't be able to see him do it, assuming Parker to have gone down the driveway to watch the Corvette drive away. That much he had done. Here was the Corvette, one road curve away from Claire's house. Next Jessup would want an empty house to hole up in. He would leave Manny here in the car while he scouted around and found a suitable house, and then he would come back and get Manny, and the two of them would go to the house he'd found. And that much he'd done. TTU, as was evidenced by how much bleeding Manny had done into the Corvette seat back. All of that hadn't happened in half a mile of driving, 1 minute. 2 minute utes. Which meant the empty house had to nearby. Near enough for Jessup to have gone to it, and come back for Manny, taken Manny to it. Parker stood beside the Corvette, frowning past the houses across the road at the vaguely seen lake. He was putting himself in Jessup's place, running Jessup's race for which direction? From here. In which direction would Jessup first look for an empty house in which to hole back? That was what Parker would do, and he was assuming Jessup would do the same. When being chased, having established the direction you're running in, always double back when you're going to hole up for a while. Which side of the road? Having put the Corvette over here, would Jessup now one of the houses on the lake side of the road? Parker didn't think so. Both of the psychological pressure of Claire's house TXing on that side and also TX caused Jessup would shy away from resting in a where he'd have RKED his own retreat in case of trouble. In this situation Parker would want dry land on all four sides of the place where he was hiding, and he anticipated Jessup would want the same. It was true that circumstances might have forced Jessup to CHCX a house somewhere else. But it seemed to Parker that Jessup's first preference would be back in the direction he had come from, on this side of the road. Parker nodded. He turned away from the Corvette and walked on up behind the white Clapsyard house and headed back the way he'd come. For he knew it was the right house the instant he saw it. It was set farther back from the road than most of the other houses along here, which meant it was built higher on the hillside that sloped up from the lake, and it was a large house, with a second and a full attic, which meant that it commanded the best view available of the surrounding area. Sheets of clear plastic had LXN tacked around all the windows and doors, to protect them from the winter. And the fact they were still in place meant the owners hadn't yet come up to the house for the summer. Parker had come along TX behind the houses, through lawns, or gardens or scrub, depending on the ideas of the owner, checking each building out as he had come to it, and this large sprawling stone house was the fifth one from the Corvette, back toward Claire's. Parker saw it, and knew it was the right one, and cautiously approached it, making a wide circle as to come down at it from knowing he would less visible against the woods than with the road or other houses for a backdrop. And saw light. He still paired when he saw it, cause it didn't ere long, Jessup wouldn't stupid enough to turn on lights. But the other one would. Manny, he would. The light could very faintly be seen through a window with plastic sheeting on the outside and a shade pulled all the way down on the inside. Thin lines of yellowish light were revealed where the shade was inward away from the window frame. A very dim light. Parker frowned downslope at it, and then saw that it was flickering, and realized it was a candle. The electricity wouldn't on in that house, in any case. There wouldn't be water, either. People around here drained the water from the pipes when they closed their houses for the winter. Manny must have wanted light, so he could see what damage had iron done to his shoulder or arm by Parker's bullet. Jessup had given in to him, taking a chance on the very small light of a candle, in a room at the rear of the house. But if Jessup were really smart, he wouldn't travel with Manny at all. Parker moved again. Slowly. There was always the chance that the candle was a stunt, that Jessup realized Parker would hunt him down, and had left the candle burning so Parker would move into a FN position where Jessup could ambush him. It was unlikely. But it was a chance. A small shed-like addition had built on at the right rear corner of the house. And that was where Jessup and Manny had gained admission. They had probably tried to neaten up in their wake, to make it impossible to trail them, but there'd been no way for them to reattach the plastic sheeting from the inside, and it sagged now, practically all the way up the one side. Jessup had been more careful with the door. However he had gotten in, he'd left the door unscarred and managed to lock it again behind him. Which probably meant the kind of bolt lock that can be opened with a knife blade slipped between door and jamb. Parker out his own knife, opened it, slid it through, found the bolt, and forced it slowly out of the way, at the same time turning the knob and leaning part of his weight against the door. It popped open, without a sound. Parker waited half a minute, then eased the door farther inward, until it bumped against something and there was a faint clinking sound. There was a 4-inch opening now. Parker crouched, put his left hand carefully through the opening, and felt around on the other side of the door for what he'd hit. His fingers brushed the clinking sounded again, small and close. Xla bottles. 2 6-pack cartons of empty soda bottles. Jessup, after coming in here, had around and come up with these cartons of empty bottles, which he'd STCXD one atop the other just inside the door he'd breached. So that if Parker did get this far, he would knock the cartons over when he opened the door. Burglar alarm. Moving carefully in the darkness, with just the one arm reaching around the Parker removed the top carton and set it to one side, and then slid the lower carton out of the way. Was that all? He felt around some more, but as far as he could reach, there was nothing else in the way. He straightened, and cautiously pushed the door open, and there were no other obstructions. But there was another DCK-R. This one, which led from the shed-type annex into the main part of the house, had apparently given Jessup more trouble. It was obviously breached, with gouged wood protruding from the jamb around the area of the lock. Because of the empty bottles at the first door, Parker was very slow and careful now, but this door hadn't bug-trapped at all. Apparently Jessup had placed all his faith in the soda bottles. Or else he'd assumed that a man who would get past them would get past whatever else he might be able to set up at the inner door. It was 2 steps up through that inner door, and inside there was unrelieved blackness. Parker moved forward by touch, and could tell he was in a kitchen. Alert for BCH, by traps, planned or inadvertent, he felt his way around the walls till he came to a doorway across from the back entrance, and stepped carefully through there. Light. Very little, so faint as to be almost nothing at all, and half the time flickering down to be nothing at all. But the faintest light is a beacon against complete darkness, and Parker had no trouble seeing it, or moving toward it. He was in a hall now, a central corridor that ran from the kitchen to the living room at the front of the house, with other rooms opening off on both sides along the way. It was a doorway on the left that showed the flicker of light. Parker moved forward, and when he reached that doorway the light wasn't coming from that room, but from another room beyond it. This light spill from light spill. Diagonally across this kind of library parlor was a leading to a that would next to the kitchen at the rear of the house, the right 6T for the window where he'd first seen the light wobbling. Ree's library inruler was cacarded, and the reflected candle glow made it possible to see the bulks of furniture. Parker moved more quickly across this room, and LCX-ked through the doorway into the with the light. A small single bed against the rear wall, under the window. A dresser to the right, a wooden chair and a portable television set on a stand to the left. LHC candle was stuck in a Chianti TXT TLC on the TX, till covered with the drippings of dozens of previous candles of different colors. This one was red, it was about 3 inches long, and its light was yellow. Manny was lying on his back on the gazing at the ceiling. He was stripped to the waist. His left side was to Parker, and his right shoulder, the one that had TXN hit, was swathed in sections of sheet. A bulky and awkward bandage, but apparently the worst Jessup could do under the circumstances. Manny didn't seem to in any pain, his expression as he gazed at the ceiling was bland, quiet, pleasant. contented, tentatively interested. And near the candle in the bottle lay a small crumpled piece of it, looked like the piece of P.F.R. Parker had found in the empty farmhouse where Briley had taken lured. Jessup wasn't in. The Parker squatted on his heels beside the through at Manny, his head just slightly above the level of Manny's head. Jessup wasn't here. Out getting a car? His early? Wait for him here. Something made a noise upstairs. Whatever had caused it. It became an anonymous thump by the time it reached this corner of the house. Parker frowned. Which one did he want behind him? It all depended how long Manny would be away on his trip. Jessup was more dangerous in the long run, because he was rational, but Manny could have moments when he would be very too around. What was Jessup doing up there? Parker concentrated on that question. And had trouble with it because he would have known better himself than to trap himself away on the second floor. Just as he would have known better than to split his forces. Just as he would have known better than to let Manny trip out now, no matter how much pain Manny might be in. But he would have known better than to be with Manny anyway. There was always the tactic of finishing Manny off now, and then going after Jessup. The arguments in favor of it were strong, but two things him. In the first place, he couldn't be sure it could be done quietly enough to keep from alerting Jessup. And in the second place, moving into a lighted room with Jessup on the loose somewhere around didn't appeal all to him. Finally he simply turned away from the lit room and made his way back to the corridor, and then moved cautiously down it looking for the stairs. He was very sensitive to the fact that there was light behind him and none ahead of him. He was outlined for Jessup, if Jessup was in front of him. He stayed as close to the wall as he could get. And moved slowly and silently, straining his eyes to see into the dark. And at the same time, he could feel in his shoulder blades the presence of the man lying on his back with the candle. The stairs, too, were carpeted. He went up them close to the wall, and on all fours, to distribute his weight and lessen the chance of creaking. There was still a small hint of light from the candle when he started, but halfway to the top he was in total darkness again. At the top he halted and listened. Jessup had made one noise, he might make another. But there was no sound, and finally it was time to move. In total darkness, it was impossible to work out the design of RCXJMS and hallways and doors. Parker simply moved left along the first wall he came to, until he reached it. He turned the knob, inchingly, and pushed the door 01RN and saw a vague dim rectangle of slightly paler black, a window. Would this be a bedroom? Would he standing in a hallway of some kind? He held his breath, and leaned forward into the listening. Men breathed. And in total silence their breathing can be heard. Parker remained leaning forward, with his head and shoulders past the DCHRA, doing no breathing of his own, until he was sure the room was empty. Then he straightened again, and left the door slightly ajar, and moved past it to continue along the same wall as TK4. He checked a second room the same way. The third door he came to opened toward him, and showed no window rectangle inside. He felt the black air in front of himself and touched shelves, sheets, towels, the linen closet. He pushed the door to without shutting it entirely, and moved on. A corner. He turned right, came to another way, this one with the door standing open. Again. No rectangle of window. He reached forward into the dark. It was like reaching into black cotton, and feeling nothing, but this time there were no shelves, there was nothing within arm's length at all. He touched the wall to the left of the doorway, on the inside, and found a light switch, so this was a room of some kind. He leaned in, holding his breath again, and it was empty. But what sort of room was it, and did one or more other rooms lead off it? He had to know. Slowly he crossed the threshold, and the floor felt somehow different underneath his feet. He squatted down, holding the door jamb, and felt the floor, and it was tile. A bathroom, RN. Not a route then to anywhere else. IDE straightened, backed out of the doorway, moved on. Another empty and then another corner. If he was working the building plan out in his head properly, the rooms on this side would face the road. Then a fourth side to come, and he should wind up back at the stairs. If HC didn't find Jessup first, could he be in the attic? Parker hadn't found the stairs going up there yet. The first room he came to on the third side was occupied. He leaned in and listened, and out of the normal rustle of silence he gradually culled the sound of breathing, faint and regular and quite far away. There were two vague rectangles of window in this, and the one on the left seemed more indistinct at it didn't have the clarity of line that the one beside it had. As though a piece of furniture were in the way. Or a man. Jessup was sitting at the window, looking out at the road, waiting for Parker? Watching one side of the house? There was the faint odor of cigarette in the air. Jessup had smoking. Parker straightened, and stepped to one side of the DCX-RA, outside the RCXM. The automatic was in his right hand, but he didn't want to use it unless he had to. The broken in the kitchen of this house would vandalism, and cause no unusual concern. Blood in any of the rooms would attract the wrong kind of attention. Parker inhaled and exhaled. Holding the breath altered the responses of the muscles. Just slightly. He leaned against the wall for a minute, breathing normally, and then turned and stepped silently in through the way. The indistinctness at the bottom of the left window was still there. Parker moved toward it, taking small steps on, feeling in front of himself with one hand at every step. "Manny? That you?" The voice seemed very sudden. Parker froze where he was, one arm extended downward and out in front of himself. Back TXNT slightly, right heel lifted. Some are very sensitive to the presence of another in the same room. Jessup's attention hadn't entirely on the nothing happening down 9 low on the road. He had sensed Parker's presence. Parker stayed where he was, waiting for Jessup to decide he'd made a mistake. He continued to breathe, but slowly, with long silent intakes and exhalations. The darkness shifted, at the TX-TM of the left window. It now matched the right window, squared off TM and top. "Manny! He's up here!" A loud shout, for the Ixon fit of the one downstairs, lying on that, and Jessup didn't sound worried. It was simply a shouted bit of information. Parker moved during the sound of Jessup's shout. He backed toward the doorway, holding his left hand out behind him, when Jessup's voice stopped. Silence. And then, belatedly, a sleepy shout back, a query from below, with no intelligible words. "He's up here with me." Parker moved backward. He would not let himself be Jessup and the win. Dows, he would not be outlined. Jessup wouldn't have the same reluctance to use a gun. This time Jessup kept shouting, giving Parker time to get all the way back to the door, and take one step to the left of it. Within the room. And stand there with his back to the wall, the doorway just past his right elbow. Jessup shouted, "Put out the light. Get to the 1M tom of the stairs and wait for him, in case he gets away from me." Would Manny do it? Or would Manny just prop himself on his elbow on the bed and gaze blearily at the doorway in the candlelight, and gradually just sink down again and forget all about it? There were no more answers from downstairs, only the first muffled question. Jessup didn't shout any more instructions. Either he was sure Manny would do what he was told, or he wanted Parker to think he was. In either case, Manny's one return shout had told Jessup that Manny was still alive and all right. That Parker had not already taken him out of the play. Everybody was silent for a while now. Parker had kept his eyes on the smudgy rectangles of the windows. Jessup had been in front of the one on the left, and had disappeared from that one without having gone past the one on the right, which meant that Jessup was somewhere in the left side of the room. Coming this way? Staying in one if he were going to get out of the RCX-RN. He had two choices. He could either work his way around the wall, in which case he would run into Parker just before he reached the door, or he could get down on hands and knees and crawl to the CIMR, in which case there was the slight that he would get by Parker, but it was very slight. And in any case, Parker was getting to know Jessup Herder now. And he had the feeling Jessup wouldn't crawl to the just as he wouldn't have gone up the stairs on all fours, though that was the best way to do it. Jessup was half-G-XXL, which is the other side of half-assed. He knew how to do some things right, but he wasn't careful enough. He didn't follow through on the reasons for doing this or that or the other. He was one of those people who live their lives as a movie, in which they star and direct and write the story. That kind GTXS for drama. Like Traveling with a Manny. Or the way they handled Keegan. Or what they did to Claire with Morris B. May. And a man like that won't crawl across A to a DCX way. Not if his life depends on it. That was the edge Parker had. He knew that survival was more important than heroics. It isn't how you play the game. It's whether you win or lose. 5 A wristwatch with a radium dial. Parker looked at it, a faint green circle swimming in the darkness over there, and waited for the time it counted to make Jessup do something stupid. Stupid like the watch. They had stalemated for ATX, UT 10 minutes now. Jessup had SIH, Ken once. 7 or 8 minutes ago. Saying, "Don't try to convince me you aren't here. I know you are." But at that time he hadn't shifted so that the radium dial was showing yet. So Parker hadn't moved while he talked, simply at the place the voice was corning from, to know where Jessup was. It was in the same area that the green circle. 2 or 3 minutes after that, swam to the surface. Whatever position Jessup was standing in. It pointed that circle directly at Parker. Occasionally the thing dug back into the darkness, as Jessup moved silently one way or another. Shifting, but it always came back again. And Parker watched it, and waited for Jessup to do something stupid. It would have a sweep second hand, that watch. By now Jessup would be feeling every second. There had been no further sound or movement from downstairs. Lad Manny heard Jessup? Had he done what Jessup wanted? Or had he smiled and nodded and stayed lying there on the bed? Or was he coming upstairs? Slowly so as not to make any noise. To find out what was going on? Parker's right elbow extended into the doorway area. To warn him if anyone tried to move in or out. From the location of the green circle swimming there, Jessup wasn't against a wall. Unless he had a piece of furniture to lean on, he would be feeling tired by now. "You still there, Parker?" "It is Parker." "Isn't it?" Parker a sliding step forward while Jessup talked. He stopped RD when Jessup was silent. RHE silence this time lasted no more than 30 seconds. "You're the last one, you know that." Jessup was trying to sound CCXKY and humorous, but he was nerved up and the sound of it was in his voice. "Did you see what we did to your friend Keegan? And Morris? Briley's dead in the woods someplace, did you know that?" Parker had covered half the distance to the watch, simultaneously. Jessup stopped talking and the watch disappeared. Parker stayed where he was. The watch came back, disappeared again, came back again. Jessup was gesturing while he talked, making gestures in the dark. "You don't fool me. I know you're in this room. I can feel you. What do you think I am? A punk like Manny? A punk like you people?" Parker was almost close enough to touch him. "Another Venus." Jessup was silent, and Parker stood there, looking forward into the darkness, knowing Jessup's head was just there. A few inches beyond arm's reach. He waited. Was Jessup finished talking? Parker breathed slowly through his nose. The automatic was away in its holster under his left arm, but his right hand hovered near it, in case things turned that way. "You want to wait till daylight?" "That's okay." With Parker's left hand touched shirt, snaked upward, the fingers closed around throat. His right hand came around, closed, and when he hit HC felt Jessup's teeth against his knuckles. Up was making a high gargling sound, and thrashing like a spider stuck through with a pin. Parker hit him again, holding him in place with the left hand around Jessup's neck, hitting at the face in the darkness. Fingers crawled along Parker's left arm, hurrying toward his head. Parker stepped in close and brought his knee up and felt it hit. But Jessup wrapped his arms around Parker's waist and lunged forward. And his weight forced Parker to take a backward step. His shin hit something, a chair, or table, or part of a bed, and his balance was gone, and the two of them toppled over through darkness and hit the Parker's first grip was lost. He couldn't let Jessup get free, he had to know where he was. He slapped out "Ward," and touched cloth, and clung to it. Hands punched at him, they both shifted and rolled on the floor, their feet kicking at anonymous pieces of furniture, and suddenly they rolled directly into one another and both for leverage and control. It was weight that made the difference. Parker was a little heavier, a little stronger, a little more sure of himself. He had Jessup's throat again with one hand, and one of Jessup's wrists with the other, and he was slowly forcing Jessup onto his back, pushing him backward and over and down. Jessup's free hand punched out, the punches growing txth wilder and frielier. And Parker tucked his head down to protect his face and bore Jessup steadily back. "Ward," and down. And fattened him on the then knelt on the wrist he'd holding, freeing his other hand. But this time didn't waste effort with fists, he put the second hand with the first, on Jessup's throat, and clamped them there. And wouldn't move. Jessup kicked and clawed with his free hand at the fingers around his throat, and scratched at Parker's face and neck and arms. Parker knelt over him, one knee on Jessup's wrist, the other leg stretched out himself for balance, and leaned his weight on his arms, outstretched, a straight line from his shoulders to Jessup's throat. The weight of his body and the tightness of his grip pinning Jessup in place and holding the breath from his lungs. Light. Orange gray. Faint. Recurring. Parker saw it reflected in Jessup's bulging eyes, and looked up to see the frame with orange-yellow light, and then Manny padded forward into the doorway, barefoot, wearing only his slacks, carrying in his unwounded left hand the Chianti Tzittel with the candle in it, and in his right hand, despite the wound in that shoulder, a small pistol, it like a .22. A lady's purse gun. Manny was smiling. His face seemed to flicker like the candlelight, his eyes grew larger and smaller, and moisture on his chin reflected the light like chrome. If he'd ironed anything at all, he wouldn't have able to hold the gun like that, or bend his arm like that. His voice was very gentle, lamb-like, the sweet child. Let him go 6 at first. Parker didn't move. Jessup was weakening beneath him, it would be a help to have at least one of them out of the play. He looked back at Manny, standing there in the end. From the corners of his eyes he tried to find something to throw, to get rid of the light. In the darkness, they'd be more equal. But there was nothing. This was a teenager's bedroom. From the walls, rock posters gyrated in the candlelight, and the center of the floor was empty. A chair and small table that had nearby were now kicked away into the corner by the bed, leaving nothing close enough to reach in a single lunge. "Bang bang," said Manny gently. He made a small lifting motion with the gun barrel. "Get up," he was saying, "or be shot where you are." Parker moved, very slowly, shifting his weight back to his knees from his hands, but keeping the fingers tight around Jessup's throat till the last second. Jessup's eyes were rounding out from his head, filming over. His hands had fallen to the floor on either side of his head. His legs were moving, but without pertxe, like a dog when he dreams in his sleep. Parker released him at last, and leaned back on his haunches. He kept watching Manny, like cause Manny was the danger now. But he remained aware of Jessup, who at first didn't change his position, just continued to lie there on his back with his legs twitching. Then Jessup made a loud harsh grinding in his throat, and his whole flopped like a fish, air, finding its way back into his body. Agam. Manny smiled sweetly at Jessup. as though Jessup had just done something cute and clever for his trinket. "We are," he said. "You're all right now." But Jessup wasn't all right. His own hands were at his throat now, and his mouth was 01*n wide. Eyeless eyes still bulged, and his face was still mottled dark, and his tongue was still too thick in his mouth. Parker's weight leaning on him like that had done him some damage. The regular channel for air was at least partially blocked. Parker slowly moved the leg on the side opposite Manny, lifting the knee and getting his foot under himself, so he'd have more if he had to make a sudden movement en air. Manny was concentrating most of his attention on Jessup now, and Parker kept the rest of his still, his face turned toward Manny, his arms hanging down at his sides. Manny's expression, dulled and stupid LTK1 king and childish, was gradually shifting from the smile of happiness to a puzzled frown. He said, "Jessup? You are okay, aren't you?" Jessup went on making the sounds. They were like dry heaves, only worse. "We'd get you a doctor," Manny said. He was the follower, and the idea of losing his leader terrified him. "We'd get you a doctor right away." Parker's left foot was on the floor now, and he lifted his left hand and rested it on his knee. Manny frowned at Parker. "L ought to shoot you," he said muttingly. "Ought to shoot you in the balls." "You couldn't carry him," Parker said. "And he can't walk." "And you want to get him to a Manny's frown DCEVRNCD, he was working his way through the brambles of what Parker had said. "You carry him," he said. "Hats, you can help fix things again. You pick him up and carry him." Parker reached down and slid one arm under Jessup's shoulders and one under his knees. Manny said, "And you be careful with him. If you hurt him, I'll hurt you." Parker lifted Jessup into his arms, and then got to his feet. Jessup was still making the noises, but with long dry spaces of silence between them, then another grinding rasping intake of breath. And silence, and another tearing abrasive exhalation. Manny backed out of the as Parker crouched him. Parker turned sideways to get Jessup through the doorway, and Manny moved back and to his left and gestured for Parker to go first down the stairs. Jessup's breathing started to get easier on the way down. With Manny 3 or 4 steps behind him, with no light but the candle, it was possible for Parker to reach his left hand around and close it over Jessup's windpigs, again. But this time he didn't want Jessup dead, not yet. Jessup's life was protecting his own right now. He simply didn't want Jessup improving. Manny was cautious and alert, within his limitations. But his limitations were severe. Parker had 3 chances at him. They left the house, going out the same back DCNR they'd all entered by, but he didn't want to take over from Manny yet. Manny didn't know it. But he was helping Parker solve his problems. The next step Manny came to on his own, without suggestions. "Well, take your car," he said when they'd gone outside. He blew out the candle and threw the Chianti away. It hit grass, and didn't break. "You're the son of a bitch, this is all your fault, we can take your." Parker led the way, carrying Jessup, and Manny followed. It was less dark out here, and only sporadically could Parker close off Jessup's air supply. But it was enough. Whatever damage had been done, Parker could do enough now to keep it from correcting itself. There was a driveway the house. They walked down it to the road and turned right. There were no houses showing light along this stretch, and looking between houses and out across the lake, Parker saw only 2 or 3 lights from over there. It was around 11 now, most of the weekenders had already gone, and the Rowells were starting to IRD down for the night. Saw on this side of the lake, the only lights they were those at Claire's house when they'd walked around the curve. Manny was keeping 10 or 15 feet back, and his feet scuffed when he walked. Parker didn't know exactly what he'd taken, but it to serve mostly as a sort of super tranquilizer. It wasn't ISD, which was simply a sledgehammer that you away and brought you back again, but it was a chemical of a similar kind. In any case, it was taken in a similar way. injected into a sugar cube, and then the sugar cut asterisk sucked and swallowed. Some kind of sired, major. STP, the stuff that Drs permanent brain damage, speed kills, the warnings had said in the underground press. In any case, it was a stuff that didn't take him away completely, and didn't bring him back complete. It put an erratic cog in the engine of his brain. It would burn the engine out, but in the meantime its running would be wild and unpredictable. At Claire's house, a light showed in the kitchen window. If Manny wanted to go in there again, Parker would have to take care of him here. He would prefer to take it all away from this Nate Rizai first. The kitchen light glinted on the Plymouth Moore car. Parker headed for it, and behind him Manny said, "That's yours. I have the keys to it." Parker the rear and laid Jessup across the back seat. He got out again and closed the door and turned to look at Manny. Manny said, "Goodbye." "You can't drive with that arm," Parker said. Manny frowned, and glanced down at his arm. He looked back at Parker. And his expression was uncertain again. Parker said, "And Jessup wouldn't want you to kill me yet. Or let me go." Manny grinned disbelievingly, though his larger puzzlement still showed through. "You think I'm going to let you drive? You can't. And I know where to find it, Critter. How come you're so eager?" "I want to stay alive a while longer." Manny frowned deeply, thinking ALXUT it. He glanced at the house, and Parker saw him thinking about phoning a doctor from here. He glanced at the PLYM mouth, and Parker knew he was imagining Jessup giving him orders. He wasn't used to doing the planning himself. Parker said, "You're wasting time. But he's your friend, not mine." It was being used to taking orders, having somebody else do the thinking, that decided it. Manny looked at him and said, "I'll be in the back seat. I'll be right behind you. You do anything funny, I'll shoot you in the back of the head. I'll know that." "All right," Manny said. 7 The eastbound traffic was as heavy as ever, moving along bumper to BUM1RR at a steady 35 miles an hour. Parker forced his way between a Ford station wagon and a Rambler sedan, and settled down to drive. He couldn't see Manny in the rearview mirror, but he could sense him back there, in the left side of the rear scat. He had Jessup's head in his lap. His wounded right arm was draped down across Jessup's chest, and the .22 was in his left hand. The incredible thing was, he hadn't disarmed Parker. Probably because Parker had BCCN using his hands instead of a gun. Manny must have decided there wasn't any gun in it at all. Parker felt it, against his left side, and drove steadily along behind the Ford. The Rambler's headlights in his rearview mirror. He didn't know exactly how he was going to work all this out with Manny and Jessup. Only that he wanted to get the two of them and this car as far as Sybil from Colliver Pond. The Plymouth had Ohio plates. 10 or 15 miles should LX far enough away. And after that there'd be nothing to take care of but the Corvette. Buy one new tire, use the spare for the other, and Claire could drive it to New York tomorrow and leave it THCRC. Parker's own car, the Pontiac, had to pick up from the other side of the lake. Then everything would neat again. But first Manny and Jessup had to taken care of. In one way Manny was better to oversee against, because he could con and dazzled, but Manny wasn't entirely rational. His reactions couldn't count it on as Jessup's could. Parker knew that at any second it might enter Manny's head to start SHCX, ting, regardless of the fact that Parker was at the wheel and they were traveling at 35 miles an hour in all this traffic. Regardless of any reasonable consideration at all. He couldn't help it, his shoulders remained hunched, he felt he was holding his head stiffly, as though if he tensed sufficiently, the bullets would bounce off him. Jessup had grown quiet again. And that might complicate matters, too, if he recovered sufficiently to take over giving the orders. He would want Parker of right away. And he wouldn't want it Critter. Parker glanced at the speedometer. They'd come 4 miles from the turnoff. He would go 10 miles. And then take the first lying side road. How far to this, sir? Manny sounded more irritable, less tranquilized. The nervousness in the situation must be counteracting the acid. 5 or 6 more miles? Parker said. It won't, he's the closest safe doctor, Parker said. You want a doctor that'll call the cops. Don't worry, gonna call the cops. You go to the nearest doctor. That means finding a phone book somewhere and looking it up. This is the only doctor I know. We'll be there in 10 minutes, less. Why don't you pass some of these people? Manny was getting increasingly irritable. He was coming down off his high, and his wounded arm was probably txing him. Particularly LX cause of the way he'd been overworking it. After this curve, Parker said. He too was impatient. They'd come 7 miles now. In the next 2 miles, he managed to pass 3 cars. It made no difference in the timing, 3 car lengths wasn't any great distance, but it made Manny feel traitor to think they were hurrying. 9 miles. In the back seat, Jessup had started moaning, and moving around. Parker listened, his head back a bit so he could hear better, his eyes frequently on the rearview mirror. 10 miles. Motion in the mirror, Manny's head lowering. They were whispering together back there, either because Jessup had no voice now or because he was telling Manny how to handle the killing of Parker. Parker's right hand moved nearer the gun under his left arm. Again, motion in the mirror, this time Manny's head coming back up. Parker tensed, waiting. There was no traffic coming the other way right now. If necessary, he would throw the car into a swerve to the left and ram a tree or a house on the other side. And finish them in the confusion. But that was the riskiest way. Other ways would be teaser. Stop the car. Manny's voice. Nervousness very plain in it now. 11 miles. Parker said, the turn-off's just a harshly whispered sentence from Jessup. Manny said, all right. Stop after you make the turn. It was nearly a mile farther a road appeared on the right. Parker made the turn, and accelerated hard, stop now. Headquarters just ahead. Parker drove at the top speed the road would allow. It was narrow and winding and hilly, a county road through alternating stretches of woods and cleared farmland. Parker slewed around curves and floored THC accelerator on the straightaways. Manny might be the kind of fool who didn't think LUT consequences. But Jessup wasn't, and would know than to have the driver killed on this kind of road. What the hell you doing? Slow down. Manny sounded startled and angry, but not really afraid. I want to get you to the doctor. Parker had the high beams on. And he kept staring ahead for a useful place. He knew that Jessup was mischievous back there now, he knew that Jessup didn't want any doctor, and he knew that Manny had been told to put a bullet in Parker's head the second the car came to a stop. So it couldn't be done quietly after all. And there it was. The Plymouth topped a rise and started down the other side, and ahead was a long straightaway, sloping down, with a sharp right at the end at the curve. Directly ahead of the Plymouth was a broad low concrete block building painted white, with several plate glass windows across the front, and with a large sign running the width of the building above the windows, white letters on red, Sussex County Tractor Sales, Inc. On the stretch of gravel between the front of the building and the road stood several pieces of farm or construction machinery, all painted yellow, tractors, backhoes, bulldozers. Front corners of the graveled area, on high poles, FLM, daylights glared down on the face of the building and the squatting bulky machinery. The Plymouth hit 90 going down the straight stretch. In the mirror, Parker saw Jessup struggling upward, his face twisted with strain. Jessup knew something was going to happen. And he wanted to able to stop it. His voice creaked without intelligible words, and Parker saw the curve coming. He braced his forearms across the steering wheel, pressed his back into the seat back, and slammed his foot down hard on the brakes. The car bucked, nose down, and squilled forward along the road, the tail swerving bumpily to the left, the rear tires leaving broad stripes of burnt-off rubber on the blacktop. Jessup and Manny were flung forward off the seat, and Parker was pressed flat to the steering wheel. The curve. Parker's left hand was on the door handle, his right foot lifted from the brake. His right hand spun the wheel to the left. The car shook itself and straightened out, at all that yellow machinery. There was a narrow ditch straight ahead, the driveway entrance was farther to the left. Parker pushed down on the door handle. And as the front tires left the road, sailing into the air out over the ditch, he shoved the door open and lunged out, pushing back with his right foot on the accelerator as he went. The car leaped away, hurdling the ditch. The door slammed him, missing his right fixit by an inch. The Plymouth trounced on the gravel, sideswiped a backhoe, and ran head-on into the side of a tractor. 8 Parker's legs hit a tractor tire while he was still rolling. His momentum slewed him halfway around, therefore he stopped on his back in front of the tractor. His legs twisted sideways and knees tknt around the tire. The final crash of the car hanked net after that. A second or two later, it sounded very loud and various, as though a dozen cars were involved instead of just one, and the noise seemed to come from everywhere and not from any particular int. Parker straightened his legs and felt pain in both of them. He sat up and stroked his palms down over his shins and felt nothing broken, but both were bruised and aching for a while. He didn't mind using the automatic here. It out, and used the grill of the tractor to help him get up. The legs didn't hurt any more or less when he put weight on them. The car wasn't burning. That was all right. But he would have preferred a fire. He moved through the machinery toward it, watching. Both headlights were out, and the engine had stopped running. Parker came around the side of a bulldozer, with the Plymouth directly in front of him. Broadside, and the rear DCXR on this side swung open and Jessup fell out, his arm stretched out in front of him, his finger squeezing the trigger of the gun HC had pointed at Parker. Twang from the yellow metal of the bulldozer, and Parker fired once, then ducked BMK out of sight, crouching LX behind a FMT wide tire as high as his shoulder. From high to the right came the glaring light of the held lights. God damn you! God damn you! It sounded like a frog croaking in words, not like a human voice at all. Parker moved forward just enough to see. Jessup was kneeling LX'd the car, gun in his fist. Head turning back and forth as he cared for Parker. Behind him, Manny crouched on the door of the Plymouth, out. His face was BLCXXLY, and his wounded right arm hung motionless at his side. Jessup said something in his new raspy voice, faking to Manny, whose NSE was sluggish and dull. He backed away into the car, hunching backward without the help of his hurt arm, and Jessup reached out with his free hand and slammed the door. Parker leaned forward to try a shot at him. But Jessup was keyed up now, his senses HYGRR. Alert, and he saw the movement and fired at it, and Parker ducked back again. Parker was impatient to live with a stalemate. In front of the tire on the bulldozer was a metal plate, a step for the operator getting up into the seat. Parker stepped _RD up on that, and leaned forward with his elbows on the seat and looked down over the back of the bulldozer at the Plymouth. At first he could only see the top of the car. But when he hunched farther forward he could see Jessup. And Jessup saw him. His head and gun hand flashed up, his eyes staring, and Parker leaned back again, hearing the musical note as the bullet TX off the machine. Feeling the vibration run through the metal. Was it going to stalemate after all? Parker stepped back down to the gravel and headed around the front of the bulldozer the other side, moving fast despite the troubles in his legs. Jessup was gone. Parker stepped RD out into the open, and the Plymouth there silent and alone. Manny must still inside. crouched on the floor in back. But Jessup was somewhere in all this flocklit yellow machinery. Manny could wait, again. It was Jessup that had to taken care of first. Parker stepped back TX'd the bulldozer and got down awkwardly onto the ground. His legs elthering him. Ellie lay flat on his stomach and turned his head slowly back and forth. Under all the vehicles. His view zero be struck here and there by tires. But most of the gravelled area open to him. Nothing. Either Jessup was standing where a tire was LX between him and Parker, or he was up on one of the machines. Parker got up again. Having more trouble than legs were tightening up on him, soon he wouldn't able to travel at more than a limping walk at all, and climbed heavily up onto the bulldozer once more. He looked out across the tops of the machines, and still saw nothing. Jessup had to be around. From here Parker could see the road, and the fields on sides of the FMJ-lit area. And the front of the building. Jessup hadn't had time to get fully away. Even if he'd wanted to leave. And HC wouldn't want to get away. He'd want to stay near his partner, and he'd want to kill Parker. Parker waited. Up on the bulldozer step, scanning all the machinery under the lights. He'd outweighted Jessup x4. He could do it again. Or had Jessup learned from that? A wailing sound rose and fell. A banshee sound, a noise for something in a swamp to make when it's near. Parker stayed where he was. On the side of the bull door, aching right on the step. Left forearm on the seat. Right hand with a gun in it resting on the yellow metal Hawkeye. He around. And the sound came again, louder than TX fork, and when he ICM, Ked to his left, the Plymouth was moving. It rocked slightly on its springs. And when it did, the smashed front end scroked against the tractor it rammed. Small pieces of glass fell to the gravel. Manny? Was that sound coming from him? Parker leaned over the seat and waited and watched. After the two wails, there was silence for a minute. And then a sudden huge shriek. Violent and explosive and drawn out. Then silence. This time for less than a minute. And another shriek. And silence again. Jessup's new voice called, "Parker. Parker. Listen to me." Manny shrieked again, and the Plymouth RCXKED back and forth. The metal of the car squealing against the metal of the tractor. Jessup called. "Give me a truce. I've got to help him. Parker." There was a little silence, and then Manny yelled, "No." And then, "No, I can't. Parker, for Christ's sake. He took much. I have to help him." "No." Manny yelled. "No, I can't do that. I can do that. No, no, no. Can't do TBUings. I can't do T-bat. No. I can't do bat. No, 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 no. Parker. I've got to trust you. I can't let him stay there like that." Parker waited. And Jessup came out from the yellow machines, looking this way and that. The gun still in his hand as he hurried toward the Plymouth, where Manny was shrieking again without words. And that was the difference. Parker shot HIM-9. Manny was lunging around on his back inside the car. Arching his, slamming himself into the floor and the door handles. Breaking himself to pieces. 4 sugar-wrapped J-rubbers lay on the seat. Parker reached his arm in through the open side window. Close enough to leave powder marks, and pulled the trigger. Manny fell still. His broken arms dropping onto his chest. Parker smeared his palms over the automatic and dropped it in on top of the DY. The law could work out whatever theory it wanted, a car with Ohio plates, 2 dead bodies and one of them broken up and full of acid, both shot with the same gun and THC gun in the car with one of the corpses, the other one carrying a second gun which had also TXN fired. They could work out whatever theory they wanted, but none of it would involve Mrs. Claire Willis at Colliver's Pond. Parker turned and walked away. From the knees.